Section number 0 of Taras Bulba and Other Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Taras Bulba and Other Tales by Nikolai Vasilievich GOGOL. Introduction. Russian literature, so full of enigmas, contains no greater creative mystery than Nikolai Vasilievich GOGOL, from 1809 to 1852, who has done for the Russian novel and Russian prose what Pushkin has done for Russian poetry. Before these two men came, Russian literature can hardly have been said to exist. It was pompous and effete with pseudo-classism. Foreign influences were strong. In the speech of the upper circles there was an over-fondness for German, French, and English words. Between them, the two friends, by force of their great genius, cleared away the debris which made for sterility and erected in their stead a new structure out of living Russian words. The spoken word, born of the people, gave soul and wings to literature. Only by coming to earth, the native earth, was it enabled to soar. Coming up from Little Russia, the Ukraine, with Cossack blood in his veins, Gogol injected his own healthy virus into an effete body, blew his own virile spirit, the spirit of his race, into its nostrils, and gave the Russian novel its direction to this very day. More than that, the nomad and romantic in him, troubled and restless with Ukrainian myth, legend, and song, impressed upon Russian literature, faced with the realities of modern life, a spirit titanic and in clash with its material, and produced in the mastery of this everyday material, commonly called sordid, a phantasmagoria intense with beauty. A clue to all Russian realism may be found in a Russian critic's observations about Gogol. Seldom has nature created a man so romantic in bent, yet so masterly in portraying all that is unromantic in life. But this statement does not cover the whole ground, for it is easy to see in almost all of Gogol's work his free Cossack soul, trying to break through the shell of sordid today like some ancient demon, essentially Dionysian, so that his works, true though they are to our life, are at once a reproach, a protest, and a challenge, ever calling for joy, ancient joy that is no more with us. And they have all the joy and sadness of the Ukrainian songs he loved so much. Ukrainian was to Gogol the language of the soul, and it was in Ukrainian songs rather than in old chronicles, of which he was not a little contemptuous, that he read the history of his people. Time and again, in his essays and in his letters to friends, he expresses his boundless joy in these songs. O songs, you are my joy and my life. How I love you! What are the bloodless chronicles I pore over besides those clear, live chronicles? I cannot live without songs. They reveal everything more and more clearly. Oh, how clearly, gone by life and gone by men. The songs of Little Russia are her everything, her poetry, her history, and her ancestral grave. He who has not penetrated them deeply knows nothing of the past of this blooming region of Russia. Indeed, so great was his enthusiasm for his own land that after collecting material for many years, the year 1833 finds him at work on the history of poor Ukraine, a work planned to take up to 6 volumes. And, writing to a friend at this time, he promised to say much in it that has not been said before him. Furthermore, he intended to follow this work with a universal history in 8 volumes with a view to establishing, as far as may be gathered, Little Russia and the world in proper relation, connecting the two, a chaotic task, surely. A poet, passionate, religious, loving the heroic, we find him constantly impatient and fuming at the lifeless chronicles, which leave him cold as he seeks in vain for what he cannot find. Nowhere, he writes in 1834, can I find anything of the time which ought to be richer than any other in events. Here was a people whose whole existence was passed in activity, and which, even if nature had made it inactive, was compelled to go forward to great affairs and deeds because of its neighbours, its geographic situation, the constant danger to its existence. If the Crimeans and the Turks had had a literature, I am convinced that no history of an independent nation in Europe would prove so interesting as that of the Cossacks. Again he complains of the withered chronicles. It is only the wealth of his country's song that encourages him to go on with his history. Too much a visionary and a poet to be an impartial historian, it is hardly astonishing to note the judgment he passes on his own work during that same year, 1834. My history of Little Russia's past is an extraordinarily made thing, and it could not be otherwise. The deeper he goes into Little Russia's past, the more fanatically he dreams of Little Russia's future. St. Petersburg worries him. Moscow awakens no emotion in him. He yearns for Kiev, the mother of Russian cities, which in his vision he sees becoming the Russian Athens. Russian history gives him no pleasure, and he separates it definitely from Ukrainian history. He is ready to cast everything aside rather than read Russian history. He writes to Pushkin. During his 7-year stay in St. Petersburg, 1829-36, Gogol zealously gathered historical material and, in the words of Professor Kotlяревsky, lived in the dream of becoming the Thucydides of Little Russia. How completely he disassociated Ukraine from northern Russia may be judged by the conspectus of his lectures written in 1832. He says in it, speaking of the conquest of southern Russia in the 14th century by Prince Guedimin at the head of his Lithuanian host, still dressed in the skins of wild beasts, still worshipping the ancient fire and practicing pagan rites. Then southern Russia, under the mighty protection of Lithuanian princes, completely separated itself from the north. Every bond between them was broken. 2 kingdoms were established under a single name, Russia, one under the Tartar yoke, the other under the same rule with Lithuanians. But actually they had no relation with one another. Different laws, different customs, different aims, different bonds, and different activities gave them wholly different characters. This same prince, Guedimin, freed Kiev from the Tartar yoke. This city had been laid waste by the golden hordes of Genghis Khan and hidden for a very long time from the Slavonic chronicler as behind an impenetrable curtain. A shrewd man, Guedimin appointed a Slavonic prince to rule over the city and permitted the inhabitants to practice their own faith, Greek Christianity. Prior to the Mongol invasion, which brought conflagration and ruin and subjected Russia to a 2-century bondage, cutting her off from Europe, a state of chaos existed, and the separate tribes fought with one another constantly and for the most petty reasons. Mutual depredations were possible owing to the absence of mountain ranges. There were no natural barriers against sudden attack. The openness of the steppe made the people warlike. But this very openness made it possible later for Guedimin's pagan host, fresh from the fir forests of what is now White Russia, to make a clean sweep of the whole country between Lithuania and Poland, and thus give the scattered princedoms a much-needed cohesion. In this way, Ukraina was formed. Except for some forests infested with bears, the country was one vast plain, marked by the occasional hillock. Whole herds of wild horses and deer stampeded the country, overgrown with tall grass, while flocks of wild goats wandered among the rocks of the Dnieper. Apart from the Dnieper, and in some measure the Desna, emptying into it, there were no navigable rivers, and so there was little opportunity for a commercial people. Several tributaries cut across, but made no real boundary line. Whether you looked to the north towards Russia, to the east towards the Tartars, to the south towards the Crimean Tartars, to the west towards Poland, everywhere the country bordered on a field, everywhere on a plain, which left it open to the invader from every side. Had there been here, suggests Gogol in his introduction to his never-written history of Little Russia, if upon one side only, a real frontier of mountain or sea, the people who settled here might have formed a definite political body. Without this natural protection, it became a land subject to constant attack and despoliation. There were 3 hostile nations came in contact. It was manured with bone, wetted with blood. A single Tartar invasion destroyed the whole labor of the soil tiller. The meadows and the cornfields were trodden down by horses or destroyed by flame. The lightly built habitations reduced to the ground. The inhabitants scattered or driven off into captivity together with cattle. It was a land of terror, and for this reason there could develop in it only a warlike people, strong in its unity and desperate, a people whose whole existence was bound to be trained and confined to war. This constant menace, this perpetual pressure of foes on all sides, acted at last like a fierce hammer, shaping and hardening resistance against itself. The fugitive from Poland, the fugitive from the Tartar and the Turk, homeless, with nothing to lose, their lives ever exposed to danger, forsook their peaceful occupations and became transformed into a warlike people, known as the Cossacks, whose appearance towards the end of the 13th century or at the beginning of the 14th was a remarkable event which possibly alone, suggests Gogol, prevented any further inroads by the 2 Mohammedan nations into Europe. The appearance of the Cossacks was coincident with the appearance in Europe of brotherhoods and knighthood orders, and this new race, in spite of its living the life of marauders, in spite of turning its foes' tactics upon its foes, was not free of the religious spirit of its time. If it warred for its existence, it warred not less for its faith, which was Greek. Indeed, as the nation grew stronger and became conscious of its strength, the struggle began to partake something of the nature of a religious war, not alone defensive but aggressive also, against the unbeliever. While any man was free to join the brotherhood, it was obligatory to believe in the Greek faith. It was this religious unity, blazed into activity by the presence across the borders of unbelieving nations, that alone indicated the germ of a political body in this gathering of men, who otherwise lived the audacious lives of a band of highway robbers. There was, however, says Gogol, none of the austerity of the Catholic knight in them. They bound themselves to no vows or fasts. They put no self-restraints upon themselves or mortified their flesh, but were indomitable like the rocks of the Dnieper among which they lived, and in their furious feasts and revels they forgot the whole world. That same intimate brotherhood, maintained in robber communities, bound them together. They had everything in common: wine, food, dwelling, a perpetual fear, a perpetual danger, inspired them with a contempt towards life. The Cossack worried more about the good measure of wine than about his fate. One had to see this denizen of the frontier in his half-Tartar, half-Polish costume, which so sharply outlined the spirit of the borderland, galloping in Asiatic fashion on his horse, now lost in thick grass, now leaping with the speed of a tiger from ambush, or emerging suddenly from the river or swamp, all clinging with mud and appearing an image of terror to the Tartar. Little by little the community grew, and with its growing it began to assume a general character. The beginning of the 16th century found whole villages settled with families enjoying the protection of the Cossacks, who exacted certain obligations, chiefly military, so that these settlements bore a military character. The sword and the plough were friends which fraternized at every settler's. On the other hand, Gogol tells us, the gay bachelors began to make depredations across the border to sweep down on Tartar wives and their daughters and to marry them. Owing to this commingling, their facial features, so different from one another's, received a common impress tending towards the Asiatic. And so there came into being a nation in faith and place belonging to Europe. On the other hand, in ways of life, customs, and dress quite Asiatic. It was a nation in which the world's two extremes came in contact, European caution and Asiatic indifference, naivety and cunning, and intense activity and the greatest laziness and indulgence, an inspiration to development and perfection, and again a desire to appear indifferent to perfection. All of Ukraine took on its color from the Cossack, and if I have drawn largely on Gogol's own account of the origins of this race, it was because it seemed to me that Gogol's emphasis on the heroic rather than on the historical. Gogol is generally discounted as a historian, would give a reader a proper approach to the mood of which he created Taras Bulba, the finest epic in Russian literature. Gogol never wrote either his history of Little Russia or his universal history. Apart from several brief studies, not always reliable, the net result of his many years' application to his scholarly projects was this brief epic in prose, Homeric in mood, the sense of intense living, living dangerously, to use a phrase of Nietzsche's, the recognition of courage as the greatest of all virtues. The God in man inspired Gogol, living in an age which tended towards grey tedium, with admiration for his more fortunate forefathers who lived in a poetic time, when everything was one with the sword, when everyone in his turn strove to be an active being and not a spectator. Into this short work he poured all his love of the heroic, all his romanticism, all his poetry, all his joy. Its abundance of life bears one along like a fast-flowing river, and it is not without humor, a calm, detached humor, which, as the critic Bolinsky puts it, it is not there merely because Gogol has a tendency to see the comic in everything, but because it is true to life. Yet Taras Bulba was in a sense an accident, just as many other works of great men are accidents. It often requires a happy combination of circumstances to produce a masterpiece. I have already told in my introduction to Dead Souls how Gogol created his great realistic masterpiece, which was to influence Russian literature for generations to come, under the influence of models so remote in time or place as Don Quixote or Pickwick Papers, and how this combination of influences joined to his own genius produced a work quite new and original, in effect and only remotely reminiscent of the models which have inspired it, And just as Dead Souls might never have been written if Don Quixote had not existed, so there is every reason to believe that Taras Bulba could not have been written without the Odyssey. Once more, ancient fire gave life to new beauty, and yet at the time Gogol could not have had more than a smattering of the Odyssey. The magnificent translation made by his friend Zukowski had not yet appeared, and Gogol, in spite of his ambition to become a historian, was not equipped as a scholar. But it is evident from his dithyrambic letter on the appearance of Zukowski's version, forming one of the famous series of letters known as Correspondent with Friends, that he was better acquainted with the spirit of Homer than any mere scholar could be. That letter, unfortunately unknown to the English reader, would make every lover of the classics in this day of their disparagement dance with joy. He describes the Odyssey as a forgotten source of all that is beautiful and harmonious in life, and he greets his appearance in Russian dress at a time when life is sordid and discordant as a thing inevitable, cooling in effect upon a too hectic world. He sees in its perfect grace, its calm and almost childlike simplicity, a power for individual and general good. It combines all the fascinations of a fairy tale and all the simple truth of human adventure, holding out the same allurement to every being, whether he is a noble, a commoner, a merchant, a literate or illiterate person, a private soldier, a lackey of children of both sexes, beginning at an age when a child begins to love a fairy tale. All might read it or listen to it without tedium. Everyone will draw from it what he needs most, not less than upon these he sees its wholesome effect on the creative writer, its refreshing influence on the critic, but most of all he dwells on its heroic qualities, inseparable to him from what is religious in the Odyssey. And, says Gogol, this book contains the idea that a human being, wherever he might be, whatever pursuit he might follow, is threatened by many woes, that he must need wrestle with them. For that very purpose was life given to him, that never for a single instant must he despair, just as Odysseus did not despair, who in every hard and oppressive moment turned to his own heart, unaware that with this inner scrutiny of himself he had already said that hidden prayer uttered in a moment of distress by every man having no understanding whatever of God. Then he goes on to compare the ancient harmony, perfect down to every detail of dress, to the slightest action with our slovenliness and confusion and pettiness, a sad result, considering our knowledge of past experience, our possession of superior weapons, our religion given to make us holy and superior beings. And in conclusion he asks, is not the Odyssey, in every sense, a deep reproach to our 19th century? An understanding of Gogol's point of view gives the key to Taras Bulba, for in this panoramic canvas of the Sich, the military brotherhood of the Cossacks, living under open skies, picturesquely and heroically, he has drawn a picture of his romantic ideal, which, if far from perfect, at any rate seemed to him preferable to the grey tedium of a city peopled with government officials. Gogol has written in Taras Bulba his own reproach to the 19th century. It is sad and joyous, like one of those Ukrainian songs which have helped to inspire him to write it. And then, as he cut himself off more and more from the world of the past, life became a sadder and still sadder thing to him. Modern life, with all its gigantic pettiness, closed in around him. He began to write of petty officials and of petty scoundrels. Commonplace heroes, he called them. But nothing is ever lost in this world. Gogol's romanticism, shut in within himself, finding no outlet, became a flame. It was a flame of pity. He was like a man walking in hell, pitying. And that was the miracle, the transfiguration. Out of that flame of pity, the Russian novel was born. End of introduction and section 0. Section 1 of Taras Bulba and Other Tales. Taras Bulba. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Hawryluk of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. Taras Bulba and Other Tales by Nikolai Vasilievich GOGOL. Taras Bulba, Chapter 1. Turn round, my boy. How ridiculous you look. What sort of priest's cassock have you got on? Does everybody at the academy dress like that? With such words did old Bulba greet his 2 sons, who had been absent from their education at the Royal Seminary of Cave, and had now returned home to their father. His sons had but just dismounted from their horses. They were a couple of stout lads who still looked bashful, as became recently released from the seminary. Their firm, healthy faces were covered with the first down of manhood, down which had as yet never known a razor. They were greatly discomfited by such a reception from their father, and stood motionless with eyes fixed upon the ground. Stand still, let me have a good look at you, he continued, turning them around. How long your gabardines are! What gabardines? There never were such gabardines in the world before. Just run, one of you. I want to see whether you will not get entangled in the skirts and fall down. Don't laugh, father, said the eldest lad at length. How touchy we are. Why shouldn't I laugh? Because, although you are my father, if you laugh, by heavens, I will strike you. What kind of son are you? What, strike your father? Exclaimed Taras Bulba, retreating several paces in amazement. Yes, even my father. I don't stop to consider persons when an insult is in question. So you want to fight me with your fists, eh? Anyway, well, let it be fisticuffs, said Taras Bulba, turning up his sleeves. I'll see what sort of a man you are with your fists. And father and son, in lieu of a pleasant greeting after long separation, began to deal each other heavy blows on ribs, back, and chest, now retreating and looking at each other, now attacking afresh. Look, good people, the old man has gone mad. He has lost his senses completely, screamed their pale, ugly, kindly mother, who was standing on the threshold, and had not yet succeeded in embracing her darling children. The children have come home. We have not seen them for over a year, and now he has taken to some strange freak. He's pummeling them. Yes, he fights well, said Bulba, pausing. Well, by heavens, he continued, rather as if excusing himself, although he had never tried his hand at it before, he will make a good Cossack. Now, welcome, son, embrace me, and father and son began to kiss each other. Good lad, see that you hit everyone as you pummeled me. Don't let anyone escape. Nevertheless, your clothes are ridiculous all the same. What rope is this hanging there? And you lout, why are you standing there with your hands hanging beside you? He added, turning to the youngest. Why don't you fight me, you son of a dog? What an idea, said the mother, who had managed in the meantime to embrace her youngest. Who ever heard of children fighting their own father? That's enough for the present. The child is young. He has had a long journey. He is tired. The child was over 20 and about 6 feet high. He ought to rest and eat something, and you set him to fighting." "You are a gabbler," said Bulba. "Don't listen to your mother, my lad. She is a woman and knows nothing. What sort of petting do you need? A clear field and a good horse. That's the kind of petting for you. And do you see this sword? That's your mother. All the rest of you people stuff your head with is rubbish. The academy, books, primers, philosophy, and all that. I spit upon it all." Here Bulba added a word which is not used in print. "But I'll tell you what is best. I'll take you to the Zaporozhye this very week. That's where there's science for you. There's your school. There alone will you gain sense." "And are they only to remain home a week?" said the worn old mother sadly and with tears in her eyes. "The poor boys will have no chance of looking round, no chance of getting acquainted with the home where they were born. There will be no chance for me to get a look at them." "Enough, you howl, quite enough, old woman. A Cossack is not born to run around after women. You would like to hide them both under your petticoat and sit upon them as a hen sits on eggs. Go, go, and let us have everything there is on the table in a trice. We don't want any dumplings, honey cakes, poppy cakes, or any other such messes. Give us a whole sheep, a goat, mead 40 years old, and as much corn brandy as possible. Not with raisins and all sorts of stuff, but plain scorching corn brandy, which foams and hisses like mad." Bulba led his sons into the principal room of the hut, and 2 pretty servant girls, wearing coin necklaces, who were arranging the apartment, ran out quickly. They were either frightened at the arrival of the young men, who did not care to be familiar with anyone, or else they were merely wanted to keep up their feminine custom of screaming and rushing away headlong at the sight of a man, and then screening their blushes for some time with their sleeves. The hut was furnished according to the fashion of that period, a fashion concerning which hints linger only in the songs and lyrics, no longer sung, alas, in the Ukraine as of yore by blind old men, to the soft tinkling of the native guitar, to the people thronging round them, according to the taste of that warlike and troublesome time, of leagues and battles prevailing in the Ukraine after the Union. Everything was cleanly smeared with coloured clay. On the walls hung sabres, hunting whips, nets for birds, fishing nets, guns, elaborately carved powder horns, gilded bits for horses, and tether ropes with silver plates. The small window had round, dull panes, through which it was impossible to see except by opening the one movable one. Around the windows and doors red bands were painted. On shelves in one corner stood jugs, bottles, and flasks of green and blue grass, carved silver cups, and gilded drinking vessels of various makes, Venetian, Turkish, Cheshire-Kezian, which had reached Bulba's cabin by various roads, at third and fourth hand, a thing common enough in those bold days. There were birchwood benches all around the room, a huge table under the holy pictures in one corner, and a huge stove covered with party-coloured patterns in relief, with spaces between it and the wall. All this was quite familiar to the 2 young men, who were wont to come home every year during the dog days, since they had no horses. It was not customary to allow students to ride afield on horseback. The only distinctive thing permitted them were long locks of hair on the temples, which every Cossack who bore weapons was entitled to pull. It was only at the end of their course of study that Bulba had sent them a couple of young stallions from his stud. Bulba, on the occasion of his son's arrival, ordered all the sotniks or captains of hundreds and all the officers of the band who were of any consequence to be summoned. And when 2 of them arrived with his old comrade, the Osol, or sub-chief, Dmitri Tovchak, he immediately presented the lads, saying, "See what fine young fellows they are. I shall send them to the Sich shortly." The guests congratulated Bulba and the young men, telling them that they would do well, and that there were no better knowledge for a young man than the knowledge of that same Zaporozhian Sich. "Come, brothers, seat yourself, each where he likes best. At the table, come, my sons. First of all, let's take some corn brandy," said Bulba. "God bless you. Welcome, lads, you, Ostap and Andrei. God grant that you may always be successful in war, that you may beat the Mussulmen and the Turks and the Tartars, and that when the Poles undertake any expedition against our faith, you may beat the Poles. Come, clink your glasses. How now? Is the brandy good? What's corn brandy in Latin?" The Latins were stupid. They did not know there was such a thing in the world as corn brandy. What was the name of the man who wrote Latin verses? I don't know much about reading and writing, so I don't quite know. Wasn't it Horace? What a dad, thought the elder son Ostap. The old dog knows everything, but he always pretends the contrary. I don't believe the archimandrite allowed you so much as a smell of corn brandy, continued Taras. Confess, my boys, they thrashed you well with fresh birch twigs on your backs and all over your Cossack bodies, and perhaps, when you grew too sharp, they beat you with whips. And not on Saturday only, I fancy, but on Wednesday and Thursday. What is past, father, need not be recalled. It is done with. Let them try it now, said Andrei. Let anybody just touch me. Let any Tartar risk it now, and he'll soon learn what a Cossack's sword is like. Good, my son. By heavens, good. And when it comes to that, I'll go with you. By heavens, I'll go too. What shall I wait here for? To become a buckwheat reaper and a housekeeper? To look after the sheep and swine, and loaf around with my wife? Away with such nonsense. I am a Cossack. I'll have none of it. What's left but war? I'll go with you to Zaporozhye to carouse. I'll go, by heavens. And old Bulba, growing warm by degrees and finally quite angry, rose from the table and, assuming a dignified attitude, stamped his foot. We will go tomorrow. Wherefore delay? What enemy can we besiege here? What is this hut to us? What do we want with all these things? What are pots and pans to us? So saying, he began to knock over the pots and flasks and to throw them about. The poor old woman, well used to such freaks on the part of her husband, looked sadly on from her seat on the wall bench. She did not dare say a word, but when she heard the decision which was so terrible for her, she could not refrain from tears. From whom so speedy a separation was threatened. It is impossible to describe the full force of her speechless grief, which seemed to quiver in her eyes and on her lips convulsively pressed together. Bulba was terribly headstrong. He was one of those characters which could only exist in that fierce 15th century and in that half-nomadic corner of Europe, where the whole of southern Russia, deserted by its princes, was laid waste and burned to the quick by pitiless troops of Mongolian robbers, where men deprived of house and home grew brave there. When, amid conflagrations, threatening neighbours and eternal terrors, they settled down and, growing accustomed to looking these things straight in the face, trained themselves not to know that there was such a thing as fear in the world. When the old, peaceable Slav spirit was fired with warlike flame, and the Cossack state was instituted, a free, wild outbreak of Russian nature, And when all the river banks, fjords, and like suitable places were peopled by Cossacks, whose numbers no man knew, their bold comrades had a right to reply to the Sultan when he asked how many there were. Who knows? We are scattered all over the steppes. Wherever there is a hillock, there is a Cossack. It was, in fact, a most remarkable exhibition of Russian strength, forced by dire necessity from the bosom of the people. In place of the original provinces with their petty towns, in place of the warring and bartering petty princes ruling in their cities, there arose great colonies, kerns, and districts, bound together by one common danger and hatred against the heathen robbers. The story is well known how their incessant warfare and restless existence saved Europe from the merciless hordes which threatened to overwhelm her. The Polish kings, who now found themselves sovereigns, in place of the provincial princes, over these extensive tracts of territory, fully understood, despite the weakness and the remoteness of their own rule, the value of the Cossacks and the advantages of the warlike, untrammelled life led by them. They encouraged them and flattered this disposition of mind. Under their distant rule, the hetmans or chiefs, chosen from among the Cossacks themselves, redistributed the territory into military districts. It was not a standing army, no one saw it, but in case of war and general uprising, it required a week, and no more, for every man to appear on horseback, fully armed, receiving only one ducat from the king, and in 2 weeks such a force had assembled as no recruiting officers would ever have been able to collect. When the expedition was ended, the army dispersed among the fields and meadows and the fjords of the Dnieper. Each man fished, wrought at his trade, brewed his beer, and was once more a free Cossack. Their foreign contemporaries rightly marvelled at the wonderful qualities. There was no handicraft which the Cossack was not expert at. He could distill brandy, build a wagon, make powder, and to do blacksmith and gunsmith's works, in addition to committing wild excesses, drinking and carousing as only a Russian can. All this he was equal to. Besides the registered Cossacks, who considered themselves bound to appear in arms in time of war, it was possible to collect at any time, in case of dire need, a whole army of volunteers. All that was required was for the ossel, or sub-chief, to traverse the market-places and squares of the villages and hamlets, and shout at the top of his voice, as he stood in his wagon, "Hey, you distillers and beer brewers, you have brewed enough beer, and lolled on your stoves, and stuffed your fat carcasses with flour, long enough. Rise, win glory and warlike honours. You ploughmen, you reapers of buckwheat, you tenders of sheep, you danglers after women, enough of the following of the plough and soiling your yellow shoes in the earth, and courting women and wasting your warlike strength. The hour has come to win glory for the Cossacks." These words were like sparks falling on dry wood. The husbandman broke his plough. The brewers and distillers threw away their casks and destroyed their barrels. The mechanics and merchants sent their trade and their shop to the devil, broke pots and everything else in their homes, and mounted their horses. In short, the Russian character here received a profound development and manifested a powerful outward expression. Taras was one of the band of old-fashioned leaders. He was born for warlike emotions, and was distinguished for his uprightness of character. At that epoch the influence of Poland had already begun to make itself felt upon the Russian nobility. Many had adopted Polish customs, and began to display luxury and splendid staffs of servants, hawks, huntsmen, dinners, and palaces. This was not to Taras's taste. He liked the simple life of the Cossack, and quarrelled with those of his comrades who were inclined to the Warsaw party, calling them serfs of the Polish nobles. Ever on the alert, he regarded himself as the legal protector of the Orthodox faith. He entered despotically into any village where there was a general complaint of oppression by the revenue farmers and of the addition of fresh taxes on necessaries. He and his Cossacks executed justice and made it a rule that in 3 cases it was absolutely necessary to resort to the sword, namely, when the commissioners did not respect the superior officers and stood before them covered, when anyone made light of the faith and did not observe the customs of the ancestors, and finally, when the enemy was Mussulman or Turks, against whom he considered it permissible, in every case, to draw the sword for the glory of Christianity. Now he rejoiced beforehand at the thought of how he would present himself with his 2 sons at the Siege, and say, "See what fine young fellows I have brought you," how he would introduce them to all his old comrades, steeled in warfare, how he would observe their first exploits in the sciences of war and of drinking, which was also regarded as one of the principal warlike qualities. At first he had intended to send them forth alone, but at the sight of their freshness, stature, and manly personal beauty, his martial spirit flamed up, and he resolved to go with them himself the very next day, although there was no necessity for this except his obstinate self-will. He began at once to hurry about and give orders, select horses and trappings for his sons, looked through the stables and storehouses, and chose servants to accompany them on the morrow. He delegated his power to Osol Tovkach, and gave with it a strict command to appear with his whole force at the siege the very next instant he would receive a message from him. Although he was jolly and the effects of his drinking bout still lingered in his brain, he forgot nothing. He even gave orders that the horses should be watered, their cribs filled, and that they should be fed with the finest corn, and then he retired, fatigued with all his labours. "Now, children, we must sleep, but tomorrow we shall do what God wills. Don't prepare us a bed. We need no bed. We will sleep in the courtyard." Night had but just stole over the heavens, but Bulba always went to bed early. He lay down on a rug and covered himself with a sheepskin pelisse, for the night air was quite sharp, and he liked to lie warm when he was at home. He was soon snoring, and the whole household speedily followed his example. All snored and groaned as they lay in different corners. The watchman went to sleep the first of all. He had drunk so much in the honour of the young master's homecoming. The mother alone did not sleep. She bent over the pillow of her beloved sons as they lay side by side. She smoothed with a comb their carelessly tangled locks, and moistened them with her tears. She gazed at them with her whole soul. With every sense she was wholly merged in the gaze, and yet she could not gaze enough. She had fed them at her own breast, she had tended them and brought them up, and now to see them only for an instant. "My sons, my darling sons, what will become of you? What fate awaits you?" she said, and tears stood in the wrinkles which disfigured her once beautiful face. In truth, she was to be pitied, as was every woman of that period. She had lived only for a moment of love, only during the first ardour of passion, only during the first flush of youth, and then her grim betrayer had deserted her for the sword, for his comrades and his carouses. She saw her husband 2 or 3 days in a year, and then, for several years, heard nothing of him. And when she did see him, when they did live together, what a life was hers! She endured insult, even blows. She felt caresses bestowed only in pity. She was a misplaced object in that community of unmarried warriors, upon which wandering Zaporozhye cast a colouring of its own. Her pleasureless youth flitted by, her ripe cheeks and bosom withered away, unkissed, and became covered with premature wrinkles. Love, feeling, everything that is tender and passionate in a woman, was converted in her into maternal love. She hovered around her children with anxiety, passion, tears, like the gull of the steppes. They were taking her sons, her darling sons, from her, taking them from her, so that she should never see them again. Who knew? Perhaps a Tartar would cut off their heads in the very first skirmish, and she would never know where their deserted bodies might lie, torn by birds of prey, and yet for each single drop of their blood she would have given all hers. Sobbing, she gazed into their eyes, and thought, perhaps Bulba, when he wakes, will put off their departure for a day or two. Perhaps it occurred to him to go so soon because he had been drinking. The moon from the summit of the heavens had long since lit up the whole courtyard filled with sleepers, the thick clump of willows, the tall steep grass, which hid the palisades surrounding the court. She still sat at her son's pillows, never removing her eyes from them for a moment, nor thinking of sleep. Already the horses, divining the approach of dawn, had ceased eating and lain down upon the grass. The topmost leaves of the willows began to rustle softly, and little by little the rippling rustle descended to their bases. She sat there until daylight, unwearied, and wishing in her heart that the night might prolong itself indefinitely. From the steppes came the ringing neigh of the horses, and red streaks shone brightly in the sky. Bulba suddenly awoke and sprang to his feet. He remembered quite well what he had ordered the night before. "Now, my men, you've slept enough. 'Tis time, 'tis time. What are the horses? And where is the old woman?" He generally called her so. "Be quick, old woman. Get us something to eat. The way is long." The poor old woman, deprived of her last hope, slipped sadly into the hut, whilst she, with tears, prepared what was needed for breakfast. Bulba gave his orders, went to the stable, and selected his best trappings for his children with his own hand. The scholars were suddenly transformed. Red morocco boots with silver heels took the place of their dirty old ones. Trousers wide as the Black Sea, with countless folds and plaits, were kept up by golden girdles, from which hung long silver thongs with tassels and other tinkling things for pipes. Their jackets of scarlet cloth were girthed by flower sashes, into which were thrust engraved Turkish pistols. Their swords clanged at their heels. Their faces, already a little sunburnt, seemed to have grown handsomer and whiter. Their slight black moustaches now cast a more distinct shadow on this pallor, and set off their healthy youthful complexions. They looked very handsome in their black sheepskin caps, with cloth of gold crowns. When their poor mother saw them, she could not utter a word, and tears stood in her eyes. "Now, my lads, all is ready, no delay," said Bulba at last. "But we must first of all sit down together, in accordance with Christian custom before a journey." All sat down, not excepting the servants, who had been standing respectfully at the door. "Now, mother, bless your children," said Bulba. "Pray God that they might fight bravely, always defend their warlike honour, always defend the faith of Christ, and, if not, that they may die, so that their breath may not be longer in the world." Come to your mother, children. A mother's prayer protects on land and sea. The mother, weak as mothers are, embraced them, drew out 2 small holy pictures, and hung them, sobbing, around their necks. May God's mother keep you, children. Do not forget your mother. Send some little word of yourselves. She could say no more. Now, children, let us go, said Bulba. At the door stood the horses, ready saddled. Bulba sprang upon his devil, which bounded wildly, on feeling on his back a load of over 30 stone, for Taras was extremely stout and heavy. When the mother saw that her sons were also mounted, she rushed towards the younger, whose features expressed somewhat more gentleness than those of his brother. She grasped his stirrup, clung to his saddle, and with despair in her eyes refused to lose hold. 2 stout Cossacks seized her carefully and bore her back into the hut. But before the cavalcade had passed out of the courtyard, she rushed with the speed of a wild goat, disproportionate to her years. To the gate stopped a horse with irresistible strength, and embraced one of her sons with mad, unconscious violence. Then they led her away again. The young Cossacks rode on sadly, repressing their tears out of fear of their father, who, on his side, was somewhat moved, although he strove not to show it. The morning was grey, the green sward bright. The birds twittered rather discordantly. They glanced back as they rode. Their paternal farm seemed to have sunk into the earth. All that was visible above the surface were the 2 chimneys of their modest hut, and the tops of the trees up whose trunks they had been used to climb like squirrels. Before them still stretched the field by which they could recall the whole story of their lives, from the years when they rolled in its dewy grass down to the years when they awaited in it the dark-browed Cossack maiden, running timidly across it on quick young feet. There is the pole above the well, with the wagon wheel fastened to its top, rising solitary against the sky. Already the level which they have traversed appears a hill in the distance, and now all has disappeared. Farewell, childhood games, all farewell. End of section 2.
Section 2 of Taras Bulba and Other Tales by Nikolai Vasilievich GOGOL. Translated by John Cornus. Taras Bulba, Chapter 2. All 3 horsemen rode in silence. Old Taras's thoughts were far away. Before him passed his youth, his years, the swift-flying years, over which the Cossack always weeps, wishing that his life might be all youth. He wondered whom of his former comrades he should meet at the Setch. He reckoned up how many had already died, how many were still alive. Tears formed slowly in his eyes, and his grey head bent sadly. His sons were occupied with other thoughts. But we must speak further of his sons. They had been sent when 12 years old to the academy at Kiev, because all leaders of that day considered it indispensable to give their children an education, although it was afterwards utterly forgotten. Like all who entered the academy, they were wild, having been brought up in unrestrained freedom, and whilst there they had acquired some polish, and pursued some common branches of knowledge, which gave them a certain resemblance to each other. The elder Ostap began his scholastic career by running away in the course of the first year. They brought him back, whipped him well, and set him down to his books. 4 times did he bury his primer in the earth, and 4 times, after giving him a sound thrashing, did they buy him a new one. But he would no doubt have repeated this feat for the 5th time, had not his father given him a solemn assurance that he would keep him at monastic work for 20 years, and sworn in advance that he should never behold Zaporozhe all his life long, unless he learned all the sciences taught in the academy. It was odd that the man who said this was that very Taras Bulba, who condemned all learning, and counselled his children, as we have seen, not to trouble themselves at all about it. From that moment Ostap began to pore over his tiresome books with exemplary diligence, and quickly stood on a level with the best. The style of education in that age differed widely from the manner of life. The scholastic, grammatical, rhetorical, and logical subtleties in vogue were decidedly out of consonance with the times, never having any connection with, and never being encountered in, actual life. Those who studied them, even the least scholastic, could not apply their knowledge to anything whatever. The learned men of those days were even more incapable than the rest, because farther removed from all experience. Moreover, the republican constitution of the academy, the fearful multitude of young, healthy, strong fellows, inspired the students with an activity quite outside the limits of their learning. Poor fare, or frequent punishments of fasting, with the numerous requirements arising in fresh, strong, healthy youth, combined to arouse in them that spirit of enterprise which was afterwards further developed among the Zaporozhians. The hungry student running about the streets of Kiev forced every one to be on his guard. Dealers sitting in the bazaar covered their pies, their cakes, and their pumpkin rolls with their hands, like eagles protecting their young, if they but caught sight of a passing student. The consul or monitor, who was bound by his duty to look after the comrades entrusted to his care, had such frightfully wide pockets to his trousers that he could stow away the whole contents of the gaping dealer's stall in them. These students constituted an entirely separate world, for they were not admitted to the higher circles, composed of Polish and Russian nobles. Even the Voivode, Adam Kisel, in spite of the patronage he bestowed upon the academy, did not seek to introduce them into society, and ordered them to be kept more strictly in supervision. This command was quite superfluous, for neither the rector nor the monkish professors spared rod or whip, and the lictors sometimes by their orders lashed their consul so severely that the latter rubbed their trousers for weeks afterwards. This was to many of them a trifle, only a little more stinging than good vodka with pepper. Others at length grew tired of such constant blisters and ran away to Zaporozhe, if they could find the road and were not caught on the way. Ostap Bulba, although he began to study logic and even theology with much zeal, did not escape the merciless rod. Naturally, all this tended to harden his character and give him that firmness which distinguishes the Cossacks. He always held himself aloof from his comrades. He rarely led others into such hazardous enterprises as robbing a strange garden or orchard, but, on the other hand, he was always among the first to join the standard of an adventurous student. And never under any circumstances did he betray his comrades. Neither imprisonment nor beatings could make him do so. He was unassailable by any temptations save those of war and revelry. At least, he scarcely ever dreamt of others. He was upright with his equals. He was kind-hearted, after the only fashion that kind-heartedness could exist in such a character and at such a time. He was touched to his very heart by his poor mother's tears, but this only vexed him and caused him to hang his head in thought. His younger brother, Andrei, had livelier and more fully developed feelings. He learned more willingly, and without the effort with which strong and weighty characters generally have to make in order to apply themselves to study. He was more inventive-minded than his brother, and frequently appeared as the leader of dangerous expeditions, sometimes, thanks to the quickness of his mind, contriving to escape punishment, when his brother Ostap, abandoning all efforts, stripped off his gaberdine and lay down upon the floor without a thought of begging for mercy. He, too, thirsted for action, but at the same time his soul was accessible to other sentiments. The need of love burned ardently within him. When he had passed his 18th year, woman began to present herself more frequently in his dreams. Listening to philosophical discussions, he still beheld her fresh, black-eyed, tender. Before him constantly flitted her elastic bosom, her soft bare arms, her very gown, which clung about her youthful yet well-rounded limbs, breathed into his visions a certain inexpressible sensuousness. He carefully concealed this impulse of his passionate young soul from his comrades, because in that age it was held shameful and dishonourable for a Cossack to think of love and a wife before he had tasted battle. On the whole, during the last year he had acted more rarely as leader to the bands of students, but had roamed more frequently alone in remote corners of Kiev, among low-roofed houses, buried in cherry orchards, peeping alluringly at the street. Sometimes he betook himself to the more aristocratic streets in the old Kiev of today, where dwelt little Russian and Polish nobles, and where houses were built in more fanciful style. Once, as he was gaping along, an old-fashioned carriage belonging to some Polish noble almost drove over him, and the heavily moustached coachman who sat on the box gave him a smart cut with his whip. The young student fired up with thoughtless daring. He seized the hind wheel with his powerful hands and stopped the carriage. But the coachman, fearing a drubbing, lashed his horses. They sprang forward, and Andrii, succeeding happily in freeing his hands, was flung full length on the ground, with his face flat in the mud. The most ringing and harmonious of laughs resounded above him. He raised his eyes and saw standing at a window a beauty such as he had never beheld in all his life, black-eyed and with skin white as snow, illumined by the dawning flush of the sun. She was laughing heartily, and her laugh enhanced her dazzling loveliness. Taken aback, he gazed at her in confusion, abstractly wiping the mud from his face, by which means it became still further smeared. Who could this beauty be? He sought to find out from the servants, who in rich liveries stood at the gate in a crowd surrounding a young guitar-player, but they only laughed when they saw his besmeared face, and deigned him no reply. At length he learned that she was the daughter of Waiwode of Koven, who had come thither for a time. The following night, with the daring characteristic of the student, he crept through the palings into the garden, and climbed a tree which spread its branches upon the very roof of the house. From the tree he gained the roof, and made his way down the chimney straight into the bedroom of the beauty, who at that moment was seated before a lamp, engaged in removing the costly earrings from her ears. The beautiful Pole was so alarmed on suddenly beholding an unknown man that she could not utter a single word. But when she perceived that the student stood before her with downcast eyes, not daring to move a hand through timidity, when she recognized in him the one who had fallen in the street, laughter again overpowered her. Moreover, there was nothing terrible about Andrei's features. He was very handsome. She laughed heartily and amused herself over him for a long time. The lady was giddy, like all Poles, but her eyes, her wondrous clear, piercing eyes, shot one glance, a long glance. The student could not move hand or foot, but stood bound as in a sack when the Waiwode's daughter approached him boldly, placed upon his head her glittering diadem, hung her earrings on his lips, and flung over him a transparent muslin chemisette with gold-embroidered garlands. She adorned him, and played 1,000 foolish pranks with the childish carelessness which distinguishes the giddy Poles, and which threw the poor student into still greater confusion. He cut a ridiculous feature, gazing immovably and with open mouth into her dazzling eyes. A knock at the door startled her. She ordered him to hide himself under the bed, and as soon as the disturber was gone, called her maid, the Tatar prisoner, and gave her orders to conduct him to the garden with caution, and thence show him through the fence. But our student this time did not pass the fence so successfully. The watchman awoke, and caught him firmly by the foot, and the servants assembling beat him in the street, until his swift legs rescued him. After that it became very dangerous to pass the house, for the Waiwode's domestics were numerous. He met her once again at church. She saw him and smiled pleasantly, as at an old acquaintance. He saw her once more by chance, but shortly afterwards the Waiwode departed, and instead of the beautiful black-eyed Pole, some fat face or other gazed from the window. This was what Andrii was thinking about, as he hung his head and kept his eyes on his horse's mane. In the meantime the steppe had long since received them all into its green embrace. The high grass closing round concealed them, till only their black Cossack caps appeared above it. "Eh, why are you so quiet, lads?" said Bulba at length, waking from his own reverie. "You're like monks, now all thinking of the evil one, once for all. Take your pipes in your teeth and let us smoke, and spur on our horses so swiftly that no bird can overtake us." And the Cossacks, bending low on their horses' necks, disappeared in the grass. Their black caps were no longer to be seen. A streak of trodden grass alone showed the trace of their swift flight. The sun had long since looked forth from the clear heavens and inundated the steppe with his quickening, warming light. All that was dim and drowsy in the Cossacks' minds flew away in a twinkling. Their hearts fluttered like birds. The farther they penetrated the steppe, the more beautiful it became. Then all the south, all that region which now constitutes New Russia, even as far as the Black Sea, was a green, virgin wilderness. No plough had ever passed over the immeasurable waves of wild growth. Horses alone, hidden in it as in a forest, trod it down. Nothing in nature could be finer. The whole surface resembled a golden green ocean upon which were sprinkled millions of different flowers. Through the tall, slender stems of the grass peeped light blue, dark blue, and lilac star thistles. The yellow broom thrust up its pyramidal head. A parasol-shaped white flower of the false flax shimmered on high. A wheat ear, brought God knows whence, was filling out to ripening. Amongst the roots of this luxuriant vegetation ran partridges with outstretched necks. The air was filled with the notes of 1,000 different birds. On high hovered the hawks, their wings outspread and their eyes fixed intently on the grass. The cries of a flock of wild ducks, ascending from one side, were echoed from God knows what distant lake. From the grass arose, with measured sweep, a gull, and skimmed wantonly through blue waves of air. And now she has vanished on high, and appears only as a black dot. Now she has turned her wings and shines in the sunlight. O steppes, how beautiful you are! Our travellers halted only a few minutes for dinner. Their escort of 10 Cossacks sprang from their horses and undid the wooden casks of brandy and the gourds which were used instead of drinking vessels. They ate only cakes of bread and dripping. They drank but 1 cup apiece to strengthen them, for Taras Bulba never permitted intoxication upon the road, and then continued their journey until evening. In the evening the whole steppe changed its aspect. All its varied expanse was bathed in the last bright glow of the sun, and as it grew dark gradually it could be seen how the shadow flitted across it, and it became dark green. The mist rose more densely. Each flower, each blade of grass emitted a fragrance as of ambergris, and the whole steppe distilled perfume. Broad bands of rosy gold were streaked across the dark blue heaven, as with a gigantic brush. Here and there gleamed in white tufts light and transparent clouds, and the freshest, most enchanting of gentle breezes barely stirred the tops of the grass blades like sea waves, and caressed the cheek. The music which had resounded through the day had died away and given place to another. The striped marmots crept out of their holes, stood erect on their hind legs, and filled the steppe with their whistle. The whir of the grasshoppers had become more distinctly audible. Sometimes the cry of the swan was heard from some distant lake, ringing through the air like a silver trumpet. The travellers, halting in the midst of the plain, selected a spot for their night encampment, made a fire, and hung over it the kettle in which they cooked their oatmeal, the steam rising and floating aslant in the air. Having supped, the Cossacks lay down to sleep, after hobbling their horses and turning them out to graze. They lay down in their gabardines. The stars of night gazed directly down upon them. They could hear the countless myriads of insects which filled the grass. Their rasping, whistling, and chirping, softened by the fresh air, resounded clearly through the night and lulled the drowsy ear. If one of them rose and stood for a time, the steppe presented itself to him strewn with the sparks of glowworms. At times the night sky was illumined in spots by the glare of burning reeds along pools or river bank, and dark flights of swans flying to the north were suddenly lit up by the silvery rose-coloured gleam. till it seemed as though red kerchiefs were floating in the dark heavens. The travellers proceeded onward without any adventure. They came across no villages. It was ever the same boundless, waving, beautiful steppe. Only at intervals the summits of distant forests shone blue on one hand, stretching along the banks of the Dnieper. Once only did Taras point out to his sons a small black speck far away amongst the grass, saying, "Look, children, yonder gallops a Tatar." The little head, with its long moustaches, fixed its narrow eyes upon them from afar, its nostrils snuffing the air like a greyhound's, and then disappeared like an antelope on its owner, perceiving that the Cossacks were 13 strong. "And now, children, don't try to overtake the Tatar. You would never catch him in all eternity. He has a horse swifter than my devil." But Bulba took precautions, fearing hidden ambushes. They galloped along the course of a small stream called the Tatarka, which falls into the Dnieper, rode into the water, and swam with their horses some distance in order to conceal their trail. Then, scrambling out on the bank, they continued their road. 3 days later they were not far from the goal of their journey. The air suddenly grew colder. They could feel the vicinity of the Dnieper, and there it gleamed afar, distinguishable on the horizon as a dark band. It sent forth cold waves, spreading nearer, nearer, and finally seeming to embrace half the entire surface of the earth. This was that section of its course where the river, hitherto confined by the rapids, finally makes its own way, and, roaring like the sea, rushes on at will, where the islands flung into its midst have pressed it farther from their shores, and its waves have spread widely over the earth, encountering neither cliffs nor hills. The Cossacks, alighting from their horses, entered the ferry boat, and after a 3 hours' sail reached the shores of the island of Khortyts, where at that time stood the Setch, which so often changed its situation. A throng of people hastened to the shore with boats. The Cossacks arranged the horses' trappings. Taras assumed a stately air, pulled his belt tighter, and proudly stroked his moustache. His sons also inspected themselves from head to foot with some apprehension and an undefined feeling of satisfaction. All set out together for the suburb, which was half a verst from the Setch. On their arrival they were deafened by the clang of 50 blacksmiths' hammers beating upon 25 anvils sunk in the earth. Stout tanners seated beneath awnings were scraping ox hides with their strong hands. Shopkeepers sat in their booths with piles of flints, steels, and powder before them. Armenians spread out their rich kerchiefs. Tatars turned their kabobs upon spits. A Jew, with his head thrust forward, was filtering some corn brandy from a cask. The first man they encountered was a Zaporozhetz, who was sleeping in the very middle of the road with legs and arms outstretched. Taras Bulba could not refrain from halting to admire him. "How splendidly developed he is! Phew! What a magnificent figure!" he said, stopping his horse. It was, in fact, a striking picture. This Zaporozhetz had stretched himself out in the road like a lion, his scalp lock thrown proudly behind him, extended over upwards of a foot of ground. His trousers of rich red cloth were spotted with tar to show his utter disdain for them. Having admired to his heart's content, Bulba passed on through the narrow street, crowded with mechanics exercising their trades, and with people of all nationalities, who thronged this suburb of Setch, resembling a fair and fed and clothed the Setch itself, which knew only how to revel and burn powder. At length they left the suburb behind them, and perceived some scattered kurens covered with turf, or in Tatar fashion, with felt. Some were furnished with cannon. Nowhere were any fences visible, or any of those low-roofed houses with verandahs supported upon low wooden pillars, such as were seen in the suburb. A low wall and a ditch, totally unguarded, betokened a terrible degree of recklessness. Some sturdy Zaporozhtzi, lying pipe in mouth in the very road, glanced indifferently at them, but never moved from their places. Taras threaded his way carefully among them with his sons, saying, "Good day, gentles." "Good day to you," answered the Zaporozhtzi. Scattered over the plain were picturesque groups. From their weather-beaten faces it was clear that all were steeled in battle, and faced every sort of bad weather. And there it was, the Setch. There was the lair from whence all those men proud and strong as lions, issued forth. There was the spot whence poured forth liberty and Cossacks all over the Ukraine. The travellers entered the great square where the council generally met. On a huge overturned cask sat a Zaporozhetz without his shirt. He was holding it in his hands and slowly sewing up the holes in it. Again their way was stopped by a whole crowd of citizens, amidst of whom a young Zaporozhetz, dancing with head thrown back and arms outstretched. He kept shouting, "Play faster, musicians! Begrudge not, Toma, brandy to these Orthodox Christians!" And Toma, with his blackened eye, went on measuring out without stint to every one who presented himself a huge jugful. About the youthful Zaporozhetz, 4 old men, moving their feet quite briskly, leaped like a whirlwind to one side, almost upon the musicians' heads, and suddenly retreating, squatted down and drummed the hard earth vigorously with their silver heels. The earth hummed dully all about, and afar the air resounded with national dance tunes beaten by the clanging heels of their boots. But one shouted more loudly than all the rest, and flew after the others in the dance. His scalp lock streamed in the wind, his muscular chest was bare, his warm winter fur jacket was hanging by the sleeves, and the perspiration poured from him as from a pig. "Take off your jacket," said Taras at length. "See how he steams!" "I can't!" shouted the Cossack. "Why? I can't! I have such disposition that whatever I take off, I drink up." And indeed the young fellow had not had a cap for a long time, nor a belt to his caftan, nor an embroidered neckerchief. All had gone the proper road. The throng increased, more folk joined the dancer, and it was impossible to observe, without emotion, how all yielded to the impulse of the dance, the freest, the wildest the world has ever seen, still called from its mighty originators, the Kosaczka. "Oh, if I had no horse to hold," exclaimed Taras, "I would join the dance myself." Meanwhile there began to appear among the throng men who were respected for their prowess throughout all the Setch, old greyheads who had been leaders more than once. Taras soon found a number of familiar faces. Ostap and Andrei heard nothing but greetings. "Ah, it is you, Petcheritza! Good day, Kotzolup! Whence has God brought you, Taras? How did you come here, Doloto? Health to you, Kodyaga! Health to you, Gustai! Did I ever think of seeing you, Remen?" And these heroes, gathered from all the roving population of eastern Russia, kissed each other and began to ask questions. But what had come of Katyan? Where is Borodavka and Kolopa and Pitsyoktok? And in reply, Taras Bulba learned that Borodavka had been hung at Tolopan, that Kolopa had been flayed alive at Kertzikerman, that Pitsyok's head had been salted, sent in a cask to Constantinople. Old Bulba hung his head and said thoughtfully, "They were good Cossacks." End of section 2. Section 3 of Taras Bulba and Other Tales by Nikolai Vasilievich GOGOL, translated by John Cornes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Taras Bulba, Chapter 3. Taras Bulba and his sons had been in the Setch about a week. Ostap and Andrei occupied themselves but little with the science of war. The Setch was not fond of wasting time in warlike exercises. The young generation learned these by experience alone, in the very heat of battles, which were therefore incessant. The Cossacks thought it a nuisance to fill up the intervals of this instruction with any kind of drill, except perhaps shooting at a mark, and on rare occasions with horse racing and wild beast hunts on the steppes and in the forests. All the rest of the time was devoted to revelry, a sign of the wide diffusion of moral liberty. The whole of the Setch presented an unusual scene. It was one unbroken revel, a ball noisily begun, which had no end. Some busied themselves with handicrafts, others kept little shops and traded, but the majority caroused from morning till night, if the wherewithal jingled in their pockets, and if the booty they had captured had not already passed into the hands of the shopkeepers and spirit sellers. This universal revelry had something fascinating about it. It was not an assemblage of topers who drank to drown sorrow, but simply a wild revelry of joy. Every one who came thither forgot everything, abandoned everything which had hitherto interested him. He, so to speak, spat upon his past, and gave himself recklessly up to freedom and the good fellowship of men of the same stamp as himself, idlers having neither relatives nor home nor family, nothing, in short,
save the free sky and the eternal revel of their souls. This gave rise to that wild gaiety which could not have sprung from any other source. The tales and talk current among the assembled crowd, reposing lazily on the ground, were often so droll, and breathed such power of vivid narration, that it required all the nonchalance of a Zaporozhetz to retain his immovable expression, without even a twitch of the moustache, a feature which to this day distinguishes the southern Russian from his northern brethren. It was drunken, noisy mirth, but there was no dark alehouse where a man drowns thought in stupefying intoxication. It was a dense throng of schoolboys. The only difference as regarded the students was that instead of sitting under the pointer and listening to the worn-out doctrines of a teacher, they practised racing with 5,000 horses. Instead of the field where they had played ball, they had the boundless borderlands, where at the sight of them the Tatar showed his keen face, and the Turk frowned grimly from under his green turban. The difference was that, instead of being forced to the companionship of school, they themselves had deserted their fathers and mothers and fled from their homes. That here were those about whose neck a rope had already been wound, and who, instead of pale death, had seen life, and life in all its intensity. Those who, from generous habits, could never keep a coin in their pockets. Those who had thitherto regarded a ducat as wealth, and whose pockets, thanks to the Jew revenue farmers, could have been turned wrong side out without any danger of anything falling from them. Here were students who could not endure the academic rod, and had not carried away a single letter from the schools, but with them were also some who knew about Horace, Cicero, and the Roman Republic. There were many leaders who afterwards distinguished themselves in the king's armies, and there were numerous clever partisans who cherished a magnanimous conviction that it was of no consequence where they fought, so long as they did fight, since it was a disgrace to an honourable man to live without fighting. There were many who had come to the Setch for the sake of being able to say afterwards that they had been there, and were therefore hardened warriors. But who was not there? This strange republic was a necessary outgrowth of the epoch. Lovers of a warlike life, of golden beakers and rich brocades, of ducats and gold pieces, could always find employment there. The lovers of women alone could find naught, for no woman dared show herself even in the suburbs of the Setch. It seemed exceedingly strange to Ostap and Andrei that, although a crowd of people had come to the Setch with them, not a soul inquired, "Whence come these men? Who are they? And what are their names?" They had come thither as though returning to a home whence they had departed only an hour before. The newcomer merely presented himself to the Koschevoi, or head chief of the Setch, who generally said, "Welcome. Do you believe in Christ?" "I do," replied the newcomer. "And do you believe in the Holy Trinity?" "I do." "And do you go to church?" "I do. Now cross yourself." The newcomer crossed himself. "Very good," replied the Koschevoi. "Enter the kuren, where you have most acquaintances." This concluded the ceremony, and all the Setch prayed in one church, and were willing to defend it to their last drop of blood, although they would not hearken to aught about fasting or abstinence. Jews, Armenians, and Tatars, inspired by strong avarice, took the liberty of living and trading in the suburbs. For the Zaporozhtzi never cared for bargaining, and paid whatever money their hand chanced to grasp in their pocket. Moreover, the lot of these gain-loving traders was pitiable in the extreme. They resembled people settled at the foot of Vesuvius, for when the Zaporozhtzi lacked money, these bold adventurers broke down their booths and took everything gratis. The Setch consisted of over 60 kurens, each of which greatly resembled a separate independent republic, but still more a school or seminary of children, always ready for anything. No one had any occupation, no one retained anything for himself. Everything was in the hands of the hetman of a kuren, who on that account generally bore the title of father. In his hands were deposited the money, clothes, all the provisions, oatmeal, grain, even the firewood. They gave him money to take care of. Quarrels amongst the inhabitants of the kuren were not unfrequent, and in such cases they proceeded at once to blows. The inhabitants of the kuren swarmed into the square and smote each other with their fists until one side had finally gained the upper hand, when the revelry began. Such was the Setch, which is such an attraction for young men. Ostap and Andrei flung themselves into this sea of dissipation with all the ardour of youth, forgot in a trice their father's house, the seminary, on all which had hitherto exercised their minds, and gave themselves wholly up to their new life. Everything interested them. The jovial habits of the Setch, and its chaotic morals and laws, which even seemed to them too strict for such a free republic. If a Cossack stole the smallest trifle, it was considered a disgrace to the whole Cossack community. He was bound to the pillar of shame, and a club was laid beside him, with which each passer-by was bound to deal him a blow until in this manner he was beaten to death. He who did not pay his debts was chained to a cannon until some one of his comrades should decide to ransom him by paying his debts for him. But what made the deepest impression on Andrii was the terrible punishment decreed for murder. A hole was dug in his presence, the murderer was lowered alive into it, and over him was placed a coffin containing the body of the man he had killed, after which the earth was thrown upon both. Long afterwards the fearful ceremony of this horrible execution haunted his mind, and the man who had been buried alive appeared to him with his terrible coffin. Both the young Cossacks soon took a good standing among their fellows. They often sallied out upon the steppe with comrades from their kuren, and sometimes, too, with the whole kuren or with neighbouring kurens, to shoot the innumerable steppe birds of every sort, deer and goats. Or they went out upon the lakes, the river and its tributaries, allotted to each kuren, to throw their nets and draw out rich prey for the enjoyment of the whole kuren. Although unversed in any trade exercised by a Cossack, they were soon remarked among the other youths for their obstinate bravery and daring in everything. Skilfully and accurately they fired at the mark, and swam the Dnieper against the current, a deed for which the novice was triumphantly received into the circle of Cossacks. But old Taras was planning a different sphere of activity for them. Such an idle life was not to his mind. He wanted active employment. He reflected incessantly how to stir up the Setch to some bold enterprise, wherein a man could revel as became a warrior. At length he went one day to the Koschevoi and said plainly, "Well, Koschevoi, it is time for the Zaporozhtzi to set out." "There is nowhere for them to go," replied the Koschevoi, removing his short pipe from his mouth and spitting to one side. "What do you mean by nowhere? We can go to Turkey or Tatary." "Impossible to go either to Turkey or Tatary," replied the Koschevoi, putting his pipe coolly into his mouth again. "Why impossible?" "It is so. We have promised the Sultan peace." "But he is a Mussulman, and God and the Holy Scriptures command us to slay Mussulmans." "We have no right. If we had not sworn by our faith, it might be done. But now it is impossible." "How is it impossible? How can you say that we have no right? Here are my two sons, both young men. Neither has been to war, and you say that we have no right, and that there is no need for the Zaporozhtzi to set out an expedition?" "Well, it is not fitting." "Then it must be fitting that Cossack strength should be wasted in vain, that a man should disappear like a dog without having done a single good deed, that he should be of no use to his country or to Christianity. Why then do we live? What the deuce do we live for? Just tell me that. You are a sensible man. You were not chosen as Koschevoi without reason, so just tell me what we live for." Koschevoi made no reply to this question. He was an obstinate Cossack. He was silent for a while, and then said, "Anyway, there will not be war." "There will not be war?" Taras asked again. "No." "Then it is no use thinking about it?" "It is not to be thought of." "Wait, you devil's limb," said Taras to himself. "You shall learn to know me." And he at once resolved to have his revenge on the Koschevoi. Having made an agreement with several others, he gave them liquor, and the drunken Cossacks staggered into the square, where on a post hung the kettle drums which were generally beaten to assemble the people. Not finding the sticks, which were kept by the drummer, they seized a piece of wood and began to beat. The first to respond to the drumbeat was the drummer, a tall man with but one eye, but a frightfully sleepy one for all that. "Who dares to beat my drum?" he shouted. "Hold your tongue! Take your sticks and beat when you are ordered," replied the drunken men. The drummer at once took from his pocket the sticks which he had brought with him, well knowing the result of such proceedings. The drum rattled, and soon black swarms of Cossacks began to collect like bees in the square. All formed in a ring, and at length, after the third summons, the chiefs began to arrive. The Koschevoi with staff in hand, the symbol of his office, the judge with the army seal, the secretary with his ink bottle, and the ossol with his staff. The Koschevoi and the chiefs took off their caps and bowed on all sides to the Cossacks, who stood proudly with their arms akimbo. "What means this assemblage? What do you wish, gentles?" said the Koschevoi. Shouts and explanations interrupted his speech. "Resign yourself! Resign yourself this moment, you son of Satan! We will have you no longer!" shouted some of the Cossacks in the crowd. Some of the sober ones appeared to wish to oppose this, but both sober and drunken fell to blows. The shouting and uproar became universal. The Koschevoi attempted to speak, but knowing that the self-willed multitude, if enraged, might beat him to death, as almost always happened in such cases, he bowed very low, laid down his staff, and hid himself in the crowd. "Do you command us, gentles, to resign our insignia of office?" said the judge, the secretary, and the osaul, as they prepared to give up the inkhorn, army seal, and staff upon the spot. "No, you are to remain," was shouted from the crowd. "We only wanted to drive out the Koschevoi because he is a woman, and we want a man for Koschevoi." "Whom do you now elect as Koschevoi?" asked the chiefs. "We choose Kukubenko," shouted some. "We might have Kukubenko," screamed another party. "He is too young, and the milk has not dried off his lips yet." "Let Skillo be hetman," shouted some. "Make Skillo our Koschevoi." "Away with your Skillo!" yelled the crowd. "What kind of Cossack is he who is as thievish as a Tatar? To the devil in a sack with your drunken Skillo." "Borodati! Let us make Borodati our Koschevoi." "We won't have Borodati. To the evil one's mother with Borodati." "Shout Kurdyanga!" whispered Taras Bulba to several. "Kurdyanga! Kurdyanga!" shouted the crowd. "Borodati! Borodati! Kurdyanga! Kurdyanga! Skillo! Away with Skillo! Kurdyanga!" All the candidates, on hearing their names mentioned, quitted the crowd in order not to give any one a chance of supposing that they were personally assisting in their elections. "Kurdyanga! Kurdyanga!" echoed more strongly than the rest. "Borodati!" They proceeded to decide the matter by show of hands, and Kurdyanga won. "Fetch Kurdyanga!" they shouted. Half a score of Cossacks immediately left the crowd, some of them hardly able to keep their feet, to such an extent had they drunk, and went directly to Kurdyanga to inform him of his election. Kurdyanga, a very old but wise Cossack, had been sitting for some time in his kuren, as if he knew nothing of what was going on. "What is it, gentles? Or what do you wish?" he inquired. "Come, they have chosen you for Koschevoi." "Have mercy, gentles," said Kurdyanga. "How can I be worthy of such honour? Why should I be made Koschevoi? I have not sufficient capacity to fill such a post. Could no better person be found in all the army?" "Come, I say!" shouted the Zaporozhtzi. Two of them seized him by the arms, and in spite of his planting his feet firmly, they finally dragged him to the square, accompanying his progress with shouts, blows from behind with their fists, kicks, and exhortations. "Don't hold back, you son of Satan! Accept the honour, you dog, when it is given." In this manner Kurdyanga was conducted into the ring of Cossacks. "How now, gentles?" announced those who had brought him. "Are you agreed that this Cossack shall be your Koschevoi?" "We are all agreed," shouted the throng, and the whole plain trembled for a long time afterwards from the shout. One of the chiefs took the staff and brought it to the newly elected Koschevoi. Kurdyanga, in accordance with custom, immediately refused it. The chief offered it a second time. Kurdyanga again refused it, and then at the third offer accepted the staff. A cry of approbation rang out from the crowd, and again the whole plain resounded afar with the Cossacks' shout. Then there stepped out from among the people the four oldest of them, all white-bearded, white-haired Cossacks, though they were no very old men in the Setch, for none of the Zaporozhtzi ever died in their beds. Taking each a handful of earth, which recent rain had converted into mud, they laid it on Kurdyanga's head. The wet earth trickled down from his head onto his moustache and cheeks, and smeared his whole face. But Kurdyanga stood immovable in his place, and thanked the Cossacks for the honour showed him. Thus ended that noisy election. concerning which we cannot say whether it was as pleasing to the others as it was to Bulba. By means of it he had revenged himself on the former Koschevoi. Moreover, Kirjanga was an old comrade, and had been with him on the same expeditions by sea and land, sharing the toils and hardships of war. The crowd immediately dispersed to celebrate the election, and such revelry ensued as Ostap and Andrei had not yet beheld. The taverns were attacked, and mead, corn brandy, and beer seized without payment, the owners being only too glad to escape with whole skins themselves. The whole night passed amid shouts, songs, and rejoicings, and the rising moon gazed long at troops of musicians traversing the streets with guitars, flutes, tambourines, and the church choir, who were kept in the Setch to sing in church and glorify the deeds of the Zaporozhtzi. At length, drunkenness and fatigue began to overpower even these strong heads, and here and there a Cossack could be seen to fall to the ground, embracing a comrade in fraternal fashion, whilst maudlin and even weeping, the latter rolled upon the earth with him. Here a whole group would lie down in a heap. There a man would choose the most comfortable position and stretch himself out on a log of wood. The last and strongest still uttered some incoherent speeches. Finally, even they, yielding to the power of intoxication, flung themselves down, and all the Setch slept. End of section 3.
Chapter 4 of Taras Bulba by Nikolai Vasilievich GOGOL, translated by John Corden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. But next day Taras Bulba had a conference with the new Koschevoi as to the method of exciting the Cossacks to some enterprise. The Koschevoi, a shrewd and sensible Cossack, who knew the Zaporozhtzi thoroughly, said at first, oaths cannot be violated by any means, but after a pause added, no matter, it can be done. We will not violate them, but let us devise something. Let the people assemble, not at my summons, but of their own accord. You know how to manage that, and I will hasten to the square with the chiefs, as though we know nothing about it. Not an hour had elapsed after their conversation when the drums again thundered. The drunken and senseless Cossacks assembled. A myriad Cossack caps were sprinkled over the square. A murmur arose. Why? What? Why was the assembly beaten? No one answered. At length, in one quarter and another, it began to be rumoured about. Behold, the Cossack strength is being vainly wasted. There is no war. Behold, our leaders have become as marmots, every one. Their eyes swim in fact. Plainly there is no justice in the world. The other Cossacks listened at first, and then began themselves to say, in truth there is no justice in the world. Their leaders seemed surprised at these utterances. Finally the Koschevoi stepped forward. Permit me, Cossacks, to address you. Do so. Touching the matter in question, gentles, none know better than yourselves that many Zaporozhtzi have run in debt to the Jew alehouse keepers and to their brethren, so that now they have not an atom of credit. Again, touching the matter in question, there are many young fellows who have no idea of what war is like, for you know, gentles, that without war a young man cannot exist. How make a Zaporozh out of him if he has never killed a Mussulman? He speaks well, thought Bob. Think not, however, gentles, that I speak thus in order to break the truce. God forbid, I merely mention it. Besides, it is a shame to see what sort of church we have for our God. Not only has the church remained without exterior decoration during all the years by which God's mercy the Setch has stood, but up to this day even the holy pictures have no adornments. No one has even thought of making them a silver frame. They have only received what some Cossacks have left them in their wills, and these gifts were poor, since they had drunk up nearly all they had during their lifetime. I am making you this speech, therefore, not in order to stir up a war against the Mussulmans. We have promised the Sultan peace. It would be a great sin in us to break this promise, for we swore it in our law. What is he mixing things up like that for? Said Bob to himself. So you see, gentles, that war cannot be begun. Honour does not permit it.
but according to my poor opinion we might, I think, send out a few young men in boats, and let them plunder the coasts of Anatolia a little. What do you think, gentles? Lead us all, shouted the crowd on all sides. We are ready to lay down our lives for our faith. The Koschevoi was alarmed. He by no means wished to stir up all Zaporozhe. A breach of the truce appeared to him on this occasion unsuitable. Permit me, gentles, to address you further. Enough, yelled the Cossacks. You can say nothing better. If it must be so, then let it be so. I am the slave of your will. We know, and from Scriptures too, that the voice of the people is the voice of God. It is impossible to devise anything better than the whole nation has devised. But here lies the difficulty. You know, gentles, that the Sultan will not permit that which delights our young men to go unpunished. We should be prepared at such a time, and our forces should be fresh, and then we should fear no one. But during their absence the Tatars may assemble fresh forces. The dogs do not show themselves in sight, and dare not come while the master is at home. But they can bite his heels from behind, and bite painfully too. And if I must tell you the truth, we have not boats enough, nor powder ready in sufficient quantity for all to go. But I am ready, if you please. I am the slave of your will. The cunning hetman was silent. The various groups began to discuss the matter, and the hetmans of the kurens to take counsel together. Few were drunk, fortunately, so they decided to listen to reason. A number of men set out at once for the opposite shore of the Dnieper, to the treasury of the army, where in strictest secrecy, under water and among the reeds, lay concealed the army chest and a portion of the arms captured from the enemy. Others hastened to inspect the boats and prepare them for service. In a twinkling the whole shore was thronged with men. Carpenters appeared with axes in their hands. Old, weather-beaten, broad-shouldered, strong-legged Zaporozhtzi, with black or silvered moustaches, rolled up their trousers, waded up to their knees in water, and dragged the boats onto the shore with stout ropes. Others brought seasoned timber and all sorts of wood. The boats were freshly planked, turned bottom upwards, caulked and tarred, and then bound together, side by side, after Cossack fashion, with long strands of reeds, so that the swell of the waves might not sink them. Far along the shore they built fires and heated tar in copper cauldrons to smear the boats. The old and the inexperienced instructed the young. The blows and shouts of the workers rose all over the neighbourhood. The bank shook and moved about. About this time a large ferryboat began to near the shore. The mass of people standing in it began to wave their hands from a distance. They were Cossacks in torn, ragged gabardines. Their disordered garments, for many had on nothing but their shirts, with a short pipe in their mouths, showed that they had either escaped from some disaster, or had caroused to such an extent that they had drunk up all they had in their bodies. A short, broad-shouldered Cossack of about 50 stepped out from the midst of them and stood in front. He shouted and waved his hand more vigorously than any of the others, but his words could not be heard for the cries and hammering of the workmen. "Whence come you?" asked the Koschevoi as the boat touched the shore. All the workers paused in their labours, and raising their axes and chisels, looked on expectantly. "From a misfortune!" shouted the short Cossack. "From what?" "Permit me, noble Zaporozhtzi, to address you." "Speak." "Or would you prefer to assemble a council?" "Speak, we are all here." The people all pressed together in one mass. "Have you heard nothing of what has been going on in the hetman's dominions?" "What is it?" cried one of the Kuren hetmans. "Eh, what? Evidently the Tatars have plastered up your ears, so that you might hear nothing." "Tell us, then, what has been going on there?" "That is going on the like of which no man born or christened ever yet has seen." "Tell us what it is, you son of a dog!" shouted one of the crowd, apparently losing patience. "Things have come to such a pass that our holy churches are no longer ours." "How not ours?" "They are pledged to the Jews. If the Jew is not first paid, there can be no mass." "What are you saying?" "And if the dog of a Jew does not make a sign with his unclean hand over the holy Easter bread, it cannot be consecrated." "He lies, brother gentles. It cannot be that an unclean Jew puts his mark upon the holy Easter bread." Listen, I have not yet told all. Catholic priests are going about all over the Ukraine in carts. The harm lies not in the carts, but in the fact that not horses, but Orthodox Christians are harnessed to them. Listen, I have not told all. They say that Jewesses are making themselves petticoats out of our Pope's vestments. Such are the deeds that are taking place in the Ukraine, gentles. You sit here, rebelling in Zaporozhe, and evidently the Tatars have so scared you that you have no eyes, no ears, no anything, and know nothing that is going on in the world.
Stop, stop, broke in the Koschevoi, who up to that moment had stood with his eyes fixed upon the earth, like all Zaporozhtzi, who, on important occasions, never yielded to their first impulse, but kept silence, and meanwhile concentrated inwardly all the power of their indignation. Stop, I also have a word to say. But what were you about? When your father the devil was raging thus, what were you doing yourselves? Had you no swords? How came you to permit such lawlessness?
Eh? How did we come to permit such lawlessness? You would have tried when there were 50,000 of the Lyakhs alone? Yes, and it is a shame not to be concealed, when there were also dogs among us, who have already accepted their faith.
But your hetman and your leaders, what have they done?
God preserve anyone from such deeds as our leaders performed.
How so?
Our hetman, roasted in a brazen ox, now lies in Warsaw, and the heads and hands of our leaders are being carried to all the fairs as a spectacle for the people. That is what our leaders did.
The whole throng became wildly excited. At first silence reigned along all the shore, like that which precedes a tempest, and then suddenly voices were raised, and all the shore spoke. What? The Jews hold the Christian churches in pledge. Roman Catholic priests have harnessed and beaten Orthodox Christians. What? Such torture has been permitted on Russian soil by the cursed unbelievers, and they have done such things to their leaders and their hetman. Nay, this shall not be, it shall not be. Such words came from all quarters. The Zaporozhtzi were moved and knew their power. It was not the excitement of a giddy-minded folk. All were thus agitated, were strong, firm characters, not easily aroused, but once aroused, preserving their inward heat long and obstinately. Hang all the Jews! Rang through the crowd. They shall not make petticoats for their Jewesses out of Pope's vestments. They shall not place their signs upon the holy wafers. Drown all the heathens in the Dnieper. These words uttered by someone in the throng flashed like lightning through all minds, and the crowd flung themselves upon the suburb with the intention of cutting the throats of all the Jews. The poor sons of Israel, losing all presence of mind, and not being in any case courageous, hid themselves in empty brandy casks, in ovens, and even crawled under the skirts of their Jewesses. But the Cossacks found them wherever they were. Gracious nobles! Shrieked one Jew, tall and thin as a stick, thrusting his sorry visage, distorted with terror, from among a group of his comrades. Gracious nobles! Suffer us to say a word, only one word. We will reveal to you what you never yet have heard, a thing more important than I can say, very important. Well, say it, said Bulba, who was liked to hear what an accused man had to say. Gracious nobles, explained the Jew, such nobles were never seen, by heavens, never. Such good, kind, and brave men there never were in the world before. His voice died away and quivered with fear. Was it possible that we should think any evil of the Zaporozhtzi? Those men are not of us at all, those who have taken pledges in the Ukraine. By heavens, they are not of us. They are not Jews at all. The evil one alone knows what they are. They are only fit to be spit upon and cast aside. Behold, my brethren, say the same. Is it not true, Shloma? Is it not true, Shmuel? By heavens, it is true, replied Shloma and Shmuel, from among the crowd, both pale as clay in their ragged caps. We never yet, continued the tall Jew, have had any secret intercourse with your enemies, and we will have nothing to do with Catholics.
May the evil one fly away with them. We are like own brothers to the Zaporozhtzi." "What, the Zaporozhtzi are brothers to you?" exclaimed someone in the crowd. "Don't wait! The cursed Jews! Into the Dnieper with them, gentles! Drown all the unbelievers!" These words were the signal. They seized the Jews by the arms and began to hurl them into the waves. Pitiful cries resounded on all sides, but the stern Zaporozhtzi only laughed when they saw the Jewish legs, cased in shoes and stockings, struggling in the air. The poor orator, who had called down destruction upon himself, jumped out of the caftan by which they had seized him, and in his scant party-coloured under waistcoat clasped Bulba's legs and cried in piteous tones, "Great Lord, gracious noble, I knew your brother, the late Dorosha. He was a warrior who was an ornament to all knighthood. I gave him 800 sequins when he was obliged to ransom himself from the Turks." "You knew my brother?" asked Taras. "By heavens, I knew him! He was a magnificent nobleman." "And what is your name?" "Yankel." "Good," said Taras, and after reflecting he turned to the Cossacks and spoke as follows: "There will always be plenty of time to hang the Jew, if it proves necessary, but for to-day give him to me." So saying, Taras led him to his wagon, beside which stood his Cossacks. "Crawl under the wagon, lie down and do not move. And you, brothers, do not surrender this Jew." So saying, he returned to the square, for the whole crowd had long since collected there. All had at once abandoned the shore and the preparation of the boats, for a land journey now awaited them, and not a sea voyage, and they needed horses and wagons, not ships. All, both young and old, wanted to go on the expedition, but it was decided, on the advice of the chiefs, the hetmans of the kurens and the Koschevoi, and with the approbation of the whole Zaporozhian army, to march straight to Poland, to avenge the injury and disgrace to their faith and to Cossack renown, to seize booty from the cities, to burn villages and grain, and spread their glory far over the steppe. All at once girded and armed themselves. The Koschevoi grew a whole foot taller. He was no longer the timid executor of the restless wishes of a free people, but their untrammelled master. He was a despot who knew only to command. All the independent and pleasure-loving warriors stood in an orderly line with respectfully bowed heads, not venturing to raise their eyes when the Koschevoi gave his orders. He gave these quietly, without shouting and without haste, but with pauses between, like an experienced man, deeply learned in Cossack affairs, and carrying in execution, not for the first time, a wisely matured enterprise. "Examine yourselves. Look well to yourselves. Examine all your equipments thoroughly," he said. "Put your teams and your tar boxes in order. Test the weapons. Take not many clothes with you, a shirt and a couple of pairs of trousers to each Cossack, and a pot of oatmeal and millet apiece. Let no one take any more. There will be plenty of provisions, all that is needed in the wagons. Let every Cossack have 2 horses, and 200 yoke of oxen must be taken, for we shall require them at the fords and marshy places. Keep order, gentles, above all things. I know there are some among you whom God has made so greedy that they would like to tear up silk and velvet for footcloths. Leave off such devilish habits. Reject all garments as plunder, and take only weapons, though if valuables of themselves, ducats or silver, they are useful in any case. I tell you this beforehand, gentles. If anyone gets drunk on the expedition, he will have a short shrift. I will have him dragged by the neck like a dog behind the baggage wagons, no matter who he may be. Even were he the most heroic Cossack in the whole army, he shall be shot on the spot like a dog, and flung out without sepulture, to be torn by the bird of prey, for a drunkard on the march deserves no Christian burial. Young men, obey the old men all things. If a ball grazes you, or a sword cuts your head, or any other part, attach no importance to such trifles. Mix a charge of powder in a cup of brandy, quaff it heartily, and all will pass off. You will not even have any fever, and if the wound is large, put simple earth upon it, mixing it first with spittle in your palm, and that will dry it up. And now to work, lads, and look well to all, and without haste." So spoke the Koschevoi, and no sooner had he finished his speech than all the Cossacks at once set to work. All the Setch grew sober. Nowhere was a single drunken man to be found. It was as though there never had been such a thing among the Cossacks. Some attended to the tires of the wheels, others changed the axles of the waggons, some carried sacks of provisions to them or leaded them with arms, others again drove up the horses and oxen. On all sides resounded the tramp of horses' hoofs, test shots from the guns, the clank of swords, the lowing of oxen, the screech of rolling waggons, talking sharp cries and urging on of cattle. Soon the Cossack force spread far over all the plain, and he who might have undertaken to run from its van to its rear would have had a long course. In the little wooden church the priest was offering up prayers and sprinkling all worshippers with holy water. All kissed the cross. When the camp broke up and the army moved out of the Setch, all the Zaporozhtzi turned their heads back. "Farewell, our mother," they said almost in one breath. "May God preserve thee from all misfortune." As he passed through the suburb, Taras Bulba saw that his Jew, Yankel, had already erected a sort of booth with an awning, and was selling flint, screwdrivers, powder, and all sorts of military stores needed on the road, even to rolls and bread. "What devils these Jews are," thought Taras, and riding up to him, he said, "Fool, why are you sitting here? Do you want a shot like a crow?" Yankel, in reply, approached nearer, and making a sign with both hands, as though wishing to impart some secret, said, "Let the noble lord keep silence, and say nothing to anyone. Among the Cossack waggons is a waggon of mine. I am carrying all sorts of needful stores for the Cossacks, and on the journey I will furnish every sort of provisions at a lower price than any Jew ever sold at before. 'Tis so, by heavens, 'tis so." Taras Bulba shrugged his shoulders in amazement at the Jewish nature, and went on to the camp.
End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Taras Bulba and Other Tales by Nikolai Vasilievich GOGOL, translated by John Corden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Taras Bulba, Chapter 5. All southwest Poland speedily became a prey to fear. Everywhere the rumour flew, the Zaporozhtzi have appeared. All who could flee did so. All rose and scattered after the manner of that lawless, reckless age when they built neither fortresses nor castles, but each man erected a temporary dwelling of straw wherever he happened to find himself. He thought it is useless to waste money and labour on an Itzbar when the roving Tatars will carry it off in any case. All was in uproar. One exchanged his plough and oxen for a horse and gun, and joined an armed band. Another, seeking concealment, drove off his cattle and carried off all the household stuff he could. Occasionally, on the road, some were encountered who met their visitors with arms in their hands, but the majority fled before their arrival. All knew that it was hard to deal with the raging and warlike throng known by the name of the Zaporozhian army, a body which, under its independent and disorderly exterior, concealed an organization well calculated for times of battle. The horsemen rode steadily on without overburdening or heating their horses. The foot soldiers marched only by night, resting during the day, and selecting for this purpose desert tracts, uninhabited spots, and forests, which there were then plenty. Spies and scouts were sent ahead to study the time, place, and method of attack. And lo, the Zaporozhtzi suddenly appeared in those places where they were least expected, and all were put to the sword. The villages were burned, and the horses and the cattle, which were not driven off behind the army, killed upon the spot. They seemed to be fiercely rebelling, rather than carrying out a military expedition. Our hair would stand on end nowadays at the horrible traits of that fierce, half-civilized age which the Zaporozhtzi everywhere exhibited: children killed, women's breasts cut open, the skin flayed from the legs up to the knees, and the victim then set at liberty. In short, the Cossacks paid their former debts in coin of full weight. The abbot of one monastery, on hearing of their approach, sent 2 monks to say that they were not behaving as they should, that there was an agreement between the Zaporozhtzi and the government, that they were breaking faith with the king and violating all international rights. "Tell your bishop from me, and from all the Zaporozhtzi," said the Koschevoi, "that he has nothing to fear. The Cossacks so far have only lighted and smoked their pipes." And the magnificent abbey was soon wrapped in the devouring flames, its tall Gothic windows showing grimly through the waves of fire as they parted. The fleeing mass of monks, women, and Jews thronged into those towns where any hope lay in the garrison and the civic forces. The aid sent in season by the government, but delayed on the way, consisted of a few troops, which either were unable to enter the towns, or, seized with fright, turned their backs at the very first encounter and fled on their swift horses. However, several of the royal commanders who had conquered in former battles resolved to unite their forces and confront the Zaporozhtzi. And here, above all, did our young Cossacks, disgusted with pillage, greed, and a feeble foe, and burning with a desire to distinguish themselves in presence of their chiefs, seek to measure themselves in single combat with the warlike and boastful Lyakhs, prancing on their spirited horses, with the sleeves of their jackets thrown back and streaming in the wind. This game was inspiriting. They won it at many costly sets of horse trappings and valuable weapons. In a month the scarcely fledged birds attained their full growth, were completely transformed, and became men. Their features, in which hitherto a trace of youthful softness had been visible, grew strong and grim. But it was pleasant to old Taras to see his sons among the foremost. It seemed as though Ostap were designed by nature for the game of war and the difficult science of command. Never once losing his head or becoming confused under any circumstances, he could, with a cool audacity almost supernatural in a youth of 20, in an instant gauge the danger and the whole scope of the matter, could at once devise a means of escaping, but of escaping only that he might the more surely conquer. His movements now began to be marked by assurance which comes from experience, and in them could be detected the germ of the future leader. His person strengthened, and his bearing grew majestically leonine. "What a fine leader he will make one of these days," said old Taras. "He will make a splendid leader, far surpassing even his father." Andrii gave himself up wholly to the enchanting music of blades and bullets. He knew not what it was to consider or calculate, or to measure his own as against the enemy's strength. He gazed on battle with mad delight and intoxication. He found something festal in the moments when a man's brain burns, when all things wave and flutter before his eyes, when heads are stricken off, horses fall to the earth with the sound of thunder, and he rides on like a drunken man, amid the whistling of bullets and the flashing of swords, dealing blows to all and heeding not those aimed at himself. More than once their father marvelled too at Andrii, seeing him, stirred only by a flash of impulse, dash at something which a sensible man in cold blood never would have attempted, and by the sheer force of his mad attack accomplish such wonders as could not but amaze even men grown old in battle. Old Taras admired and said, "And he too will make a good warrior if the enemy does not cap him meanwhile. He is not Ostap, but he is a dashing warrior nevertheless." The army decided to march straight on the city of Dubno, which rumour said contained much wealth and many rich inhabitants. The journey was accomplished in a day and a half, and the Zaporozhtzi appeared before the city. The inhabitants resolved to defend themselves to the utmost extent of their power, and to fight to the last extremity, preferring to lie in their squares and streets and on their thresholds, rather than admit the enemy to their houses. A high rampart of earth surrounded the city, and in places where it was low or weak, it was strengthened by a wall of stone, or a house which served as a redoubt, or even an oaken stockade. The garrison was strong, and aware of the importance of their position. The Zaporozhtzi attacked the wall fiercely, but were met with a shower of grapeshot. The citizens and residents of the town evidently did not wish to remain idle, but gathered on the ramparts. In their eyes could be read desperate resistance. The women, too, were determined to take part in the fray, and upon the heads of the Zaporozhtzians rained down stones, casks of boiling water, and sacks of lime which blinded them. The Zaporozhtzi were not fond of having anything to do with fortified places. Sieges were not in their line,
The Koschevoi ordered them to retreat, saying, "It is useless, brother gentles, we will retire, but may I be a heathen Tatar, not Christian, we can clear them out of town, maybe they all perish of hunger, the dogs!" The army retreated, surrounded the town, and for lack of something to do, busied themselves with devastating the surrounding country, burning the neighbouring villages and the ricks of unthreshed grain, and turning their droves of horses loose in the cornfields, as yet untouched by the reaping hook, where the plump ears waved fruit, as luck would have it, of an unusually good harvest, which should have liberally rewarded all tillers of the soil that season. With horror those in the city beheld their means of subsistence destroyed. Meanwhile the Zaporozhtzi, having formed a double ring of their waggons around the city, disposed themselves as in the Setch in kurens, smoked their pipes, bartered their booty for weapons, played at leapfrog and odd and even, and gazed at the city with deadly cold-bloodedness. At night they lighted their campfires, and the cooks boiled the porridge for each kuren in huge copper cauldrons, whilst an alert sentinel watched all night beside the blazing fire. But the Zaporozhtzi soon began to tire of inactivity and prolonged sobriety, unaccompanied by any fighting. The Koschevoi even ordered the allowance of wine to be doubled, which was sometimes done in an army when no difficult enterprises or movements on hand. The young men, and Taras Bulba's sons in particular, did not like this life. Andrii was visibly bored. "You silly fellow," said Taras to him, "be patient, you will be hetman one day. He is not a good warrior who loses heart in an important enterprise, but he who is not tired even of inactivity, who endures all, and who, even if he likes a thing, can give it up." But hot youth cannot agree with age. The two have different natures, and look at the same thing with different eyes. But in the meantime Taras's band, led by Tovkatch, arrived. With him were also two osauls, the secretary and other regimental officers. The Cossacks numbered over 4,000 in all. There were among them many volunteers who had risen of their own free will, without any summons, as soon as they had heard what the matter was. The osauls brought to Taras's sons the blessing of their aged mother, and to each a picture in a cypress wood frame from the Metzigorsky monastery at Kiev. The two brothers hung the pictures round their necks, and involuntarily grew pensive as they remembered their old mother. What did this blessing prophesy? Was it a blessing for their victory over the enemy, and then a joyous return to their home with booty and glory, to be everlastingly commemorated in the songs of guitar players? Or was it? But the future is unknown, and stands before a man like autumnal fogs rising from the swamps. Birds fly foolishly up and down in it, flapping wings, never recognizing each other, the dove seeing not the vulture, nor the vulture the dove, and no one knowing how far he may be flying from destruction. Ostap had long since attended to his duties and gone to the kuren. Andrii, without knowing why, felt a kind of oppression at his heart. The Cossacks had finished their evening meal. The wonderful July night had completely fallen. Still he did not go to the kuren, nor lie down to sleep, but gazed unconsciously at the whole scene before him. In the sky innumerable stars twinkled brightly. The plain was covered far and wide with scattered waggons, with swinging tar buckets smeared with tar, and loaded with every description of goods and provisions captured from the foe. Beside the waggons, under the waggons, and far beyond the waggons, the Zaporozhtzi were everywhere visible, stretched upon the grass. They all slumbered in picturesque attitudes. One had thrust a sack under his head, another his cap, and another simply made use of his comrade's side. Swords, guns, matchlocks, short pipe stems with copper mountings, iron oars, and a flint and steel were inseparable from every Cossack. The heavy oxen lay with their feet doubled under them like huge whitish masses, and at a distance looked like grey stones scattered on the slopes of the plain. On all sides the heavy snores of sleeping warriors began to arise from the grass, and were answered from the plain by the ringing neighs of their steeds, chafing at their hobbled feet. Meanwhile a certain threatening magnificence had mingled with the beauty of the July night. It was the distant glare of the burning district afar. In one place the flames spread quietly and grandly over the sky. In another, suddenly bursting into a whirlwind, they hissed and flew upwards to the very stars, and floating fragments died away in the most distant quarter of them. Here the black-burned monastery, like a grim Carthusian monk, stood threatening and displaying its dark magnificence at every flash. There blazed the monastery garden.
It seemed as though the trees could be heard hissing as they stood wrapped in smoke, and when the fire burst forth, it suddenly lighted up the ripe plums with a phosphoric lilac-coloured gleam, or turned the yellow pears here and there to pure gold. In the midst of them hung black against the wall of the building or the trunk of a tree the body of some poor Jew or monk who had perished in the flames with the structure. Above the distant fires hovered a flock of birds, like a cluster of tiny black crosses upon a fiery field. The town thus laid bare seemed to sleep. The spires and roofs and its palisades and walls gleamed quietly in the glare of the distant conflagrations. Andrii went the rounds of the Cossack ranks. The campfires, beside which the sentinels sat, were ready to go out at any moment, and even the sentinels slept, having devoured oatmeal and dumplings with true Cossack appetites. He was astonished at such carelessness, thinking it is well there is no strong enemy at hand, and nothing to fear. Finally he went to one of the waggons, climbed into it, and lay upon his back, putting his clasped hands under his head. But he could not sleep, and gazed long at the sky. It was all open before him. The air was pure and transparent. The dense clusters of stars in the Milky Way, crossing the sky like a belt, were flooded with light. From time to time Andrii in some degree lost consciousness, and a light mist of dream veiled the heavens from him for a moment. But then he woke, and they became visible again. During one of these intervals it seemed to him that some strange human figure flitted before him. Thinking it to be merely a vision, which would vanish at once, he opened his eyes and held a withered, emaciated face bending over him and gazing straight into his own. Long coal-black hair, unkempt, dishevelled, fell from beneath a dark veil which had been thrown over the head, whilst the strange gleam of the eyes and the death-like tone of the sharp-cut features inclined him to think that it was an apparition. His hand involuntarily grasped his gun, and he exclaimed almost convulsively, "Who are you? If you are an evil spirit, avaunt! If you are a living being, you have chosen the ill time for your jest. I will kill you with one shot." In answer to this, the apparition laid its finger upon its lips, and seemed to entreat silence. He dropped his hands and began to look more attentively. He recognized it to be a woman from the long hair, the brown neck, and the half-concealed bosom. But she was not a native of those regions. Her wide cheekbones stood out prominently over her hollow cheeks. Her small eyes were obliquely set. The more he gazed at her features, the more he found them familiar. Finally he could restrain himself no longer, and said, "Tell me, who are you? It seems to me that I know you, or have seen you somewhere." 2 years ago in Kiev." 2 years ago in Kiev," repeated Andrii, endeavouring to collect in his mind all that lingered in his memory of his former student life. He looked intently at her once more, and suddenly exclaimed at the top of his voice, "You are Tatar, the servant of the lady, the Waiwoda's daughter." "Shh!" cried the Tatar, clasping her hands with a supplicating glance, trembling all over, and turning her head round in order to see whether anyone had been awakened by Andrei's loud exclamation. Tell me, why are you here?" said Andrii, almost breathless, in a whisper, interrupted every moment by inward emotion. "Where's the lady? Is she alive?" "She is now in the city." "In the city!" he exclaimed again, almost in a shriek, and feeling all the blood suddenly rush to his heart. "Why is he in the city?" "Because the old lord himself is in the city. He has been Waiwoda of Dubno for the last year and a half." "Is she married? How strange you are! Tell me about her." "She has eaten nothing for 2 days." "What?" "Not one of the inhabitants has had a morsel of bread for a long while. All have long been eating earth." Andrii was astounded. "The lady saw you from the city wall, among the Zaporozhtzi. She said to me, 'Go tell the warrior, if he remembers me, let him come to me, and do not forget to make him give you a bit of bread for my aged mother, for I do not wish to see my mother die before my very eyes. Better that I should die first, and she afterwards. Beseech him, clasp his knees, his feet, who also has an aged mother. Let him give you the bread for her sake.'" Many feelings awoke in the Cossack's breast. "But how came you here? How did you get here?" "By an underground passage." "Is there an underground passage?" "Yes." "Where?" "You will not relate to the warrior." "I swear it by the Holy Cross." "You descend into a hole, and cross the brook yonder among the reeds." "And it leads into the city?" "Straight into the monastery." Let us go at once." "A bit of bread."
in the name of Christ and of his Holy Mother." "Good, so be it. Stand here beside the waggon, or better still lie down in it. None will see you. All are asleep. I will return at once." And he set off for the baggage waggons, which contained the provisions belonging to their kuren. His heart beat. All the past, all that had been extinguished by the Cossack bivouacs and by the stern battle of life, flamed out at once on the surface and drowned the present in its turn. Again, as from the dark depths of the sea, the noble lady rose before him. Again there gleamed in his memory her beautiful arms, her eyes, her laughing mouth, her thick, dark chestnut hair, falling in curls upon her shoulders, and the firm, well-rounded limbs of her maiden form. No, they had not been extinguished in his breast. They had not vanished. They had simply been laid aside, in order for a time to make way for other strong emotions. But often, very often, the young Cossack's deep slumber had been troubled by them, and often he had lain sleepless on his couch, without being able to explain the cause. His heart beat more violently at the thought of seeing her again, and his young knees shook. On reaching the baggage waggons, he had quite forgotten what he had come for. He raised his hand to his brow and rubbed it long, trying to recollect what he was to do. At length he shuddered, and was filled with terror as the thought suddenly occurred to him that she was dying of hunger. He jumped upon the waggon and seized several large loaves of black bread, but then he thought, "This is not food suited to a robust and easily satisfied Zaporozhetz, too coarse and unfit for her delicate frame." Then he recollected that the Koschevoi on the previous evening had reproved the cook for having cooked up all the oatmeal porridge at once, when there was plenty for 3 times. Sure that he would find plenty of porridge in the kettles, he drew out his father's travelling kettle and went with it to the cook of their kuren, who was sleeping beside 2 big cauldrons, holding about 10 pailsfuls, under which the ashes still glowed. Glancing up in them, he was amazed to find them empty. It must have required supernatural powers to eat it all, the more so as their kuren numbered fewer than the others. He looked into the cauldron of the other kurens, nothing anywhere. Involuntarily the saying recurred to his mind: "The Zaporozhtzi are like children. If there is little, they eat it. If there is much, they leave nothing." What was to be done? There was somewhere in the waggon belonging to his father's band a sack of white bread, which they had found when they pillaged the bakery of the monastery. He went straight to his father's waggon, but it was not there. Ostap had taken it, put it under his head, and there he lay, stretched out on the ground, snoring so that the whole plain rang again. Andrii seized the sack abruptly with one hand and gave it a jerk, so that Ostap's head fell to the ground. The elder brother sprang up in his sleep, and sitting there with closed eyes, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Stop them! Stop the cursed lags! Catch the horses! Catch the horses! Silence! I'll kill you!" shouted Andrii in terror, flourishing the sack over him. But Ostap did not continue his speech, sank down again, and gave such a snore that the grass on which he lay waved with his breath. Andrii glanced timidly on all sides to see if Ostap's talking in his sleep would wake any of the Cossacks. Only one long locked head was raised from the adjoining kuren, and after glancing about, was dropped back on the ground. After waiting a couple of minutes, he set out with his load. The Tatar woman was lying where he had left her, scarcely breathing. "Come, wise up! If not, all are asleep. Can you take one of these loaves, if I cannot carry all?" So saying, he swung the sack onto his back, pulled out another sack of millet as he passed the waggon, took in his hands the loaves he wanted to give the Tatar woman to carry, and bending somewhat under the load, went boldly through the ranks of sleeping Zaporozhtzi. "Andrii," said old Bulba as he passed. His heart died within. He halted, trembling, and said softly, "What is it?" "There's a woman with you. When I get up, I'll give you a sound thrashing. Women will lead you to no good." So saying, he leaned his hand upon his hand and gazed intently at the muffled form of the Tatar. Andrii stood there more dead than alive, not daring to look in his father's face. When he did raise his eyes and glance at him, old Bulba was asleep, with his head still resting in the palm of his hand. Andrii crossed himself. Fear fled from his heart even more rapidly than it had assailed it. He turned to look at the Tatar woman. She stood before him, muffled in her mantle, like a dark granite statue, and the gleam of the distant dawn lighted up only her eyes, dull as those of a corpse. He plucked her by the sleeve, and both went on together, glancing back continually. At length they descended the slope of a small ravine, almost a hole, along the bottom of which a brook flowed lazily, overgrown with sedge and strewed with mossy boulders.
Descending into this ravine, they were completely concealed from view of all the plain occupied by the Zaporavian camp. At least Andrii, glancing back, saw that the steep slope rose behind him higher than a man. On its summit appeared a few blades of steppe grass, and behind them in the sky hung the moon, like a golden sickle. The breeze rising on the steppe warned them that the dawn was not far off. But nowhere was the crow of the cock heard. Neither in the city nor in the devastated neighbourhood had been there a cock for a long time past. They crossed the brook on a small plank, beyond which rose the opposite bank, which appeared higher than the one behind them, and rose steep. It seemed as though this were the strong point of the citadel upon which the besieged could rely. At all events, the earthen wall was lower there, and no garrison appeared behind it. But farther on rose the thick monastery walls. The steep bank was overgrown with steppe grass, and in the narrow ravine between it and the brook grew tall reeds almost as high as a man. At the summit of the bank were the remains of a wattled fence, which had formerly surrounded some garden, and in front of it were visible the wide leaves of the burdock, from among which rose blackthorn and sunflowers, lifting their heads high above all the rest. Here the Tatar flung off her slippers and went barefoot, gathering her clothes up carefully, for the spot was marshy, full of water. Forcing their way among the reeds, they stopped before a ruined outwork. Skirting this outwork, they found a sort of earthen arch, an opening not much larger than the opening of an oven. The Tatar woman bent her head and went first. Andrii followed, bending low as he could, in order to pass with his sacks, and both soon found themselves in total darkness. End of chapter 5. Part 6 of Taras Bulba and Other Tales by Nikolai Vasilievich GOGOL, translated by John Corden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Taras Bulba, Chapter 6. Andrii could hardly move in the dark and narrow earthen burrow as he followed the Tatar, dragging after him his sacks of bread. "It will soon be light," said his guide. "We are approaching the spot where I placed a light." And in fact the dark earthen walls began to be gradually lit up. They reached a widening in the passage where, it seemed, there had once been a chapel. At least there was a small table against the wall, like an altar, and above, the faded, almost entirely obliterated picture of a Catholic Madonna. A small silver lamp hanging before it barely illumined it. The Tatar stooped and picked up from the ground a copper candlestick which she had left there, a candlestick with a tall, slender stem and snuffers, pin and extinguisher hanging about it on chains. She lighted it at the silver lamp. The light grew stronger, and as they went on, now illumined by it, and again enveloped in pitchy shadow, they suggested a picture by Gerard Dow. The warrior's fresh, handsome countenance, overflowing with health and youth, presented a strong contrast to the pale, emaciated face of his companion. The passage grew a little higher, so that Andrii could hold himself erect. He gazed with curiosity at the earthen walls. Here and there, as in the catacombs at Kiev, were niches in the walls, and in some places coffins were standing. Sometimes they came across human bones, which had become softened with the dampness, and were crumbling into dust. It was evident that pious folk had taken refuge here from the storms, sorrows, and seductions of the world. It was extremely damp in some places. Indeed, there was water under their feet at intervals. Andrii was forced to halt frequently to allow his companion to rest, for her fatigue kept increasing. The small piece of bread she had swallowed only caused a pain in her stomach, of late unused to food, and she often stood motionless for minutes together in one spot. At length a small iron door appeared before them. "Glory be to God, we have arrived!" said the Tatar in a faint voice, and tried to lift her hand to knock, but had no strength to do so. Andrii knocked hard at the door in her stead. There was an echo, as though a large space lay beyond the door. Then the echo changed, as if resounding through lofty arches. In a couple of minutes keys rattled, and steps were heard descending some stairs. At length the door opened, and a monk, standing on the narrow stairs with a key and a light in his hands, admitted them. Andrii involuntarily halted at the sight of a Catholic monk, one of those who had aroused such hate and disdain among the Cossacks that they treated them even more inhumanly than they treated the Jews. The monk, on his part, started back on perceiving a Zaporovian Cossack, but a whisper from the Tatar reassured him. He lighted them in, fastened the door behind them, and led them up the stairs. They found themselves beneath the dark and lofty arches of the monastery church. Before one of the altars, adorned with tall candlesticks and candles, knelt a priest, praying quietly. Near him, on each side, knelt two young choristers in lilac cassocks and white lace stoles, with censers in their hands. He prayed for the performance of a miracle, that the city might be saved, that their souls might be strengthened, that patience might be given them, that doubt and timid, weak-spirited mourning over earthly misfortunes might be banished. A few women, resembling shadows, knelt supporting themselves against the backs of the chairs and dark wooden benches before them, and laying their exhausted heads upon them. A few men stood sadly, leaning against the columns upon which the wide arches rested. The stained glass window above the altar suddenly glowed with the rosy light of dawn, and from it, on the floor, fell circles of blue, yellow, and other colours, illuminating the dim church. The whole altar was lighted up. The smoke from the censers hung a cloudy rainbow in the air. Andrii gazed from his dark corner, not without surprise at the wonders worked by the light. At that moment the magnificent swell of the organ filled the whole church. It grew deeper and deeper, expanded, swelled into heavy bursts of thunder, and then all at once, turning into heavenly music, its ringing tones floated high among the arches, like clear maiden voices, and again descended into a deep roar and thunder, and then ceased. The thunderous pulsations echoed long and tremulously among the arches, and Andrii, with half-open mouth, admired the wondrous music. Then he felt some other plucking the shirt of his caftan. "It is time," said the Tatar. They traversed the church unperceived and emerged from the square in front. Dawn had long flushed the heavens; all announced sunrise. The square was empty. In the middle of it still stood wooden pillars, showing that perhaps only a week before there had been a market here, stocked with provisions. The streets, which were unpaved, were simply a mass of dried mud. The square was surrounded by small one-storied stone or mud houses, in the walls of which were visible wooden stakes and posts obliquely crossed by carved wooden beams, as was the manner of building in those days. Specimens of it can still be seen in some parts of Lithuania and Poland. They were all covered with enormously high roofs, with a multitude of windows and air-holes. On one side, close to the church, rose a building quite detached from and taller than the rest, probably the town hall or some official structure. It was 2 stories high, and above it, on 2 arches, rose a belvedere where a watchman stood. A huge clock face was let into the roof. The square seemed deserted, but Andrii thought he heard a feeble groan. Looking about him, he perceived on the farther side a group of 2 or 3 men lying motionless upon the ground. He fixed his eyes more intently on them, to see whether they were asleep or dead, and at the same moment stumbled over something lying at his feet. It was the dead body of a woman, a Jewess apparently. She appeared to be young, though it was scarcely discernible in her distorted and emaciated features. Upon her head was a red silk kerchief. 2 rows of pearls or pearl beads adorned the beads of her dress, from beneath which 2 long curls hung down upon her shrivelled neck, with its tightly drawn veins. Beside her lay a child, grasping convulsively at her shrunken breast, and squeezing it with involuntary ferocity, finding no milk there. He neither wept nor screamed, and only his gently rising and falling body would have led one to guess that he was not dead, or at least on the point of breathing his last. They turned into the street, and were suddenly stopped by a madman, who, catching sight of Andrei's precious burden, sprang upon him like a tiger and clutched him, yelling, "Bread!" But his strength was not equal to his madness. Andrii repulsed him, and he fell to the ground. Moved with pity, the young Cossack flung him a loaf, which he seized like a mad dog, gnawing and biting it. But nevertheless he shortly expired in horrible suffering, there in the street, from the effect of long abstinence. The ghastly victims of hunger startled them at every step. Many, apparently unable to endure their torments in their houses, seemed to run into the streets to see whether some nourishing power might not possibly descend from the air. At the gate of one house sat an old woman, and it was impossible to say whether she was asleep or dead, or only unconscious. At all events, she no longer saw or heard anything, and sat immovable in one spot, her head drooping on her breast. From the roof of another house hung a worn and wasted body in a rope noose. The poor fellow could not endure the tortures of hunger to the last, and had preferred to hasten his end by a voluntary death. At the sight of such terrible proofs of famine, Andrii could not refrain from saying to the Tatar, "Is there really nothing with which we can prolong life? If a man is driven to extremities, he must feed on what he has hitherto despised. He can sustain himself with creatures which are forbidden by the law. Anything can be eaten under such circumstances." "They have eaten everything," said the Tatar, "all the animals. Not a horse, nor a dog, nor even a mouse is to be found in the whole city. We never had any store of provisions in the town. They were all brought from the villages." "But how can you, while dying such a fearful death, still dream of defending the city?" "Possibly the Waiwode might have surrendered. But yesterday morning the commander of the troops of Buchana sent a hawk into the city with a note saying that it was not to be given up. He was coming to its rescue with his forces, and was only waiting for another leader, that they might march together. And now they are expected every moment. But we have reached the house." Andrii had already noticed from a distance this house, unlike the others, and built apparently by some Italian architect. It was constructed of thin red bricks, and had 2 stories. The windows of the lower story were sheltered under lofty projecting granite cornices. The upper story consisted entirely of small arches, forming a gallery. Between the arches were iron gratings, enriched with escutcheons, whilst upon the gables of the house small coats of arms were displayed. A broad external staircase of tinted bricks abutted on the square. At the foot of it sat guards, who with one hand held their halberds upright, and with the other supported their drooping heads, and in this attitude more resembled apparitions than living beings. They neither slept nor dreamed, but seemed quite insensible to everything. They even paid no attention to who went up to the stairs. At the head of the stairs they found a richly dressed warrior, armed cap a pie, and holding a breviary in his hands. He turned his dim eyes upon them, but the Tatar spoke a word to him, and he dropped them again upon the open pages of his breviary. They entered the first chamber, a large one, serving either as a reception room or simply as an anteroom. It was filled with soldiers, servants, secretaries, huntsmen, cup-bearers, and the other servitors indispensable to the support of a Polish magnate's estate, all seated along the walls. The reek of extinguished candles was perceptible, and 2 were still burning in 2 huge candlesticks, nearly as tall as a man, standing in the middle of the room, although morning had long since peeped through the wide grated window. Andrii wanted to go straight on to the large oaken door, adorned with a coat of arms and a profusion of carved ornaments, but the Tatar pulled his sleeve and pointed to a small door in the side wall. Through this they came to a corridor, and then a room, which he began to examine attentively. The light, which filtered through a crack in the shutter, fell upon several objects: a crimson curtain, a gilded cornice, and a painting on the wall. Here the Tatar motioned to Andrii to wait, and opened the door into another room, from which flashed the light of a fire. He heard a whispering, and a soft voice which made him quiver all over. Through the open door he saw flit rapidly past a tall female figure, with a long thick braid of hair falling over her uplifted hands. The Tatar returned and told him to go in. He could never understand how he entered, and how the door was shut behind him. 2 candles burned in the room, and a lamp glowed before the images. Beneath the lamp stood a tall table, with steps to kneel upon during prayer, after the Catholic fashion. But his eye did not seek this. He turned to the other side and perceived a woman, who appeared to have been frozen, or turned to stone in the midst of some quick movement. It seemed as though her whole body had sought to spring towards him, and had suddenly paused. But he stood in like manner, amazed before her. Not thus had he pictured to himself that he should find her. This was not the same being he had formerly known. Nothing about her resembled her former self, but she was twice as beautiful, twice as enchanting, now as she had been then. Then there had been something unfinished, incomplete about her. Now here was a production to which the artist had given the finishing stroke of his brush.
That was a charming, giddy girl. This was a woman, in the full development of her charms. As she raised her eyes, they were full of feeling, not of mere hints of feeling. The tears were not yet dry in them, and framed them in a shining dew which penetrated the very soul. Her bosom, neck, and arms were moulded in the proportions which mark fully developed loveliness. Her hair, which had in former days waved in light ringlets about her face, had become a heavy, luxuriant mass, a part of which was caught up, while part fell in long, slender curls upon her arms and breast. It seemed as though her every feature had changed. In vain did he seek to discover in them a single one of those which were engraved in his memory, a single one. Even her great pallor did not lessen her wonderful beauty. On the contrary, it conferred upon it an irresistible, inexpressible charm. Andrii felt in his heart a noble timidity, and stood motionless before her. She, too, seemed surprised at the appearance of the Cossack, as he stood before her in all the beauty and might of his young manhood, and in the very immovability of his limbs personified the utmost freedom of movement. His eyes beamed with clear decision, his velvet brows curved in a bold arch, his sunburnt cheeks glowed with all the ardour of youthful fire, and his downy black moustache shone like silk. "Oh, I have no power to thank you, noble sir," she said, her silvery voice all in a tremble. "God can reward you, not I, a weak woman." She dropped her eyes. Her lids fell over them in beautiful snowy semicircles, guarded by lashes long as arrows. Her wondrous face bowed forward, and a delicate flush overspread it from within. Andrii knew not what to say. He wanted to say everything. He had in his mind to say it all, ardently as it glowed in his heart, and could not. He felt something confining his mouth. Voice and words were lacking. He felt that it was not for him, bred in the seminary and in the tumult of roaming life, to reply fitly to such language, and was angry with his Cossack nature. At that moment the Tatar entered the room. She had cut up the bread which the warrior had brought into small pieces on a golden plate, which she placed before her mistress. The lady glanced at her, read at her again, and then turned her eyes towards Andrii. There was a great deal in those eyes. That gentle glance, expressive of her weakness and her inability to give words to the feeling which overpowered her, was far more comprehensible to Andrii than any words. His heart suddenly grew light within him. All seemed made smooth. The mental emotions and the feelings which up to that moment he had restrained with a heavy curb, as it were, now felt themselves released, at liberty and anxious to pour themselves out in a resistless torrent of words. Suddenly the lady turned to the Tatar and said anxiously, "My mother took her son?" "She is asleep." "And my father?" "I carried him some. He said that he would come to thank young lord in person." She took the bread and raised it to her mouth. With inexpressible delight Andrii watched her break it with her shining fingers and eat it. But all at once he recalled the man mad with hunger, who had expired before his eyes on swallowing a morsel of bread. He turned pale, and seizing her hand, cried, "Enough! Eat no more! You have not eaten for so long that too much bread will be poison to you now." And she at once dropped her hand, laid her bread upon the plate, and gazed into his eyes like a submissive child. And if any words could express, but neither chisel nor brush nor mighty speech is capable of expressing what is sometimes seen in glances of maidens, or the tender feeling which takes possession of him who receives such maiden glances. "My queen!" exclaimed Andrii, his heart and soul filled with emotion. "What do you need? What do you wish? Command me. Impose on me the most impossible task in all the world. I fly to fulfil it. Tell me to do that which is beyond the power of man to do. I will fulfil it if I destroy myself. I will ruin myself, and I swear by the Holy Cross that ruin for your sake is as sweet, but no, it is impossible to say how sweet. I have 3 farms, half my father's droves of horses are mine, all that my mother brought my father, and which she still conceals from him. All this is mine. Not one of the Cossacks owns such weapons as I. For the pommel of my sword alone they would give their best drove of horses and 3,000 sheep. And I renounce all this, I discard it, I throw it aside. I will burn and drown it, if you will but say the word.
or even move your delicate black brows. But I know that I am talking madly and wide of the mark, that all this is not fitting here, that it is not for me, who have passed my life in the seminary and among the Zaporozhtzi, to speak as they speak where kings, princes, and all the best of noble knighthood have been. I can see that you are a different being from the rest of us, and far above all other wives and maiden daughters." With growing amazement the maiden listened, losing no single word to the frank, sincere language in which, as in a mirror, the young, strong spirit reflected itself. Each simple word of this speech, uttered in a voice which penetrated straight to the depths of her heart, was clothed in power. She advanced her beautiful face, pushed back her troublesome hair, opened her mouth, and gazed long with parted lips. Then she tried to say something, and suddenly stopped, remembering that the warrior was known by a different name, that his father, brothers, country lay beyond, grim avengers, that the Zaporozhtzi besieging the city were terrible, and that the cruel death awaited all who were within its walls, that her eyes suddenly filled with tears. She seized a silk-embroidered handkerchief and threw it over her face. In a moment it was all wet, and she sat for some time with her beautiful head thrown back, and her snowy teeth set on her lovely underlip, as though she suddenly felt the sting of a poisonous serpent, without removing the handkerchief from her face, lest he should see her shaken with grief. "Speak but one word to me," said Andrii, and took her satin-skinned hand. A sparkling fire coursed through his veins at the touch, and he pressed the hand lying motionless in his. But she still kept silence, never taking the kerchief from her face, and remaining motionless. "Why are you so sad? Tell me, why are you so sad?" She cast away the handkerchief, pushed aside the long hair, which fell over her eyes, and poured out her heart in sad speech, in a quiet voice, like the breeze which, rising on a beautiful evening, blows through the thick growth of reeds beside the stream. They rustle, murmur, and give forth delicately mournful sounds, and the traveller, pausing in inexplicable sadness, hears them and heeds not the fading light, nor the gay songs of peasants which float in the air as they return from their labours in meadow and stubble field, nor the distant rumble of the passing waggon. "Am I not worthy of eternal pity? Is not the mother that bore me unhappy? Is not a bitter lot which has befallen me? Art not thou a cruel executioner, Fate? Thou hast brought all to my feet, the highest nobles in the land, the richest gentlemen, counts, foreign barons, all the flower of our knighthood. All loved me, and any one of them could have counted my love the greatest boon. I had but to beckon, and the best of them, the handsomest, the first in beauty and birth, would have become my husband. And to none of them didst thou incline my heart, O bitter fate, but thou didst turn it against the noblest heroes of our land, towards a stranger, towards our enemy. O most holy Mother of God, for what sin dost thou so piteously, mercilessly persecute? In abundance and superfluity of luxury my days were passed, the richest dishes and the sweetest wine were my food. And to what end was it all? What was it all for? In order that I might at last die a death more cruel than that of the meanest beggar in the kingdom? And it was not enough that I should be condemned to so horrible a fate, not enough that before my own end I should behold my father and mother perish in intolerable torment, when I would have willingly given my own life 20 times over to save them. All this was not enough. Before my own death I must hear words of love, such as I had never before dreamed of. It was necessary that he should break my heart with his words, that my bitter lot should be rendered still more bitter. My young life shall be made yet more sad. My death should seem even more terrible.
At dying I should reproach thee still more. O cruel fate! And thee forgive my sin, O Holy Mother of God. As she ceased in despair, her feelings were plainly expressed in her face. Every feature spoke of a gnawing sorrow, from the sadly bowed brow and downcast eyes to the tears trickling down and drying on her softly burning cheeks seemed to say, "There is no happiness in this face." "Such a thing was never heard of since the world began. It cannot be," said Andrii, "that the best and most beautiful of women should suffer so bitter a fate. When she was born, that all the best there is in the world should bow before her, as before a saint. No, you will not die. You shall not die. I swear by my birth, and by all there is dear to me in the world, that you shall not die. But it must be so, if nothing, neither strength, nor prayer, nor heroism will avail to avert this cruel fate, then we will die together, and I will die first. I will die before you, at your beauteous knees, and even in death they shall not divide us." "Deceive not yourself and me, noble sir," she said, gently shaking her beautiful head. "I know, and to my great sorrow I know but too well, that it is impossible for you to love me. I know what your duty is, and your faith. Your father calls you, your comrades, your country, and we are your enemies." "And what are my father, my comrades, my country to me?" said Andrii, with a quick movement of his head, straightening up his figure like a poplar like the river. "Be that as it may, I have no one, no one," he repeated, with that movement of the head with which the Cossack expresses his determination to do some unheard of deed, impossible to any other man. "Who says that the Ukraine is my country? Who gave it to me for my country? Our country is the one our soul longs for, the one which is dearest of all of us. My country is you. That is my native land, and I bear that country in my heart. I will bear it there all my life, and I will see whether any of the Cossacks can tear it thence, and I will give everything, barter everything. I will destroy myself for that country." Astounded, she gazed in his eyes for a space, like a beautiful statue, and then suddenly burst out sobbing, and with the wonderful feminine impetuosity which only grand-souled, uncalculating women, created for fine impulses of the heart, are capable of, threw herself upon his neck, encircling it with her wondrous snowy arms, and wept. At that moment indistinct shouts rang through the street, accompanied by the sound of trumpets and kettle-drums. But he heard them not. He was only conscious of the beauteous mouth bathing him with its warm, sweet breath, of the tears streaming down his face, and of her long, unbound, perfumed hair veiling him completely in its dark and shining silk. At that moment the Tatar ran in with a cry of joy. "Saved! Saved!" she cried beside him. "Our troops have entered the city. They have brought corn, millet, flour, and Zaporozhtzi in chains." But no one heard that our troops had arrived in the city, or what they brought with them, or how they found the Zaporozhtzi. Filled with feelings untasted as yet upon earth, Andrii kissed the sweet mouth which pressed his cheek. The sweet mouth did not remain unresponsive. In this union of kisses they experienced that which it is given to a man to feel but once on earth. The Cossack was ruined. He was lost to Cossack chivalry. Never again will Zaporozhe, nor his father's house, nor the Church of God behold him. The Ukraine will never more see the bravest of the children who have undertaken to defend her. Old Taras may tear the grey hair from his scalp lock, and curse the day and hour in which such a son was born to dishonour him. End of section 6. Section 7 of Taras Bulba and Other Tales by Nikolai Vasilievich GOGOL, translated by John Corden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Taras Bulba, Chapter 7. Noise and movement were rife in the Zaporozhian camp. At first no one could account for the relieving army having made its way into the city, but it afterwards appeared that the Pereyaslavsky Kuren, encamped before the wide gate of the town, had been dead drunk.
It was no wonder that half had been killed and the other half bound before they knew what it was all about. Meantime the neighbouring kurens, aroused by the tumult, succeeded in grasping their weapons, passed through the gate, and its rear ranks fired upon the sleepy and only half sober Zaporozhtzi, who were pressing in disorder upon them, and kept them back. The Koschevoi ordered a general assembly. When all stood in a ring and had removed their caps and became quiet, he said, "See what happened last night, brother gentles! See what drunkenness has led to! See what shame the enemy has put upon us! It is evident that if your allowances are kindly doubled, then you are ready to stretch out at full length, and the enemies of Christ can not only take your very trousers off you, but sneeze in your faces without you hearing them." The Cossacks all stood with drooping heads, knowing that they were guilty. Only Kukubenko, the hetman of the Nezamisky kuren, answered back. "Stop, father," said he. "Although it is not lawful to make a retort when the Koschevoi speaks before the whole army, yet it is necessary to say that that was not the state of the case. You have not been quite just in your reprimand. The Cossacks would have been guilty and deserving of death had they got drunk on the march, or when engaged on heavy toilsome labour during war. But we have been sitting here unoccupied, loitering in vain before the city. There was no fast or other Christian restraint. How then could it be otherwise than that a man should get drunk in idleness? There is no sin in that. But we had better show them what it is to attack innocent people. They first beat us well, and now we will beat them so that not half a dozen of them will ever see home again." The speech of the hetman of the kuren pleased the Cossacks. They raised their drooping heads upright, and many nodded approval, muttering, "Kukubenko has spoken well." And Taras Bulba, who stood not far from the Koschevoi, said, "How now, Koschevoi? Kukubenko has spoken truth. What have you to say to this?" "What have I to say? I say, blessed be the father of such a son. It does not need much wisdom to utter words of reproof, but much wisdom is needed to find such words as do not embitter a man's misfortune, but encourage him, restore to him his spirit, put spurs to the horse's soul, refreshed by water. I meant myself speak words of comfort to you, but Kukubenko has forestalled me." "Koschevoi has also spoken well," rang through the ranks of the Zaporozhtzi. "Its words are good," repeated others, and even the greyheads, who stood there like dark blue doves, nodded their heads, and twitching their grey moustaches, murmured softly, "That was well said." "Listen now, gentles," continued the Koschevoi. "To take the city by scaling its walls or undermining them as foreign engineers do is not proper, not Cossack fashion. But judging from appearances, the enemy entered the city without many provisions. They had not many waggons with them. The people in the city are hungry. They will all eat heartily, and the horses will soon devour the hay. I don't know whether their saints will fling them down anything from heaven with hay forks. God only knows that though there are a great many Catholic priests among them, by one means or another the people will seek to leave the city. Divide yourselves therefore into 3 divisions, and take up your posts before the 3 gates. 5 kurens before the principal gate, and 3 kurens before each of the others. Let the Dadikivsky and the Kunsky kurens go into ambush, and Taras and his men into ambush too. The Tidorevsky and Timoshevsky kurens are to guard the baggage train on the right flank. The Shebenovsky and Steblikivsky are left, and to select from their ranks the most daring young men to face the foe. The Lyakhs are of a restless nature and cannot endure a siege, and perhaps the very day they will sally forth from the gates. Let each hetman inspect his kuren. Those whose ranks are not full are to be recruited from the remains of the Pereyaslavsky kuren. Inspect them all anew. Give a loaf and a beaker to each Cossack to strengthen him. But surely every one must be satiated from last night, for all stuffed themselves so that, to tell the truth, I am only surprised that no one burst in the night. And here is one final command. If any Jew spirit seller sells a Cossack so much as a single jug of brandy, I will nail pig ears to his very forehead, a dog, and hang him up to his feet. To work, brothers, to work." Thus did the Koschevoi give his orders. All bowed to their girdles, and went putting on their caps, set out for their waggons and camps. It was only when they had gone some distance that they covered themselves. All began to equip themselves. They tested their swords, poured powder from the sacks into their powder flasks, drew up and arranged the waggons, and looked to their horses. On his way to his band, Taras wondered what had become of Andrei. Could he have been captured and found while asleep with the others? But no, Andrei was not the man to go alive into captivity. Yet he was not seen among the slaughtered Cossacks. Taras pondered deeply, and went past his men without hearing what someone had for some time been calling him by name. "Who wants me?" he said, finally arousing himself from his reflections. Before him stood the Jew, Yankel. "Lord Colonel," said the Jew in a hasty and broken voice, as though desirous of revealing something not utterly useless. "I have been in the city, Lord Colonel." Taras looked at the Jew and wondered how he had succeeded in getting to the city. "What enemy took you there?" "I will tell you at once," said Yankel. "As soon as I heard the uproar this morning, when the Cossacks began to fire, I seized my kaftan, and, without stopping to put it on, ran at the top of my speed, thrusting my arms in on the way, because I wanted to know as soon as possible the cause of the noise, and why the Cossacks were firing at dawn. I ran to the very gate of the city, and the moment the last of the army was passing through, I looked, and in command of the rear guard was Cornet Galiandovich. He is a man well known to me. He has owed me 100 ducats these 3 years past. I ran after him as though to claim the debt of him, so entered the city with them." "You entered the city and wanted him to settle the debt?" said Bulba. "And he did not order you to be hung like a dog on the spot?" "By heavens, he did want to hang me," replied the Jew. "His servants had already seized me and thrown a rope about my neck. But I besought the noble lord, and said that I would wait for the money as long as his lordship liked, and promised to lend him more if he would only help me to collect my debts from the other nobles. For I can tell my lord that the noble Cornet had put ducat in his pocket, although he has farms and estates, and 4 castles, and steppe land that extends clear to Shklov. Yet he is not a penny any more than a Cossack. If the Breslau Jews had not equipped him, he would never have gone on this campaign. That was the reason he did not go to the Diet." "What did you do in the city? Did you see any of our people?" "Certainly many are there. Itzok, Rakum, Samuel, Kaivalk, Evray the pawnbroker." "May they die, the dogs!" shouted Taras in a rage. "Why do you name your Jewish tribe to me? I ask you about our Zaporozhtzi." "I saw none of our Zaporozhtzi. I saw only Lord Andrei." "You saw Andrei!" shouted Bulba. "What is he doing? Where did you see him? In a dungeon? In a pit? Dishonoured? Bound?" "Who would dare to bind Lord Andrei? No, he is so grand a knight, I hardly recognized him. Gold on his shoulders and his belt, gold everywhere about him. The sun shines in spring, when every bird twitters and sings in the orchard, so he shines all gold. And his horse, which the Waiwode himself gave him, is the very best. That horse alone is worth 200 ducats." Bulba was petrified. "Why has he put on foreign garments?" "He put them on because they were finer. And then he rides about, and the others ride out, and he teaches them, and they teach him, like the very grandest Polish noble." "Who forced him to do this?" "I should not say that he had been forced. Does not my lord know that he went over to them of his own free will?" "Who went over?" "Lord Andrei." "Went where?" "Went over to their side. He is now a thorough foreigner." "You lie, you hog's ear!" "How is it possible that I should lie? Am I a fool that I should lie? Would I lie at the risk of my head? Do not I know that Jews are hung like dogs if they lie to nobles?" "Then it means, according to you, he has betrayed his native land and his faith?" "I did not say that he has betrayed anything. I merely said that he had gone over to the other side." "You lie, you imp of a Jew! Such a deed was never known in a Christian land. You are making a mistake, dog." "May the grass grow upon the threshold of my house if I mistake. May every one spit on the grave of my father, my mother, my father's father, and my mother's father, if I am mistaken. My lord wished, I can even tell him why he went over to them." "Why?" "The Waiwode has a beautiful daughter. Holy Father, what a beauty!" Here the Jew tried his utmost to express beauty by extending his hands, screwing up his eyes, and twisting his mouth to one side, as though tasting something on trial. "Well, what of that?" "He did it all for her. He went there for her sake. When a man is in love, then all things are the same to him, like the sole of a shoe, which you can bend in any direction if you soak it in water." Bulba reflected deeply. He remembered the power of weak woman, how she had ruined many a strong man, and that this was the weak point in Andrei's nature, and stood for some time in one spot as though rooted there.
"Listen, my lord." "I will tell my lord all," said the Jew. "As soon as I heard the uproar, and saw them going through the city gate, I seized a string of pearls in case of any emergency, for there are beauties and noble women there. And if there are beauties and noble women, I said to myself, they will buy pearls, even if they have nothing to eat. And as soon as ever the cornet's servants had set me at liberty, I hastened to the Waiwode's residence to sell my pearls. I asked all manner of questions of the lady's Tatar maid. The wedding is to take place immediately, as soon as they have driven off the Zaporozhtzi. Lord Andrii has promised to drive off the Zaporovians." "And you did not kill him on the spot, you devil's brat?" shouted Bulba. "Why should I kill him? He went over of his free will. What is his crime? He liked it better there, so he went there." "And you saw him face to face?" "Face to face, by heavens! Such a magnificent warrior, more splendid than all the rest. God bless him, he knew me. When I approached him, he said at once—" "What did he say?" "He said, first he beckoned me with his finger, and then said, 'Yankel.' Lord Andrii said, 'Yankel, tell my father, tell my brother, tell all the Cossacks, all these Zaporozhtzi, everybody, that my father is no longer my father, nor my brother, nor my comrades, and that I will fight them all. All.'" "You lie, imp of a Jew!" shouted Taras, beside himself. "You lie, dog! I will kill you! Satan! Get away from here, if not death awaits you!" So saying, Taras drew his sword. The terrified Jew set off instantly at the full speed of his thin, shrunken legs. He ran for a long time without looking back to the Cossack camp, and then far out on the deserted plain, although Taras did not chase him at all, reasoning that it was foolish to thus vent his rage on the first person who presented himself. Then he recollected that he had seen Andrii on the previous night traversing the camp with some woman, and he bowed his grey head. Still he would not believe that so disgraceful a thing could have happened, and that his own son had betrayed his faith and soul. Finally he placed his men in ambush in a wood, the only one which had not been burned by the Cossacks, whilst the Zaporozhians, foot and horse, set out for the three gates by three different roads. One after another the kurens turned out: Romansky, Popovitchevsky, Kanevsky, Steblikovsky, Netzemaikovsky, Gergazif, Teterevsky, Tomaszewski. Pereyaslavsky Kuren alone was wanting. Its Cossacks had smoked and drank to their destruction. Some awoke to find themselves bound in the enemy's hands. Others never woke at all, but passed in their sleep into the damp earth. And the hetman Klib himself, minus his trousers and accoutrements, found himself in the camp of the Lyakhs. The uproar among the Zaporozhtzi was heard in the city. All the besieged hastened to the ramparts, and a lively scene was presented to the Cossacks. The handsome Polish heroes thronged on the wall. The brazen helmets of some shone like the sun, and were adorned with feathers white as swans. Others wore pink and blue caps, drooping over one ear, and caftans with the sleeves thrown back, embroidered with gold. Their weapons were richly mounted, and very costly, as were their equipments. In the front rank the Buchakovsky colonel stood proudly in his red cap ornamented with gold. He was a tall, stout man, and his rich and ample caftan hardly covered him. Near the side gate stood another colonel. He was a dried-up little man, but his small piercing eyes gleamed sharply from under his thick and shaggy brows. And as he turned quickly on all sides, motioning boldly with his thin withered hand, and giving out his orders, it was evident that, in spite of his little body, he understood military science thoroughly. Not far from him stood a very tall cornet, with thick moustaches and a highly coloured complexion, a noble fond of strong mead and hearty revelry. Behind them were many nobles, who had equipped themselves, some with their own ducats, some from the royal treasury, some with money obtained from the Jews, by pawning everything they found in their ancestral castles. Many too were parasites, whom the senators took with them to dinners for show, and who stole silver cups from the table and the sideboard, and when the day's display was over, mounted some noble's coach-box and drove his horses. There were folk of all kinds there. Sometimes they had not enough to drink, but all were equipped for war. The Cossack ranks stood quietly before the walls. There was no gold about them, save where it shone on the hilt of a sword with the mountings of a gun. The Zaporozhtzi were not given to decking themselves out gaily for battle. Their coats of mail and garments were plain, and their black-bordered, red-crowned caps showed darkly in the distance. Two men, Okhrim Nash and Mikigo Golokopuitenko, advanced from the Zaporozhian ranks. One was quite young, and the other older, both fierce in words, and not bad specimens of Cossacks in action. They were followed by Demid Popovitch, a strongly built Cossack who had been hanging about the Setch for a long time, after having been in Adrianople and undergoing a great deal in the course of his life. He had been burned, and had escaped to the Setch with blackened head and singed moustaches. But Popovitch recovered, let his hair grow, raised moustaches thick and black as pitch, and was a stout fellow according to his own biting speech. "Red jackets and all the army! But I should like to know what sort of men are under them," he cried. "I will show you," shouted the stout colonel from above. "I will capture the whole of you. Surrender your guns and horses, slaves. Did you hear where I caught your men? Bring out a Zaporozhetz on the wall for them to see." And they let out a Zaporozhetz bound with stout cords. Before them stood Klib, the hetman of the Pereyaslavsky kuren, without his trousers or accoutrements, just as they had captured him in his drunken sleep. He bowed his head in shame before the Cossacks at his nakedness, and at having been thus taken like a dog while asleep. His hair turned grey in one night. "Grieve not, Klib, we will rescue you," shouted the Cossacks from below. "Grieve not, my friend," cried the hetman Borodaty. "It is not your fault that they caught you naked. That misfortune might happen to any man. But it is a disgrace to them that they should have exposed you to dishonour and not covered your nakedness decently." "You seem to be a brave army when you have people who are asleep to fight," remarked Golokopuitenko, glancing at the ramparts. "Wait a bit, we'll singe your top-knots for you," was the reply. "I should like to see them singe our scalp-locks," said Popovitch, prancing about before them on his horse, and then glancing at his comrades, he added, "Well, perhaps the Lyakhs speak the truth. If that fat-bellied fellow leads them, they will all find a good shelter." "Why do you think they will find a good shelter?" asked the Cossacks, knowing that Popovitch was probably preparing some repartee. "Because the whole army will hide behind him, and the devil himself couldn't help you to reach any one with your spear through that belly of his." The Cossacks laughed, some of them shaking their heads and saying, "What a fellow Popovitch is for a joke! But now—" But the Cossacks had not time to explain what they meant by that "now." Fall back quickly from the wall!" shouted the Koschevoi, seeing that the Lyakhs could not endure these biting words, and that the colonel was waving his hand. The Cossacks had hardly retreated from the wall before the grape shot rained down. On the ramparts all was excitement, and the grey-haired Waiwode himself appeared on horseback. The gates opened, and the garrison sallied forth. In the van came hussars in orderly ranks, behind them the horsemen in armour, and then the heroes in brazen helmets, after whom rode singly the highest nobility, each man accoutred as he pleased. These haughty nobles would not mingle in the ranks with others, and such of them as had no commands rode apart with their own immediate following. Next came some more companies, and after these the cornet, then more files of men, and the stout colonel, and in the rear of the whole force the little colonel. "Keep them from forming in line!" shouted the Koschevoi. "Let all the kurens attack them at once. Block the other gate. Tidorevsky kuren, fall on one flank. Diadovsky kuren, charge on the other. Attack them in the rear, Kukubenko and Pavliod. Check them, break them." The Cossacks attacked on all sides, throwing the Lyakhs into confusion and getting confused themselves. They did not even give the foe time to fire. It came to swords and spears at once. All fought hand to hand, and each man had an opportunity to distinguish himself. Demid Popovitch speared 3 soldiers and struck 2 of the highest nobles from their saddles, saying, "Good horses! I have long wanted such good horses." He drove the horses far afield, shouting to the Cossacks, standing about to catch them. Then he rushed again into the fray, fell upon the dismounted nobles, slew one, and throwing his lasso round the neck of the other, tied him to his saddle, and dragged him over the plain, after having taken from him his sword from its rich hilt, and removed from his girdle a whole bag of ducats. Kobita, a good Cossack, though still very young, attacked one of the bravest men in the Polish army, and they fought long together. They grappled, and the Cossack, mastering his foe, and throwing him down, stabbed him in the breast with his sharp Turkish knife. But he did not look out for himself, and a bullet struck him in the temple. The man who struck him down was the most distinguished of the nobles, the handsomest scion of an ancient and princely race. Like a stately poplar, he bestrode his dun-coloured steed, and many heroic deeds did he perform.
He cut 2 Cossacks in twain. Fedor Korch, the brave Cossack, he overthrew together with his horse, shooting the steed and picking off the rider with his spear. Many heads and hands did he hew off, and slew Kobita by sending a bullet through his temple. "There's a man I should like to measure strength with," shouted Kukubenko, the hetman of the Nezamaikovsky kuren. Spurring his horse, he dashed straight at the Pole's back, shouting loudly, so that all who stood near shuddered at the unearthly yell. The boyard tried to wheel his horse suddenly and face him, but his horse would not obey him. Scared by the terrible cry, it bounded aside, and the Lyak received Kukubenko's fire. The ball struck him in the shoulder blade, and he rolled from his saddle. Even then he did not surrender, and strove to deal his enemy a blow, but his hand was weak. Kukubenko, taking his heavy sword in both hands, thrust it through his mouth. The sword, breaking out 2 teeth, cut the tongue in twain, pierced the windpipe, and penetrated deep into the earth, nailing him to the ground. His noble blood, red as viburnum berries beside the river, welled forth in a stream, staining his yellow gold-embroidered kaftan. But Kukubenko had already left him, and was forcing his way with the Nezamaikovsky kuren towards another group. "It was left untouched. Which plunder!" said Borodaty, hetman of the Umansky kuren, leaving his men and going to the place where the nobleman killed by Kukubenko lay. "I've killed 7 nobles with my own hand, but such spoil I never beheld on anyone." Prompted by greed, Borodaty bent down to strip off the rich armour, and had already secured the Turkish knife set with precious stones, and taking from the foe's belt a purse of ducats, and from his breast a silver case containing a maiden's curl, cherished tenderly as a love token. But he heeded not how the red-faced cornet, whom he had already once hurled from the saddle and given a good blow as a remembrance, flew upon him from behind. The cornet swung his arm with all his might, and brought his sword down upon Borodaty's bent neck. Greed led to no good. The head rolled off, and the body fell headless, sprinkling the earth with blood far and wide, whilst the Cossack soul ascended, indignant and surprised at having so soon quitted so stout a frame. The cornet had not succeeded in seizing the hetman's head by its scalp lock and fastening it to his saddle, before an avenger had arrived. As a hawk floating in the sky, sweeping in great circles with his mighty wings, suddenly remains poised in air in one spot, and thence darts down like an arrow upon the shrieking quail, so Taras's son Ostap darted suddenly upon the cornet, and flung a rope about his neck with one cast. The cornet's red face became a still deeper purple as the cruel noose compressed his throat, and he tried to use his pistol, but his convulsively quivering hand could not aim straight, and the bullet flew wild across the plain. Ostap immediately unfastened a silken cord which the cornet carried at his saddle bow to bind prisoners, and having with it bound him hand and foot, attached the cord to his saddle and dragged him across the field, calling on all the Cossacks of the Umansky kuren to come and render the last honours to their hetman. When the Umansky heard that the hetman of their kuren, Borodaty, was no longer among the living, they deserted the field of battle, rushed to secure his body, and consulted at once as to whom they should select as their leader. At length they said, "But why consult? It is impossible to find a better leader than Bulba's son Ostap. He is younger than all the rest of us, it is true, but his judgment is equal to that of the eldest." Ostap, taking off his cap, thanked his comrades for the honour, and did not decline it on the ground of youth or inexperience, knowing that wartime is no fitting season for that, but instantly ordered them straight to the fray, and soon showed them that not in vain had they chosen him as hetman. The Lyakhs felt that the matter was growing too hot for them, and retreated across the plain in order to form again at its other end. But the little colonel signalled to the reserve of 400 stationed at the gate, and these rained shot upon the Cossacks. To little purpose, however, they shot only taking effect on the Cossack oxen, which were gazing wildly upon the battle. The frightened oxen, bellowing with fear, dashed into the camp, breaking the line of waggons and trampling on many. But Taras, emerging from ambush at the moment with his troops, headed off the infuriated cattle, which, startled by his yell, swooped down upon the Polish troops, overthrew the cavalry, and crushed and dispersed them all. "Thank you, oxen!" cried the Zaporozhtzi. "You served us on the march, and now you serve us in war." And they attacked the foe with fresh vigour, killing many of the enemy. Several distinguished themselves: Metelitza and Shilo, both of the Pisarenki, Vovtuzenko, and many others. The Lyakhs, seeing that matters were going badly for them, flung away their banners and shouted for the city gates to be opened. With a screeching sound the iron-bound gates swung open and received the weary and dust-covered riders, flocking like sheep into a fold. Many of the Zaporozhtzi would have pursued them, but Ostap stopped his Umansy, saying,
Farther, farther from the walls, brother gentles! It is not well to approach them too closely." He spoke truly, for from the ramparts the foe rained and poured down everything which came to hand, and many were struck. At that moment the Koschevoi came up and congratulated him, saying, "Here is the new hetman leading the army like an old one." Old Bulba glanced round to see the new hetman, and beheld Ostap sitting on his horse at the head of the immensity, his cap on one side and the hetman's staff in his hand. "Who ever saw the like?" he exclaimed, and the old man rejoiced, and began to thank all the Umansi for the honour they had conferred upon his son. The Cossacks retired, preparing to go into camp. But the Lyakhs showed themselves again on the city ramparts with tattered mantles. Many rich kaftans were spotted with blood, and dust covered the brazen helmets. "Have you bound us?" cried the Zaporozhtzi to them from below. "We will do so!" shouted the big colonel from above, showing them a rope. The weary, dust-covered warriors ceased not to threaten, nor the most zealous on both sides to exchange fierce remarks. At length all dispersed. Some, weary with battle, stretched themselves out to rest. Others sprinkled their wounds with earth and bound them with kerchiefs and rich stuffs captured from the enemy. Others, who were fresher, began to inspect the corpses and to pay them the last honours. They dug graves with swords and spears, brought earth in their caps and the skirts of their garments, laid the Cossacks' bodies out decently, and covered them up in order that the ravens and eagles might not claw out their eyes. But binding the bodies of the Lyakhs as they came to hand, to the tails of horses, they let these loose on the plain, pursuing them and beating them for some time. The infuriated horses flew over hill and hollow, through ditch and brook, dragging the bodies of the Poles, all covered with blood and dust, along the ground. All the kurens sat down in circles in the evening and talked for a long time of their deeds and of the achievements which had fallen to the share of each, for repetition by strangers and posterity. It was long before they lay down to sleep, and longer still before old Taras, meditating what it might signify that Andrii was not among the foe, lay down. Had the Judas been ashamed to come forth against his own countrymen? Or had the Jew been deceiving him, and had he simply gone into the city against his will? But then he recollected that there was no bounds to a woman's influence upon Andrii's heart. He felt ashamed, and swore a mighty oath to himself against the fair Pole who had bewitched his son. And he would have kept his oath. He would not have looked at her beauty. He would have dragged her forth by her thick and splendid hair. He would have trailed her after him over all the plain, among all the Cossacks. Her beautiful shoulders and bosom, white as fresh fallen snow upon the mountain tops, would have been crushed to earth and covered with blood and dust. Her lovely body would have been torn to pieces. But Taras, who did not foresee what God prepares for man on the morrow, began to grow drowsy and finally fell asleep. The Cossacks still talked among themselves, and the sober sentinel stood all night long beside the fire without blinking, and keeping a good look out on all sides. End of Part 7.
Section 8 of Taras Bulba and Other Tales by Nikolai Alexeyevich Gogol, translated by John Cornos. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Taras Bulba, Chapter 8. The sun had not ascended midway in the heavens when all the army assembled in a group. News had come from the Setch that during the Cossacks' absence the Tatars had plundered it completely, unearthed the treasures which were kept concealed in the ground, killed or carried into captivity all who had remained behind, and straightway set out, with all the flocks and droves of horses they had collected for Perrybob. One Cossack only, Maxim Galaduka, had broken loose from the Tatars' hands, stabbed the Mirza, seized his bag of sequins, and on a Tatar horse in Tatar garments had fled from his pursuers for 2 days and a night and a half, ridden his horse to death, obtained another, killed that one too, and arrived at the Zaporozhian camp upon a third, having learned upon the road that at Zaporozhtzi were before Dubno. He could only manage to tell them that this misfortune had taken place, but as to how it happened, whether the remaining Zaporozhtzi had been carousing after Cossack fashion, and had been carried drunk into captivity, and how the Tatars were aware of the spot where the treasures of the army were concealed, he was too exhausted to say. Extremely fatigued, his body swollen, and his face scorched and weather-beaten, he had fallen down, and a deep sleep had overpowered him. In such cases it was customary for the Cossacks to pursue the robbers at once, endeavouring to overtake them on the road. For, let the prisoners once be got to the bazaars of Asia Minor,
Smyrna, or the island of Crete, and God knows in what places the tufted heads of Zaporozhtzi might not be seen. This was the occasion of the Cossacks assembling. They all stood to a man with their caps on, for they had not met to listen to the commands of their hetman, but to take counsel together as equals among equals. "Let the old men first advise," was shouted to the crowd. "Let the Koschevoi give his opinion," cried others. The Koschevoi, taking off his cap and speaking not as commander, but as a comrade among comrades, thanked all the Cossacks for the honour, and said, "There are among us many experienced men and much wisdom. But since you have thought me worthy, my counsel is not to lose time in pursuing the Tatars, for you know yourselves what the Tatar is. He will not pause with his stolen booty to await our coming, but will vanish in a twinkling, so that you can find no trace of him. Therefore my advice is to go. We've had good sport here. The Lyakhs now know what Cossacks are. We have avenged our faith to the extent of our ability. There is not much to satisfy greed in the famished city, and so my advice is to go." "To go!" rang heavily through the Zaporozhian kurens, but such words did not suit Taras Bulba at all. He brought his frowning iron-grey brows still lower down over his eyes, brows like bushes growing on dark mountain heights, whose crowns are suddenly covered with sharp northern frost. "No, Koschevoi, your counsel is not good," said he. "You cannot say that. You have evidently forgotten that those of our men captured by the Lyakhs will remain prisoners. You evidently wish that we should not heed the first holy law of comradeship, that we should leave our brethren to be flayed alive, or carried about through the towns and villages after their Cossack bodies have been quartered, as was done with the hetman and the bravest Russian warriors in the Ukraine. Have the enemy not desecrated the holy things sufficiently without that? What are we? I ask you all. What sort of a Cossack is he who would desert his comrade in misfortune, and let him perish like a dog in a foreign land? If it has come to such a pass that no one has any confidence in Cossack honour, permitting men to spit upon his grey moustache and upbraid him with offensive words, then let no one blame me. I will remain here alone." All the Zaporozhtzi who were there wavered. "And have you forgotten, brave comrades," said the Koschevoi, "that the Tatars also have comrades of ours in their hands? That if we do not rescue them now, their lives will be sacrificed in eternal imprisonment among the infidels, which is worse than the most cruel death? Have you forgotten that they now hold all our treasure, won by Christian blood?" The Cossacks reflected, not knowing what to say. None of them wished to deserve ill repute. Then there stepped out in front of them the oldest in years of all the Zaporozhian army, Kazyan Bovdug. He was respected by all the Cossacks. Twice had he been chosen Koschevoi, and also been a stout warrior. He had long been old, and had ceased to go upon raids. Neither did the old man like to give advice to anyone, but loved to lie upon his side in the circle of Cossacks, listening to tales of every occurrence on the Cossack marches. He never joined in the conversation, but only listened and pressed the ashes with his finger in his short pipe, which never left his mouth, and would sit so long with his eyes half open that the Cossacks never knew whether he were asleep or still listening. He always stayed at home during their raids, but this time the old man had joined the army. He had waved his hand in Cossack fashion and said, "Wherever you go, I am going too. Perhaps I may be of some service to the Cossack nation." All the Cossacks became silent when he now stepped forward before the assembly, which was long since any speech from him had been heard. Everyone wanted to know what Bovdug had to say. "It is my turn to speak a word, brother gentles," he began. "Listen, my children, to an old man. The Koschevoi spoke well as the head of the Cossack army. Being bound to protect it, and in respect to the treasures of the army, he could say nothing wiser. That is so. Let that be my first remark. But now listen to my second. And this is my second remark. Taras spoke even more truly. God grant him many years, and that leaders may be plentiful in the Ukraine. The Cossack's first duty and honor is to guard comradeship. Never in all my life, brother gentles, have I heard of any Cossack deserting or betraying any of his comrades. Both those made captive at the Setch and those taken here are our comrades. Whether they be few or many makes no difference. All are our comrades, and all are dear to us. So this is my speech. Let those to whom the prisoners captured by the Tatars are dear set out after the Tatars, and let those to whom the captives of the Poles are dear, and who do not care to desert a righteous cause, stay behind. The Koschevoi, in accordance with his duty, will accompany one half in pursuit of the Tatars. The other half can choose a hetman to lead them. But if you will heed the words of an old man, there is no man fitter to be the commanding hetman than Taras Bulba, and one of us is his equal in heroism. Thus spoke Bovdug, and paused, but all the Cossacks rejoiced that the old man had in this manner brought them to an agreement. All flung up their caps and shouted, "Thanks, father! He kept silence for a long, long time, but he has spoken at last. Not in vain did he say, when we prepared for this expedition, that he might be useful to the Cossack nation. Even so, it has come to pass." "Well, are you agreed upon anything?" asked the Koschevoi. "We are all agreed," cried the Cossacks. "And the council is at an end?" "At an end!" cried the Cossacks. "Then listen to the military command, children," said the Koschevoi, stepping forward and putting on his cap, whilst all the Cossacks took off theirs and stood with uncovered heads, but with eyes fixed upon the earth, as was always the custom among them when the leader prepared to speak. "Now divide yourselves, brother gentles. Let those who wish to go stand on the right, and those who wish to stay on the left. Where the majority of the Kuren goes, there its officers are to go. If the minority of a Kuren goes over, it must be added to another Kuren." Then they began to take up their positions, some to the right and some to the left. Whither the majority of a Kuren went, thither the hetman went also, and the minority attached itself to another Kuren. It came up pretty even on both sides. Those who wished to remain were nearly the whole of the Nezamaikovsky Kuren, the entire Umansky Kuren, the entire Kinevsky Kuren, and the larger half of the Popovitsky, the Timoshevsky, and the Steblikivsky Kurens. All the rest preferred to go in pursuit of the Tatars. On both sides there were many stout and brave Cossacks. Among those who decided to follow the Tatars were Chiratvati, and those good old Cossacks Pokotipol, Lemish, and Prokopovich Koma. Demid Popovich also went with that party, because he could not sit long in one place. He had tried his hand on the Lyakhs, and wanted to try it on the Tatars also. The hetmans of Kurens were Nostyugan, Pokrushka, Nevnimsky, and numerous brave and renowned Cossacks who wished to test their swords and muscles in an encounter with the Tatars. There were likewise many brave Cossacks among those who preferred to remain, including the Kuren hetmans, Dmitrovich, Kukubenko, Vertikvist, Balan, and Ostap Bulba. Besides those, there were plenty of stout and distinguished warriors: Vovtuzenko, Cherevichenko, Stepan Guska, Okrem Guska, Mikola Gonsty, Zadorozhny, Metelitsa, Ivan Zakruti-Guba, Osip Pisarenko, and still another Pisarenko, and many others. They were all great travellers. They had visited the shores of Anatolia, the salt marshes and steppes of the Crimea, all the rivers great and small which empty into the Dnieper, and all the fords and islands of the Dnieper. They had been in Moldavia, Wallachia, and Turkey. They had sailed all over the Black Sea in their double-ruddered Cossack boats. They had attacked with 50 skiffs in line the tallest and richest ships. They had sunk many a Turkish galley, and burnt much, very much powder in their day. More than once they had made foot bandages from velvets and rich stuffs. More than once they had beaten buckles for their girdles out of sequins. Every one of them had drunk and revelled away what would have sufficed any other for a whole lifetime, and had nothing to show for it. They spent it all, like Cossacks, in treating all the world, and in hiring music that every one might be merry. Even now, few of them had amassed any property. Some caskets, cups, and bracelets were hidden beneath the reeds on the islands of the Dnieper, in order that the Tatars might not find them, if by mishap they should succeed in falling suddenly on the Setch. But it would have been difficult for the Tatars to find them, for the owners themselves had forgotten where they had buried them. Such were the Cossacks who wished to remain and take vengeance on the Lyakhs, their trusty comrades, and the faith of Christ. The old Cossack Bovdug wished also to remain with them, saying, "I am not of an age to pursue the Tatars, but this is a place to meet a good Cossack death. I've long prayed God that when my life was to end, I might end it in a battle for a holy and Christian cause. So it has come to pass. There will be no more glorious end in any other place for the aged Cossack." When they had all separated and were ranged in 2 lines on opposite sides, the Koschevoi passed through the ranks and said, "Well, brother gentles, are the 2 parties satisfied with each other?" "All satisfied, father," replied the Cossacks. "Then kiss each other and bid each other farewell, for God knows whether you will ever see each other alive again. Obey your hetman, but you know yourselves what you have to do. You know yourselves what Cossack honour requires." And all the Cossacks kissed each other. The hetmans first began it. Stroking down their grey moustaches, they kissed each other, making the sign of the cross, and then grasping hands firmly, wanted to ask of each other, "Well, brother, shall we see one another again or not?" But they did not ask the question. They kept silence, and both grey heads were lost in thought. Then the Cossacks took leave of each other to the last man, knowing that there was a great deal of work before them all. Yet they were not obliged to part at once. They would have to wait until night in order not to let the Lyakhs perceive the diminution in the Cossack army. Then all went off, by kurens, to dine. After dinner, all who had the prospect of the journey before them lay down to rest, and fell into a deep and long sleep, as though foreseeing that it was the last sleep they should enjoy in such security. They slept even until sunset. When the sun had gone down, and it had grown somewhat dusky, began to tar the wagons. All being in readiness, they sent the wagons ahead, and having pulled off their caps once more to their comrades, quietly followed the baggage train. The cavalry, without shouts or whistles to the horses, tramped lightly after the foot soldiers, and all soon vanished in the darkness. The only sound was the dull thud of horses' hoofs, or the squeak of some wheel which had not got into working order, or had not been properly tarred amid the darkness. Their comrades stood for some time waving their hands, though nothing was visible. But when they returned to their camping places and saw by the light of the gleaming stars that half the wagons were gone, and many of their comrades, each man's heart grew sad. All became involuntarily pensive, and drooped their heads towards the earth. Taras saw how troubled were the Cossack ranks, and that sadness unsuited to brave men had begun to quietly master the Cossack heart. But he remained silent. He wished to give them time to become accustomed to the melancholy caused by their parting from their comrades. But meanwhile he was preparing to rouse them at one blow by a loud battle cry in Cossack fashion, in order that good cheer might return to the soul of each with greater strength than before. Of this only the Slav nature, a broad, powerful nature, which is to others what the sea is to small rivulets, is capable. In stormy times it roars and thunders, raging and raising such waves as weak rivers cannot throw up. When it is windless and quiet, it spreads its boundless glassy surface, clearer than any river, a constant delight to the eye. Taras ordered his servants to unload one of the wagons which stood apart. It was larger and stronger than any other in the Cossack camp. 2 stout tires encircled its mighty wheels. It was heavily laden, covered with horse cloths and strong wolf-skins, and firmly bound with tightly drawn tarred ropes. In the wagon were flasks and casks of good old wine which had long lain in Taras's cellar. He had brought it along, in case a moment should arrive when some deed awaited them worthy of being handed down to posterity, so that each Cossack to the very last man might quaff it, and be inspired with sentiments fitting to the occasion. On receiving his command, the servants hastened to the wagon, hewed asunder the stout ropes with their swords, removed the thick wolf-skins and horse-cloths, and drew forth the flasks and casks. "Take them all," said Bulba. "All there are, take them, that every one may be supplied. Take jugs or the pails for watering the horses. Take sleeve or cap, but if you have nothing else, then hold your 2 hands under." All the Cossacks seized something. One took a jug, another a pail, another a sleeve, another a cap, another held both hands. Taras's servants, making their way among the ranks, poured out for all from the casks and flasks. But Taras ordered them not to drink until he should give the signal for all to drink together. It was evident that he wished to say something. He knew that however good in itself the wine might be, and however fitted to strengthen the spirit of man, yet if a suitable speech were linked with it, then the strength of the wine and of the spirit would be doubled. I treat you, brother gentles, thus spoke Bulba, not in honour of your having made me hetman, however great such an honour may be, nor in honour of our parting from our comrades. To do both would be fitting at a fitting time, but the moment before us is not such a time. The work before us is great both in labour and in glory for the Cossacks. Therefore let us drink all together. Let us drink before all else to the holy Orthodox faith, that the day may finally come when it may be spread all over the world, and that everywhere there may be but one faith, and that all Mussulmans may become Christians. And let us also drink together to the Setch, that it may stand long for the ruin of the Mussulmans, that every year there may issue forth from it young men, each better, each handsomer than the other. And let us drink to our own glory, that our grandsons and their sons may say that there were once men who were not ashamed of comradeship, and who never betrayed each other. Now to the faith, brother gentles, to the faith. To the faith, cried those standing in the ranks hard by with thick voices. To the faith. Those more distant took up the cry, and all, both young and old, drank to the faith. To the Setch, said Taras, raising his hand high above his head. To the Setch, echoed the foremost ranks. To the Setch, said the old men, softly twitching their grey moustaches, and eagerly as young hawks the youths repeated, To the Setch! From the distant plain heard how the Cossacks mentioned their Setch. Now a last draught, comrades, to the glory of all Christians now living in the world. And every Cossack drank a last draught to the glory of all Christians in the world. And among all the ranks and the kurens they long repeated, To all the Christians in the world. The pails were empty, but the Cossacks still stood with their hands uplifted. Although the eyes of all gleamed brightly with wine, they were thinking deeply. Not of greed or the spoils of war were they thinking now, nor of who would be lucky enough to get ducats, fine weapons, embroidered caftans, and Circassian horses. But they meditated like eagles perched upon the rocky crests of mountains, from which the distant sea is visible, dotted as with tiny birds, with galleys, ships, and every sort of vessel, bounded only by the scarcely visible lines of shore, with their ports like gnats and their forests like fine grass. Like eagles they gazed out on all the plain, with their fate darkening in the distance. All the plain, with its slopes and roads, would be covered with their white projecting bones, lavishly washed with their Cossack blood, and strewn with shattered wagons and with broken spears and swords. The eagles will swoop down and tear out their Cossack eyes. But there is one grand advantage. Not a single noble deed will be lost, and the Cossack glory will not vanish like the tiniest grain of powder from a gun barrel. The guitar player, with a grey beard falling upon his breast, perhaps a white-headed old man, still full of ripe, manly strength, will come and will speak his low, strong words of them, and their glory will resound through all the world, and all who are born thereafter will speak of them, for the word of power is carried afar, ringing like a booming brazen bell, in which the maker has mingled much rich, pure silver, that his beautiful sound may be borne far and wide through the cities, villages, huts, and palaces, summoning all betimes to holy prayer. End of section 8. Section 9 of Taras Bulba and Other Tales by Nikolai Vasilievich GOGOL. Translated by John Corden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Taras Bulba, Chapter 9. In the city, no one knew that one half of the Cossacks had gone in pursuit of the Tatars. From the tower of the town hall, the sentinel only perceived that a part of the wagons had been dragged into the forest. But it was thought that the Cossacks were preparing an ambush, a view taken by the French engineer also. Meanwhile, the Koschevoi words proved not unfounded, for a scarcity of provisions arose in the city. According to a custom of past centuries, the army did not separate as much as was necessary. They tried to make a sortie, but half of those who did so were instantly killed by the Cossacks, and the other half driven back into the city with no results. But the Jews availed themselves of the opportunity to find out everything, whither and why the Zaporozhtzi had departed, and with what leaders, and which particular kurens, and their number, and how many had remained on the spot, and what they intended to do. In short, within minutes all was known in the city. The besieged took courage and prepared to offer battle. Taras had already divined it from the noise and movement in the city, and hastened about, making his arrangements, forming his men, and giving orders and instructions. He ranged the kurens in 3 camps, surrounding them with the wagons as bulwarks, a formation in which the Zaporozhtzi were invincible, ordered 2 kurens into ambush, and drove sharp stakes, broken guns, and fragments of spears into a part of the plain, with a view to forcing the enemy's cavalry upon it if an opportunity should present itself. When all was done, which was necessary, he made a speech to the Cossacks, not for the purpose of encouraging and freshening up their spirits, he knew their souls strong without that, but simply because he wished to tell them all he had upon his heart. "I want to tell you, brother gentles, what our brotherhood is. You have heard from your mothers and grandfathers in what honour our land has always been held by all. We made ourselves known to the Greeks, and we took gold from Constantinople, and our cities were luxurious, and we had, too, our temples and our princes, the princes of the Russian people, our own princes, not Catholic unbelievers. But the Mussulmans took all vanished, and we remained defenceless, yea, like a widow after the death of a powerful husband. Defenceless was our land as well as ourselves. Such was the time, comrades, when we joined hands in a brotherhood. That is what our fellowship consists in. There is no more sacred brotherhood. The father loves his children, the mother loves her children, the children love their father and mother. But this is not like that, brothers. The wild beast also loves its young. But a man can be related only by similarity of mind and not of blood. There have been brotherhoods in our lands, but never any such brotherhoods as on our Russian soil. It has happened to many of you to be in foreign lands. You look, there are people there also, gods, creatures too, and you talk with them as with the men of your own country. But when it comes to saying a hearty word, you will see. No, they are sensible people, but not the same. The same kind of people, and yet not the same. No, brothers, to love as the Russian soul loves is to love not with the mind or anything else, but with all that God has given, all that is within you. Ah! Said Taras, and waved his hand and wiped his grey head and twitched his moustache, and then went on. No, no one else can love in that way. I know that baseness has now made its way into our land. Men care only to have their ricks of grain and hay, and their droves of horses, and that their mead may be safe in their cellars. They adopt, the devil only knows what Mussulman customs. They speak scornfully with their tongues. They care not to speak their real thoughts with their own countrymen. They sell their own things to their own comrades like soulless creatures in the marketplace. Favour of a foreign king, and not even a king, the poor favour of a Polish magnate, who beats them on the mouth with his yellow shoe, is dearer to them than all brotherhood. The very meanest of these vile men, whoever he may be, given over though he be to vileness and slavishness, even he, brothers, has some grains of Russian feeling, and they will assert themselves some day. And then the wretched man will beat his breast with his hands, and will tear his hair, cursing his vile life loudly, and ready to expiate his disgraceful deeds with torture. Let them know what brotherhood means on Russian soil. And if it has come to the point that a man must die for his brotherhood, it is not fit that any of them should die so. No, none of them. It is not a fit thing for their mouse-like natures. Thus spoke the hetman, and after he had finished his speech, he still continued to shake his head, which had grown grey in Cossack service. All who stood there were deeply affected by his speech, which went to their very hearts. The oldest in the rank stood motionless, their grey heads drooping. Tears trickled quietly from their aged eyes. They wiped them slowly away with their sleeves, and then all, as if with one consent, waved their hands in the air at the same moment and shook their experienced heads. It was evident that old Taras recalled to them many of the best known and finest traits of the heart in a man who has become wise through suffering, toil, daring, and every earthly misfortune, or, though unknown to them, of many things felt by young, pure spirits, the eternal joy of the parents who bore them. But the army of the enemy was already marching out of the city, sounding drums and trumpets, and the nobles, with their arms akimbo, were riding forth too, surrounded by innumerable servants. The stout colonel gave his orders, and they began to advance briskly on the Cossack camps, pointing their matchlocks threateningly. Their eyes flashed, and they were brilliant with brass armour. As soon as the Cossacks saw that they had come within gunshot, their matchlocks thundered all together, and they continued to fire without cessation. The detonations resounded through the distant fields and meadows, merging into one continuous roar. The whole plain was shrouded in smoke, but the Zaporozhtzi continued to fire without drawing breath, the rear ranks doing nothing but loading the guns and handing them to those in front, thus creating amazement among the enemy, who could not understand how the Cossacks fired without reloading. Amid the dense smoke which enveloped both armies, it could not be seen how first one and then another dropped, but the Lyakhs felt that the balls flew thickly, and that the affair was growing hot. And when they retreated to escape from the smoke and see how matters stood, many were missing from their ranks, but only 2 or 3 out of 100 were killed on the Cossack side. Still the Cossacks went on firing off their matchlocks without a moment's intermission. Even the foreign engineers were amazed at tactics heretofore unknown to them, and said then and there in the presence of all, "These Zaporozhtzi are brave fellows. That is the way men in other lands ought to fight." And they advised that the cannons should at once be turned on the camps. Heavily roared the iron cannons with their wide throats. The earth hummed and trembled far and wide, and the smoke lay twice as heavy over the plain. They smelt the reek of the powder among the squares and streets in the most distant as well as the nearest quarters of the city. But those who laid the cannons pointed them too high, and the shots, describing too wide a curve, flew over the heads of the camps and buried themselves deep in the earth at a distance, tearing the ground and throwing the black soil high in the air. At the sight of such lack of skill, the French engineer tore his hair and undertook to lay the cannons himself, heeding not the Cossack bullets which showered round him. Taras saw from afar that destruction menaced the whole Nezamaikovsky and Steblikivsky kurens, and gave a ringing shout, "Get away from the wagons instantly and mount your horses!" But the Cossacks would not have succeeded in effecting both these if Ostap had not dashed into the middle of the foe and wrenched the linstocks from the 6 cannoneers. But he could not wrench them from the other 4, for the Lyakhs drove him back. Meanwhile the foreign captain had taken the lunt in his own hand to fire the largest cannon, such a cannon as none of the Cossacks had ever beheld before. It looked horrible with its wide mouth, and 1,000 deaths poured forth from it. And as it thundered, the 3 others followed, shaking in 4-fold earthquake the duly responsive earth. Much woe did they cause, for more than one Cossack wailed the aged mother, beating with bony hands her feeble breast. More than one widow was left at Glukov, Nemirov, Chernigov, and other cities. The loving woman will hasten forth every day to the bazaar, grasping at all passers-by, scanning the face of each to see if there be not among them one dearer than all. But though many an army will pass through the city, never among them will a single one of all their dearest be. Half the Nezamaikovsky kuren was as if it had never been. As the hail suddenly beats down a field where every ear of grain shines like purest gold, so were they beaten down. How the Cossacks hastened thither! How they all started up! How raged Kukubenko the hetman when he saw that the best half of his kuren was no more! He fought his way with his remaining Nezamaikovsky to the very midst of the fray, cut down in his wrath like a cabbage the first man he met, hurled many a rider from his steed, piercing both horse and man with his lance, and making his way to the gunners, captured some of the cannons. Here he found the hetman of the Umansky kuren and Stepan Guska hard at work. Having already seized the largest cannon, he left those Cossacks there and plunged with his own into another mass of the foe, making a lane through it. But the Nezamaikovsky passed there was a street. Where they turned about there was a square, as where streets meet. The foemen's ranks were visibly thinning, and the Lyakhs falling in sheaves. Beside the wagon stood Vovtuzenko, and in front Jerevichenko, and by the more distant one Degtyarenko, and behind them the kuren hetman, the tick-fist Degtyarenko, had pierced 2 Lyakhs with his spear, and now attacked a third, a stout antagonist. Agile and strong was the Lyakh, with glittering arms and accompanied by 50 followers. He fell fiercely upon Degtyarenko, struck him to the earth, and flourishing his sword above him, cried, "There is not one of you Cossack dogs who has dared to oppose me." "Here's one," said Moisey Shillow, and stepped forward. He was a muscular Cossack, who had often commanded at sea and undergone many vicissitudes. The Turks had once seized him and his men at Trebizond and borne them captives to the galleys, where they bound them hand and foot with iron chains, gave them no food for a week at a time, and made them drink sea-water. The poor prisoners endured and suffered all, but would not renounce their orthodox faith. The hetman, Mosoi could not bear it. He trampled the holy scriptures underfoot, wound the vile turban about his sinful head, and became the favourite of a pasha, steward of a ship, and ruler over all the galley slaves. The poor slaves sorrowed greatly thereat, for they knew that if he had renounced his faith, he would be a tyrant, and his hand would be the more heavy and severe upon them. So it turned out. Moisey Shillow had them put in new chains, 3 to an oar, the cruel fetters cut to the very bone. He beat them up on the back. When the Turks, rejoicing at having obtained such a servant, began to carouse and, forgetful of their law, got all drunk, he distributed all the 64 keys among the prisoners, in order that they might free themselves, fling their chains and manacles into the sea, and seizing their swords, in turn kill the Turks. Then the Cossacks collected great booty, and returned with glory to their country, and the guitar players celebrated Moisey Shillow's exploits for a long time. They would have elected him Koschevoi, but he was a very eccentric Cossack. At one time he would perform some feat which the most sagacious would never have dreamed of. At another, folly simply took possession of him, and he drank and squandered everything away, was in debt to everyone in the Setch, and in addition to that, stole like a street thief. He carried off a whole Cossack equipment from a strange kuren by night, and pawned it to the tavern keeper. For this dishonourable act they bound him to a post in the bazaar, and laid a club beside him in order that everyone who passed should, according to the measure of his strength, deal him a blow. But there was not one Zaporozhetz out of them all to be found who would raise the club against him, remembering his former services. Such was the Cossack Moisey Shillow. "Here is one who will kill you, dog!" he said, springing upon the Lyak. How they hacked away! Their shoulder plates and breastplates bent over their blows. The hostile Lyak cut through Shillow's shirt of mail, reaching the body itself with his blade. The Cossack's shirt was dyed purple, but Shillow heeded it not. He brandished his brawny hand. Heavy indeed was that mighty fist, had brought the pommel of his sword down unexpectedly upon his foeman's head. The brazen helmet flew into pieces, and the Lyak staggered and fell, but Shillow went on hacking and cutting gashes in the body of the stunned man. "Kill utterly thine enemy, Cossack. Look back, rather." The Cossack did not turn, and one of the dead man's servants plunged a knife into his neck. Shillow turned and tried to seize him, but he disappeared amid the smoke of the powder. On all sides rose the roar of matchlocks. Shillow knew that his wound was mortal. He fell with his hand upon his wound, and said, turning to his comrades, "Farewell, brother gentles, my comrades! May the holy Russian land stand forever, and may it be eternally honoured!" And as he closed his failing eyes, the Cossack soul fled from his grim body. Then Zadorozhny came forward with his men. Vertikhvist issued from the ranks, and Balaban stepped forward. "What now, gentles?" said Taras, calling to the hetmans by name. "There is yet powder in the power flasks. The Cossack force is not weakened. The Cossacks do not yield." "There is yet powder in the flasks, father. The Cossack force is not weakened yet. The Cossacks yield not." And the Cossacks pressed vigorously on. The foeman's ranks were disordered. The short colonel beat the assembly and ordered 8 painted standards to be displayed to collect his men, who were scattered over all the plain. All the Lyaks hastened to the standards, but they had not yet succeeded in ranging themselves in order, when the hetman Kukubenko attacked their centre again with his Netzemaikovitsky and fell straight upon the stout colonel. The colonel could not resist the attack, and wheeling his horse about, set out at a gallop. But Kukubenko pursued him for a considerable distance, crossed the plain, and prevented him from joining his regiment. Perceiving this from the kuren on the flank, Stepan Guska set out after him, lasso in hand, bending his head to his horse's neck. Taking advantage of an opportunity, he cast his lasso about his neck at the first attempt. The colonel turned purple in the face, grasped the cord with both hands, and tried to break it. But with a powerful thrust, Stepan drove his lance through his body, and there he remained pinned to the earth. But Guska did not escape his fate. The Cossacks had but time to look round when they beheld Stepan Guska elevated on 4 spears. All the poor fellow succeeded in saying was, "May all our enemies perish, and may the Russian land rejoice forever." And then he yielded up his soul. The Cossacks glanced around, and there was Metelitza on one side, entertaining the Lyaks by dealing blows on the head to one and another, On the other side, the hetman Nevelichki was attacking with his men, and Zatkor-Tibuga was repulsing and slaying the enemy by the wagons. The third Pisarenko had repulsed a whole squadron from the more distant wagons, and they were still fighting and killing amongst the other wagons, and even upon them. "How now, gentles?" cried Taras, stepping forward before them all. "Is there still powder in your flasks? Is the Cossack force still strong? Do the Cossacks yield?" "There is still powder in the flasks, father. The Cossack force is still strong. The Cossacks yield not." But Bovdug had already fallen from the wagons. A bullet had struck him just below the heart. The old man collected all his strength and said, "I sorrow not to part from the world. God grant every man such an end. May the Russian land be forever glorious." And Bovdug's spirit flew above to tell the old men who had gone on long before that men still knew how to fight on Russian soil, and better still, they knew how to die for it and the holy faith. Balaban, hetman of the Kurens, soon after fell to the ground also from a wagon. 3 mortal wounds had he received from a lance, a bullet, and a sword. He had been one of the very best of Cossacks, and had accomplished a great deal as a commander on naval expeditions. But more glorious than all the rest was his raid on the shores of Anatolia. They collected many sequins, much valuable Turkish plunder, caftans, and adornments of every description. But misfortune awaited them on their way back. They came across the Turkish fleet, and were fired on by the ships. Half the boats were crushed and overturned, drowning more than one. But the bundles of reeds bound to the sides, Cossack fashion, saved the boats from completely sinking. Balaban rowed off at full speed and steered straight in the face of the sun, thus rendering himself invisible to the Turkish ships. All the following night they spent in bailing out the water with pails and their caps and in repairing the damaged places. They made sails out of their Cossack trousers, and sailing off escaped from the fastest Turkish vessels. And not only did they arrive unharmed at the Setch, but they brought a gold-embroidered vesture from the archimandrite of the Metzigorsky monastery in Kiev, and an icon frame of pure silver for the church, in honour of the intercession of the Virgin Mary, which is in Zaporozhye. The guitar players celebrated the daring of Balaban and his Cossacks for a long time afterwards. Now he bowed his head, feeling the pains which precede death, and said quietly, "I am permitted, brother gentles, to die a fine death. 7 have I hewn in pieces, 9 have I pierced with my lance, many have I trampled upon my horse's hooves, and I no longer remember how many more bullets I have slain. May our Russian land flourish for." The spirit fled. Cossacks, Cossacks, abandon not the flower of your army. Already was Kukubenko surrounded, and 7 men only remained of all the Netsamaikovsky Kiren, exhausted and with garments already stained with their blood. Taras himself, perceiving their straits, hastened to the rescue, but the Cossacks arrived too late. Before the enemies who surrounded him could be driven off, a spear was buried just below Kukubenko's heart. He sank into the arms of the Cossacks, who caught him, and his young blood flowed in a stream like precious wine brought from the cellar in a glass vessel by careless servants who, stumbling at the entrance, break the rich flask. The wine streams over the ground, and the master, hastening up, tears his hair, having reserved it in order that if God should grant him in his old age to meet again the comrade of his youth, they might over it recall together former days, when a man enjoyed himself otherwise and better than now. Kukubenko cast his eyes around and said, "I thank God that it has been my lot to die before your eyes, comrades. May they live better who come after us than we have lived, and may our Russian land, beloved by Christ, flourish forever." And his young spirit fled. The angels took it in their arms and bore it to heaven. It will be well with him there. "Sit down on my right hand, Kukubenko," Christ will say to him. "You never betrayed your comrades, you never committed a dishonourable act, you never sold a man into misery, you preserved and defended my church." The death of Kukubenko saddened more. The Cossack ranks were terribly thinned. Many brave men were missing. The Cossacks still stood their ground. "How now, gentles?" cried Taras to the remaining Kurens. "Is there still powder in your flasks? Ah, your swords blunted! Ah, the Cossack force is wearied. Have the Cossacks given way?" "There is still an abundance of powder. Our swords are still sharp. The Cossack forces are not wearied, and the Cossacks have not yet yielded." And the Cossacks again strained every nerve as though they had suffered no loss. Only 3 Kuren hetmen still remained alive. Red blood flowed in streams everywhere. Heaps of their bodies and of those of the enemy were piled high. Taras looked up to heaven, and there already hovered a flock of vultures. Well, they would be prey for someone. And there the foe were raising Metelitza on their lances, and the head of the second Pisarenko was dizzily opening and shutting its eyes, and the mangled body of Okrem Guska fell upon the ground. "Now!" said Taras, and waved a cloth on high. Ostap understood the signal, and springing quickly from his ambush, attacked sharply. The Lyakhs could not withstand this onslaught, and he drove them back and chased them straight to the spot where the stakes and flattened spears were driven into the earth. The horses began to stumble and fall, and the Lyakhs to fly over their heads. At that moment, the Korzuntzi, who had stood still the last by the baggage wagons, perceived that they still had some bullets left, and suddenly fired a volley from their matchlocks. The Lyakhs became confused and lost their presence of mind, and the Cossacks took courage. "The victory is ours!" rang Cossack voices on all sides. The trumpets sounded, and the banner of victory was unfurled. The beaten Lyakhs ran in all directions and hid themselves. "No, the victory is not yet complete," said Taras, glancing at the city gate. And he was right. The gates opened, and out dashed a hussar band, the flower of all the cavalry. Every rider was mounted on a matched brown horse from the Kabardai, and in front rode the handsomest, the most heroic of them all. His black hair streamed from beneath his brazen helmet. From his arm floated a rich scarf embroidered by the hands of peerless beauty. Taras sprang back in horror when he saw that it was Andrei. The latter, meanwhile, enveloped in the dust and heat of battle, eager to deserve the scarf which had been bound as a gift upon his arm, flew on like a greyhound, the handsomest, most agile, and youngest of all the band. The experienced huntsman urges on the greyhound, and he springs forward, tossing up the snow, and a score of times outrunning the hare in the ardour of his course. And so it was with Andrei. Old Taras paused and observed how he cleared a path before him, hewing away and dealing blows to the right and left. Taras could not restrain himself, but shouted, "Your comrades! Your comrades! You devil brat! Would you kill your own comrades?" But Andrei distinguished not who stood before him, comrades or strangers. He saw nothing. Curls, long curls, were what he saw, and a bosom like that of a river swan, a snowy neck and shoulders, and all that is created for rapturous kisses. "Hey there, lads! Only draw him to the forest! Entice him to the forest for me!" shouted Taras. Instantly 30 of the smartest Cossacks volunteered to entice him thither, and setting their tall caps firmly, spurred their horses straight at a gap in the hussars. They attacked the front ranks and flank, beat them down, cut them off from the rear ranks, and slew many of them. Golopuitenko struck Andrei in the back with his sword, and immediately set out to ride away at the top of his speed. How Andrei flew after him! How his young blood coursed through all his veins! Driving his sharp spurs into his horse's flanks, he tore along after the Cossacks, never glancing back and not perceiving that only 20 men at the most were following him. The Cossacks fled at full gallop and directed their course straight for the forest. Andrei overtook them and was on the point of catching Golopuitenko when a powerful hand seized his horse's bridle. Andrei looked. Before him stood Taras. He trembled all over and turned suddenly pale, like a student who, receiving a blow on the forehead with a ruler, flushes up like a fire, springs in wrath from his seat to chase his comrade, and suddenly encounters his teacher entering the classroom. The instant his wrathful impulse calms down, his futile anger vanishes. In this wise, in an instant, Andrei's wrath was as if it had never existed, and he beheld before him only his terrible father. "Well, what are we going to do now?" said Taras, looking him straight in the eyes. But Andrei could make no reply to this, and stood with his eyes fixed on the ground. "Well, son, did your Lyakhs help you?" Andrei made no answer. "To think that you should be such a traitor, that you should betray your faith, betray your comrades. Dismount from your horse!" Obedient as a child, he dismounted and stood before Taras, more dead than alive. "Stand still! Do not move! I gave you life. I will also kill you," said Taras, and retreating a step backwards, he brought his gun up to his shoulder. Andrei was white as a sheet. His lips moved gently, and he uttered a name, but it was not the name of his native land, nor of his mother, nor his brother. It was the name of the beautiful Pole. Taras fired. Like the ear of corn cut down by the reaping hook, like the young lamb when it feels the deadly steel in its heart, He hung his head and rolled on the grass without uttering a word. The murderer of his son stood still, and gazed long upon the lifeless body. Even in death he was very handsome. His manly face, so short a time ago filled with power, and with an irresistible charm for every woman, still had a marvellous beauty. His black brows, like sombre velvet, set off his pale features. "Is he not a true Cossack?" said Taras. "He is tall of stature, and black-browed. His face is that of a noble. His hand was strong in battle. He's fallen without glory, like a vile dog." "Father, what have you done? Was it you who killed him?" said Ostap, coming up at this moment. Taras nodded. Ostap gazed intently at the dead man. He was sorry for his brother, and said at once, "Let us give him honourable burial, father, that the foe may not dishonour his body, or the birds or prey rend it." "They will bury him without our help," said Taras. "There will be plenty of mourners and rejoicers for him." And he reflected for a couple of minutes whether he should fling him to the wolves for prey, or respect in him the bravery which every brave man is bound to honour in another, no matter whom. Then he saw Golopuitenko galloping towards him and crying, "Whoa, headman! The Lyakhs have been reinforced! A fresh force has come to their rescue!" Golopuitenko had not finished speaking when Vovtuzenko galloped up. "Whoa, headman! A fresh force is bearing down upon us!" Vovtuzenko had not finished speaking when Pisarenko rushed up without his horse. "Where are you, father? The Cossacks are seeking for you. Hetman Levlitsky is killed. Zadoroshny is killed, and Cherevichenko. But the Cossacks stand their ground. They will not die without looking in your eyes. They want you to gaze upon them once more, before the hour of death arrives." "To horse, Ostap!" said Taras, and hastened to find his Cossacks, to look once more upon them, and let them behold their hetman once more before the hour of death. But before they could emerge from the wood, the enemy's force had already surrounded it on all sides, and horsemen armed with swords and spears appeared everywhere between the trees. "Ostap! Ostap! Don't yield!" shouted Taras, and grasping his sword, he began to cut down all he encountered on every side. But six suddenly sprang upon Ostap. They did it in an unpropitious hour. The head of one flew off, another turned to flee, a spear pierced the ribs of a third, a fourth, more bold, bent his head to escape the bullet, and the bullet striking his horse's breast, the maddened animal reared, fell back upon the earth, and crushed his rider under him. "Well done, son! Well done, Ostap!" cried Taras. "I am following you!" And he drove off those who attacked him. Taras hewed and fought, dealing blows at one another, but still keeping his eye upon Ostap ahead. He saw that 8 more were falling upon his son. "Ostap! Ostap! Don't yield!" But they had already overpowered Ostap. One had flung his lasso about his neck, and they had bound him and were carrying him away. "Hey, Ostap! Ostap!" shouted Taras, forcing his way towards him and cutting men down like cabbages to right and left. "Hey, Ostap! Ostap!" But something at that moment struck him like a heavy stone. All grew dim and confused before his eyes. In one moment there flashed confusedly before him heads, spears, smoke, the gleam of fire, tree trunks, and leaves. And then he sank heavily to the earth like a felled oak, and darkness covered his eyes. End of section 9. Section 10 of Taras Bulba and Other Tales by Nikolai Vasilievich GOGOL, translated by John Cornels. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Taras Bulba, Chapter 10. "I have slept a long while," said Taras, coming to his senses, as if after a heavy drunken sleep, and trying to distinguish the objects about him. A terrible weakness overpowered his limbs. The walls and corners of a strange room were dimly visible before him. At length he perceived that Tovkat was seated beside him, apparently listening to his every breath. "Yes," thought Tovkat, "he might have slept forever." But he said nothing, only shook his finger and motioned him to be silent. "But tell me where I am now," asked Taras, straining his mind and trying to recollect what had taken place. "Be silent," cried his companion sternly. "Why should you want to know? Don't you see that you are all hacked to pieces? Here I have been galloping with you for 2 weeks without taking a breath, and you have been burnt up with fever and talking nonsense. This is the first time you have slept quietly. Be silent if you don't wish to do yourself an injury." But Taras still tried to collect his thoughts and to recall what had passed. "Well, the Lyakhs must have surrounded me and captured me. I had no chance of fighting my way clear from the throng. Be silent, I tell you, you devil's brat," cried ToddHW angrily, as a nurse, driven beyond her patience, cries out at her unruly charge. "What good will it do you to know how you got away? It is enough that you did get away. Some people were found who would not abandon you. Let that be enough for you. It is something for me to have ridden all night with you. You think that you passed for a common Cossack? No, they have offered a reward of 2,000 ducats for your head." "And Ostap!" cried Taras suddenly, and tried to rise, for all at once he recollected that Ostap had been seized and bound before his very eyes, and that he was now in the hands of the Lyakhs. Grief overpowered him. He pulled off and tore in pieces the bandages from his wounds, and threw them far from him. He tried to say something, but only articulated some incoherent words. Fever and delirium seized upon him afresh, and he uttered wild and incoherent speeches. Meanwhile his faithful comrade stood beside him, scolding and showering harsh, reproachful words upon him without stint. Finally he seized him by the arms and legs, wrapped him up like a child, arranged all his bandages, rolled him in an ox-hide, bound him with bast, and, fastening him with ropes to his saddle, rode with him again at full speed along the road. "I'll get you there, even if it be not alive. I will not abandon your body for the Lyakhs to make merry over you and cut your body in twain and fling it into the water. Let the eagle tear out your eyes if it must be so, but let it be our eagle of the steppe, and not a Polish eagle, not one which has flown hither from Polish soil. I will bring you, though it be a corpse, to the Ukraine." Thus spoke his faithful companion. He rode without drawing rein, day and night, and brought Taras, still insensible, into Zaporozhian Sech itself. There he undertook to cure him with unswerving care by the aid of herbs and liniments. He sought out a skilled Jewess who made Taras drink various potions for a whole month, and at length he improved. Whether it was owing to the medicine or to his iron constitution gaining the upper hand, at all events in 6 weeks he was on his feet. His wounds had closed, and only the scars of the sabre cuts showed how deeply injured the old Cossack had been. But he was markedly sad and morose. 3 deep wrinkles engraved themselves upon his brow, and never more departed thence. Then he looked around him. All was new in the Sech. All his old companions were dead. Not one was left of those who had stood up for the right, for faith and brotherhood. And those who had gone forth with the Koschevoi in pursuit of the Tatars, they also had long since disappeared. All had perished. One had lost his head in battle, another had died for lack of food amid the salt marshes of the Crimea, another had fallen in captivity and been unable to survive the disgrace. Their former Koschevoi was no longer living, nor any of his old companions, and the grass was growing over those once alert with power. He felt as one who had given a feast, a great noisy feast. All the dishes had been smashed in pieces. Not a drop of wine was left anywhere. The guests and servants had all stolen valuable cups and platters, and he, like the master of the house, stood sadly thinking that it would have been no feast. In vain did they try to cheer Taras and to divert his mind. In vain did the long-bearded, grey-haired guitar players come by 2s and 3s to glorify his Cossack deeds. He gazed grimly and indifferently at everything, with inappeasable grief printed on his stolid face, and said softly as he drooped his head, "My son, my Ostap." The Zaporozhtzi assembled for a raid by sea. 200 boats were launched on the Dnieper, and Asia Minor saw those who manned them, with their shaven heads and long scalp locks, devote their thriving shores to fire and sword. She saw the turbans of the Mahometan inhabitants strewn like innumerable flowers over the blood-sprinkled fields, and floating along her river-banks she saw many tarry Zaporozhian trousers and strong hands with black hunting whips. The Zaporozhtzi ate up and laid waste all the vineyards. In the mosques they left heaps of dung. They used rich Persian shawls for sashes, and girded their dirty gabardines with them. Long afterwards, short Zaporozhian pipes were found in those regions. They sailed merrily back. A 10-gun Turkish ship pursued them and scattered their skiffs like birds with a volley from its guns. A third part of them sank in the depths of the sea. But the rest again assembled and gained the mouth of the Dnieper with 12 kegs full of sequins. But all this did not interest Taras. He went off upon the steppe as though to hunt, but the charge remained in his gun, and laying down the weapon he would seat himself sadly on the shores of the sea. He sat there long with drooping head, repeating continually, "My Ostap, my Ostap." Before him spread the gleaming Black Sea. In the distant reeds the seagull screamed. His grey moustache turned to silver, and the tears fell one by one upon it. At last Taras could endure it no longer. "Whatever happens, I must go and find out what he is doing. Is he alive or in the grave? I will know, cost what it may." Within a week he found himself in the city of Uman, fully armed and mounted, with lance, sword, canteen, pot of oatmeal, powder horn, cord to hobble his horse, and other equipments. He went straight to a dirty, ill-kept little house, the small windows of which were almost invisible, blackened as they were with some unknown dirt. The chimney was wrapped in rags, and the roof, which was full of holes, was covered with sparrows. A heap of all sorts of refuse lay before the very door. From the window peered the head of a Jewess in a headdress with discoloured pearls. "Is your husband at home?" said Bulba, dismounting and fastening his horse's bridle to an iron hook beside the door. "He is at home," said the Jewess, and hastened out at once with a measure of corn for the horse and a stoop of beer for the rider. "Where is your Jew?" "He is in the other room at prayer," replied the Jewess, bowing and wishing Bulba good health as he raised a cup to his lips. "Remain here, feed and water my horse, whilst I go speak with him alone. I have business with him." This Jew was the well-known Yankel. He was there as revenue farmer and tavern keeper. He had gradually got nearly all the neighbouring noblemen and gentlemen into his hands, had slowly sucked away most of their money, and had strongly impressed his presence on that locality. For a distance of 3 miles in all directions, not a single farm remained in a proper state. All were falling in ruins, all had been drunk away, and poverty and rags alone remained. The whole neighbourhood was depopulated, as if after a fire or an epidemic, and if Yankel had lived there 10 years, he would probably have depopulated the Voivoda's whole domains. Taras entered the room. The Jew was praying, enveloped in his dirty shroud, and was turning to spit for the last time, according to the forms of his creed, when his eye suddenly lighted on Taras, standing behind him. The first thing that crossed Yankel's mind was the 2,000 ducats offered for his visitor's head, but he was ashamed of his avarice, and tried to stifle within him the eternal thought of gold, which twines, like a snake, about the soul of a Jew. "Listen, Yankel," said Taras to the Jew, who began to bow low before him, and as he spoke he shut the door, so that he might not be seen. "I have saved your life. The Zaporozhtzi would have torn you to pieces like a dog. Now it is your turn to do me a service." The Jew's face clouded over a little. "What service? If it is a service I can render, why should I not render it? Ask no questions. Take me to Warsaw." "To Warsaw? Why to Warsaw?" said the Jew, and his brows and shoulders rose in amazement. "Ask me nothing. Take me to Warsaw. I must see him once more at any cost, and say one word to him." "Say a word to whom?" "To him. To Ostap. To my son." "Has not my lord heard that already?" I know all. They offer 2,000 ducats for my head. They know its value, fools. I will give you 5,000. Here are 2,000 on the spot." And Bulba poured out 2,000 ducats from a leather purse, "and the rest when I return." The Jew instantly seized a towel and concealed the ducats under it. "Aye, glorious money! Aye, good money!" he said, twirling one gold piece in his hand and testing it with his teeth. "Aye, Don't believe the man from whom my lord took these fine gold pieces remained in the world an hour longer. He went straight to the river and drowned himself, after the loss of such magnificent gold pieces. I should not have asked you. I might possibly have found my own way to Warsaw. But someone might recognize me, and then the cursed Lyakhs would capture me, for I am not clever at inventions. Whilst that is just what you Jews are created for. You would deceive the very devil. You know every trick. That is why I've come to you. And besides, I could do nothing of myself in Warsaw. Harness the horse to your wagon at once and take me. And my lord thinks that I can take the nag at once and harness him and say, "Get up, Dapple." My lord thinks that I can take him just as he is, without concealing him. Well, hide me as you like, in an empty cask. Aye, and my lord thinks he can be concealed in an empty cask. Does not my lord know that every man thinks that every cask he sees contains brandy? Well, let them think it is brandy. Let them think it is brandy, said the Jew, and grasped his earlocks with both hands, and then raised them both on high. Well, why are you so frightened? And does not my lord know that God has made brandy expressly for everyone to sip? They are all gluttons and fond of dainties there. A nobleman will run 5 versts after a cask. He'll make a hole in it, and as soon as he sees that nothing runs out, he will say, "A Jew does not carry empty casks. There is certainly something wrong. Seize the Jew, bind the Jew, take away all the Jew's money, put the Jew in prison. Then all the vile people will fall upon the Jew. Everyone takes a Jew for a dog, and they think he is not a man, but only a Jew. Then put me in the wagon with some fish over me." "I cannot, my lord. By heaven, I cannot. All over Poland the people are as hungry as dogs now. They will steal the fish and feel my lord." "Then take me in the fiend's way. Only take me." Listen, my lord," said the Jew, turning up the ends of his sleeves and approaching him with extended arms. "This is what we will do. They are building fortresses and castles everywhere. French engineers have come from Germany, and so a great deal of brick and stone is being carried over the roads. Let my lord lie down on the bottom of the wagon, and over him I will pile bricks. My lord is strong and well, apparently, so he will not mind if it is a little heavy. And I will make a hole in the bottom of the wagon in order to feed my lord. Do what you will, only take me." In an hour, a wagon load of bricks left Uman, drawn by 2 sorry nags. On one of them sat tall Yankel, his long curling earlocks flowing from beneath his Jewish cap as he bounced about on the horse like a verst mark planted by the roadside. End of chapter 10. Section 11 of Taras Bulba and Other Tales by Nikolai Vasilievich GOGOL, translated by John Corley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Taras Bulba, Chapter 11. At the time when these things took place, there were as yet on the frontiers neither custom-house officials nor guards, those bugbears of enterprising people, so that anyone could bring across anything he fancied. If anyone made a search or inspection, he did it chiefly for his own pleasure, especially if there happened to be in the wagon objects attractive to his eye, and if his own hand possessed a certain weight and power. But the bricks found no admirers, and they entered the principal gate unmolested. Bulba, in his narrow cage, could only hear the noise, the shouts of the driver, and nothing more. Yankel, bouncing up and down on his dust-covered nag, turned after making several detours into a dark, narrow street bearing the names of the Muddy and also of the Jews' Street, because Jews from nearly every part of Warsaw were to be found here. This street greatly resembled a backyard turned wrong side out. The sun never seemed to shine into it. The black wooden houses with numerous poles projecting from the windows still further increased the darkness. Rarely did a brick wall gleam red among them, for these too in many places had turned quite black. Here and there, high up, a bit of stuccoed wall illumined by the sun glistened with intolerable whiteness. Pipes, rags, shells, broken and discarded tubs, Everyone flung whatever was useless to him into the street, thus affording the passer-by an opportunity of exercising all his 5 senses with the rubbish. A man on horseback could almost touch with his hand the poles thrown across the street from one house to another, upon which hung Jewish stockings, short trousers, and smoked geese. Sometimes a pretty little Hebrew face, adorned with discoloured pearls, peeped out of an old window. A group of little Jews, with torn and dirty garments and curly hair, screamed and rolled about in the dirt. A red-haired Jew, with freckles all over his face, which made him look like a sparrow's egg, gazed from a window. He addressed Yankel at once in his gibberish, and Yankel at once drove into a courtyard. Another Jew came along, halted, and entered into conversation. When Bulba finally emerged from beneath the bricks, he beheld 3 Jews talking with great warmth. Yankel turned to him and said that everything possible would be done, that his Ostap was in the city jail, and that although it would be difficult to persuade the jailer, yet he hoped to arrange a meeting. Bulba entered the room with the 3 Jews. The Jews again began to talk among themselves in their incomprehensible tongue. Taras looked hard at each of them. Something seemed to have moved him deeply. Over his rough and stolid countenance a flame of hope spread, of hope such as sometimes visits a man in the last depths of his despair. His aged heart began to beat violently as though he had been a youth. "Listen, Jews," said he, and there was a triumphant ring in his words. "You can do anything in the world, even extract things from the bottom of the sea, and it has long been a proverb that a Jew will steal from himself if he takes a fancy to steal. Set my Ostap at liberty. Give him a chance to escape from their diabolical hands. I promised this man 5,000 ducats. Will add another 5,000. All that I have, rich cups, buried gold, houses, all even to my last garment, I will part with, and I will enter into a contract with you for my whole life to give you half of all the booty I may gain in war." "Oh, impossible, dear lord, it is impossible," said Yankel with a sigh. "Impossible," said another Jew. All 3 Jews looked at each other. "We might try," said the third, glancing timidly at the other 2. "God may favour us." All 3 Jews discussed the matter in German. Bulba, in spite of his straining ears, could make nothing of it. He only caught the word Mardokai, often repeated. "Listen, my lord," said Yankel. "We must consult with a man such as there never was before in the world. Ugh, as wise as Solomon. And if he will do nothing, then no one in the world can. Sit here. This is the key. Admit no one." The Jews went out into the street. Taras locked the door and looked out from the little window upon the dirty Jewish street. The 3 Jews halted in the middle of the street and began to talk with a good deal of warmth. A 4th soon joined them, and finally a 5th. Again he heard repeated Mardokai. Mardokai. The Jews glanced incessantly towards one side of the street. At length, from a dirty house near the end of it emerged a foot in a Jewish shoe and the skirts of a kaftan. "Ah, Mardokai, Mardokai!" shouted the Jews in one voice. A thin Jew, somewhat shorter than Yankel, but even more wrinkled and with a huge upper lip, approached the impatient group, and all the Jews made haste to talk to him, interrupting each other. During the recital, Mardokai glanced several times towards the little window, and Taras divined that the conversation concerned him. Mardokai waved his hands, listened, interrupted, spat frequently to one side, and pulling up the skirts of his kaftan, thrust his hands into his pocket and drew out some jingling thing, showing very dirty trousers in the operation. Finally, all the Jews set up such a shouting that the Jew who was standing guard was forced to make a signal for silence, and Taras began to fear for his safety. But when he remembered that Jews can only consult in the street, and that the demon himself cannot understand their language, he regained his composure. 2 minutes later, the Jews all entered the room together. Mardokai approached Taras, tapped him on the shoulder, and said, "When we set to work, it will be all right." Taras looked at this Solomon whom the world had never known, and conceived some hope. Indeed, his face might well inspire confidence. His upper lip was simply an object of horror. its thickness being doubtless increased by adventitious circumstances. This Solomon's beard consisted only of about 15 hairs, and they were on the left side. Solomon's face bore so many scars of battle received for his daring that he had doubtless lost count of them long before, and had grown accustomed to consider them as birthmarks. Mardochai departed, accompanied by his comrades, who were filled with admiration at his wisdom. Bulba remained alone. He was in a strange, unaccustomed situation for the first time in his life. He felt uneasy. His mind was in a state of fever. He was no longer unbending, immovable, strong as an oak, as he had formerly been, but felt timid and weak. He trembled at every sound, at every fresh Jewish face which showed itself at the end of the street. In this condition he passed the whole day. He neither ate nor drank, and his eye never for a moment left the small window looking on the street. Finally, late at night, Mardochai and Yankel made their appearance. Taras's heart died within him. "What news? Have you been successful?" he asked with the impatience of a wild horse. But before the Jews had recovered breath to answer, Taras perceived that Mardochai no longer had the locks, which had formerly fallen in greasy curls from under his felt cap. It was evident that he wished to say something, but he uttered only nonsense, which Taras could make nothing of. Yankel himself put his hand very often to his mouth, as though suffering from a cold. "Oh, dearest lord," said Yankel, "it is quite impossible now. By heaven, impossible. Such vile people that they deserve to be spit upon. Mardochai here says the same. Mardochai has done what no man in the world ever did, but God did not will that it should be so. 3,000 soldiers are in garrison here, and tomorrow the prisoners are all to be executed." Taras looked the Jew straight in the face, but no longer with impatience or anger. "But if my lord wishes to see his son, then it must be early tomorrow morning, before the sun has risen. The sentinels have consented, and one gaoler has promised. But may he have no happiness in the world. Woe is me, what greedy people! There are none such among us. I gave 50 ducats to each sentinel, and to the gaoler." "Good! Take me to him!" exclaimed Taras with decision, and with all his firmness of mind restored. He agreed to Yankel's proposition that he should disguise himself as a foreign count, just arrived from Germany, for which purpose the prudent Jew had already provided a costume. It was already night. The master of the house, the red-haired Jew with freckles, pulled out a mattress covered with some kind of rug and spread it on a bench for Bulba. Yankel lay upon the floor on a similar mattress. The red-haired Jew drank a small cup of brandy, took off his caftan and betook himself, looking in his shoes and stockings very like a lean chicken, with his wife, to something resembling a cupboard. Two little Jews lay down on the floor beside the cupboard, like a couple of dogs. But Taras did not sleep. He sat motionless, drumming on the table with his fingers. He kept his pipe in his mouth and puffed out smoke, which made the Jew sneeze in his sleep and pull his coverlet over his nose. Scarcely was the sky touched with the first faint gleams of dawn than he pushed Yankel with his foot, saying, "Rise, Jew, and give me your count's dress." In a moment he was dressed. He blackened his moustache and eyebrows, put on his head a small dark cap. Even the Cossacks, who knew him best, would not have recognized him. Apparently he was not more than 35. A healthy colour glowed on his cheeks, and his scars lent an air of command. The gold-embroidered dress became him extremely well. The streets were still empty. Not a single one of the market folk as yet showed himself in the city with his basket on his arm. Yankel and Bulba made their way to a building which presented the appearance of a crouching stork. It was large, low, wide, and black, and on one side a long slender tower like a stork's neck projected above the roof. This building served for a variety of purposes. It was a barrack, a jail, and the criminal court. The visitors entered the gate and found themselves in a vast room, or covered courtyard. About 1,000 men were sleeping here. Straight before them was a small door, in front of which sat 2 sentries, playing at some game which consisted in one striking the palm of the other's hand with 2 fingers. They paid little heed to the new arrivals, and only turned their heads when Yankel said, "It is we, sirs. Do you hear? It is we." "Go in," said one of them, opening the door with one hand and holding out the other to his comrade to receive his blows. They entered a low and dark corridor which led them to a similar room with small windows overhead. "Who goes there?" shouted several voices, and Taras beheld a number of warriors in full armour. "We have been ordered to admit no one." "It is we," cried Yankel. "We, by heavens, noble sirs." But no one would listen to him. Fortunately, at that moment a fat man came up, who appeared to be a commanding officer, for he swore louder than all the others. "My lord, it is we. You know us, and the Lord Count will thank you." "Admit them, 100 fiends and a mother of fiends. Admit no one else, and no one is to draw his sword, nor quarrel." The conclusion of this order the visitors did not hear. "It is we. It is I. It is your friends," Yankel said to every one they met. "Well, can it be managed now?" he inquired of one of the guards, when they at length reached the end of the corridor. "It is possible, but I don't know whether you will be able to gain admission to the prison itself. Yana is not here now. Another man is keeping watch in his place," replied the guard. "Aye, aye," cried the Jew softly. "This is bad, my dear lord." "Go on," said Taras firmly, and the Jew obeyed. At the arched entrance of the vaults stood a heyduke with a moustache trimmed in 3 layers. The upper layer was trained backwards, the second straight forward, and the third downwards, which made him greatly resemble a cat. The Jew shrank into nothing, and approached him almost sideways. "Oh, high excellency, high and illustrious lord!" "Are you speaking to me, Jew?" "To you, my illustrious lord." But I'm merely a heyduke," said the merry-eyed man with the triple-tiered moustache. "And I thought it was the Voivode himself, by heavens! Aye, aye, aye." Thereupon the Jew twisted his head about and spread out his fingers. "Aye, what a fine figure! Another finger's breadth, and he would be a colonel. The Lord no doubt rides a horse as fleet as the wind, and commands the troops." The heyduke twirled the lower tier of his moustache, and his eyes beamed. "What a warlike people!" continued the Jew. "Ah, woe is me! What a fine race! Golden cords and trappings that shine like the sun, and the maidens, wherever they see warriors, aye, aye." Again the Jew wagged his head. The heyduke twirled his upper moustache and uttered a sound somewhat resembling the neighing of a horse. "Nay, pray, my lord, to do us a service," exclaimed the Jew. "This prince has come hither from a foreign land, and wants to get a look at the Cossacks. He never in all his life has seen what sort of people the Cossacks are." The advent of foreign counts and barons was common enough in Poland. They were often drawn thither by curiosity to view this half-Asiatic corner of Europe. They regarded Moscow and the Ukraine as situated in Asia. So the heyduke bowed low, and thought fit to add a few words of his own. "I do not know, your excellency," said he, "why you should desire to see them. They are dogs, not men, and their faith is such as no one respects." "You lie, you son of Satan!" exclaimed Bulba. "You are a dog yourself. How dare you say that our faith is not respected? It is your heretical faith which is not respected." "Oh," said the heyduke, "I can guess who you are, my friend. You are one of the breed of those under my charge. So just wait while I summon our men." Taras realized his indiscretion, but vexation and obstinacy hindered him from devising a means of remedying it. Fortunately, Yankel managed to interpose at this moment. "Most noble lord, how is it possible that the count can be a Cossack? If he were a Cossack, where could he have obtained such a dress and such a count-like mien?" "Explain that yourself!" and the heyduke opened his wide mouth to shout. "Your Royal Highness, silence, silence, for heaven's sake!" cried Yankel. "Silence! We will pay you for it in a way you never dreamed of. We will give you 2 golden ducats." "Oh, 2 ducats! Can't do anything with 2 ducats. I'll give my barber 2 ducats for only shaving the half of my beard. Give me 100 ducats, Jew." Here the heyduke twirled his upper moustache. "If you don't, I will shout at once." "Why so much?" said the Jew sadly, turning pale and undoing his leather purse. But it was lucky that he had no more in it, and that the heyduke could not count over 100. My lord, let us depart quickly. Look at the evil-minded fellow," said Yankel to Taras, perceiving that the heyduke was turning the money over in his hand as though regretting that he had not demanded more. "What do you mean, you devil of a heyduke?" said Bulba. "What do you mean by taking our money and not letting us see the Cossacks? No, you must let us see them. Since you have taken the money, you have no right to refuse." Go to the devil. If you won't, I'll give the alarm this moment. Take yourselves off quickly, I say." My lord, let us go, in God's name, let us go. Curse him, may he dream such things that he will have to spit," cried poor Yankel. Bulba turned slowly with drooping head and retraced his steps, followed by the complaints of Yankel, who was sorrowing at the thought of the wasted ducats. "Why be angry? Let the dog curse. That race cannot help cursing. Oh, woe is me! What luck God sends to some people! 100 ducats merely for driving us off, and our brother, they have torn off his earlocks, and they made wounds on his face that you cannot bear to look at, and yet no one will give him 100 gold pieces. Oh, heavens! Merciful God!" But this failure made a much deeper impression on Bulba, expressed by a devouring flame in his eyes. "Let us go," he said, suddenly, as if arousing himself. "Let us go to the square. I want to see how they will torture him." "Oh, my lord, why go? That will do us no good now." "Let us go," said Bulba, obstinately, and the Jew followed him, sighing like a nurse. The square on which the execution was to take place was not hard to find, for the people were thronging thither from all quarters. In that savage age, such a thing constituted one of the most noteworthy spectacles, not only for the common people, but among the higher classes. A number of the most pious old men, a throng of young girls, and the most cowardly women, who dreamed the whole night afterwards of their bloody corpses, and shrieked as loudly in their sleep as a drunken hussar, missed nevertheless no opportunity of gratifying their curiosity. "Ah, what tortures!" many of them would cry hysterically, covering their eyes and turning away. But they stood their ground for a good while, all the same. Many a one with gaping mouth and outstretched hands would have liked to jump upon other folks' heads to get a better view. Above the crowd towered a bulky butcher, admiring the whole process with the air of a connoisseur, and exchanging brief remarks with a gunsmith, whom he addressed as gossip, because he got drunk in the same alehouse with him on holidays. Some entered into warm discussions, others even laid wagers, but the majority were of the species who, all the world over, look on at the world and at everything that goes on in it, and merely scratch their noses. In the front ranks, close to the bearded civic guards, stood a young noble in warlike array, who had certainly put his whole wardrobe on his back, leaving only his torn shirt and old shoes at his quarters. 2 chains, one above the other, hung around his neck. He stood beside his mistress, Lucia, and glanced about incessantly to see that no one soiled her silk gown. He explained everything to her so perfectly that no one could have added a word. "All these people whom you see, my dear Lucia," he said, "have come to see the criminals executed. And that man, my love, yonder, holding the axe and other instruments in his hands, is the executioner who will dispatch them. When he begins to break them on the wheel and torture them in other ways, the criminals will still be alive. But when he cuts off their heads, then, my love, they will die at once. Before that, they will cry and move, but as soon as their heads are cut off, it will be impossible for them to cry, or to eat, or drink, because, my dear, they will no longer have any head." Lucia listened to all this with terror and curiosity. The upper stories of the houses were filled with people. On the windows and the roof peered strange faces with beards and something resembling caps. Upon the balconies, beneath shady awnings, sat the aristocracy. The hands of smiling young ladies, brilliant as white sugar, rested on the railings. Portly nobles looked on with dignity. Servants in rich garb, with flowing sleeves, handed round various refreshments. Sometimes a black-eyed young rogue would take her care or fruit and fling it among the crowd with her own noble little hand. The crowd of hungry gentles held up their caps to receive it, and some tall noble, whose head rose amid the throng, with his faded red jacket and discoloured gold braid, and who was the first to catch it with the aid of his long arms, would kiss his booty, press it to his heart, and finally put it in his mouth. The hawk, suspended beneath the balcony in a golden cage, was also a spectator, with beak inclined to one side and with one foot raised. He too watched the people attentively. But suddenly a murmur ran through the crowd, and a rumour spread. "They are coming! They are coming! The Cossacks!" They were bareheaded, with their long locks floating in the air. Their beards had grown, and their once handsome garments were worn out and hung about them in tatters. They walked neither timidly nor surlily, but with a certain pride, neither looking at nor bowing to the people. At the head of all came Ostap. What were old Taras's feelings when thus he beheld his Ostap? What filled his heart then? He gazed at him from amid the crowd and lost not a single movement of his. They reached the place of execution. Ostap stopped. He was to be the first to drink the bitter cup. He glanced at his comrades, raised his hand, and said in a loud voice, "God grant that none of the heretics who stand here may hear, the unclean dogs, how Christians suffer. Let none of us utter a single word." After this he ascended the scaffold. "Well done, sir, well done," said Bulba softly, and bent his grey head. The executioner tore off his old rags. They fastened his hands and feet in stocks prepared expressly, and we will not pain the reader with a picture of the hellish tortures which would make his hair rise upright on his head. They were the outcome of that coarse, wild age, when men still led a life of warfare, which hardened their souls until no sense of humanity was left in them. In vain did some, not many, in that age make a stand against such terrible measures. In vain did the king and many nobles, enlightened in mind and spirit, demonstrate that such severity of punishment could but fan the flame of vengeance in the Cossack nation. But the power of the king, and the opinion of the wise, was as nothing before the savage will of the magnates of the kingdom, who, by their thoughtlessness and unconquerable lack of all far-sighted policy, their childish self-love and miserable pride, converted the Diet into the mockery of a government. Ostap endured the torture like a giant. Not a cry, not a groan was heard. Even when they began to break the bones in his hands and feet, when amid the death-like stillness of the crowd the horrible cracking was audible to the most distant spectators, when even his tormentors turned aside their eyes, nothing like a groan escaped his lips, nor did his face quiver. Taras stood in the crowd, bowed head, and raising his eyes proudly at that moment, he said approvingly, "Well done, boy, well done." But when they took him to the last deadly tortures, it seemed as though his strength were failing. He cast his eyes around. Oh God! All strangers, all unknown faces! If only some of his relatives had been present at his death, he would not have cared to hear the sobs and anguish of his poor weak mother, nor the unreasoning cries of a wife tearing her hair and beating her white breast, but he would have liked to see a strong man who might refresh him with a word of wisdom and cheer his end. And his strength failed him, and he cried in the weakness of his soul, "Father, where are you? Do you hear?" "I hear!" rang through the universal silence, and those thousands of people shuddered in concert. Detachment of cavalry hastened to search through the throng of people. Yankel turned pale as death, and when the horseman had got within a short distance of him, turned round in terror to look for Taras. But Taras was no longer beside him. Every trace of him was lost. End of section 11. Section 12 of Taras Bulba and Other Tales by Nikolai Vasilievich GOGOL. translated by John Corr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Taras Bulba, Chapter 12. They soon found traces of Taras. An army of 120,000 Cossacks appeared on the frontier of the Ukraine. This was no small detachment sallying forth for plunder or in pursuit of the Tatars. No, the whole nation had risen, for the measure of the people's patience was overfull. They had risen to avenge the disregard of their rights, the dishonourable humiliation of themselves, the insults to the faith of their fathers and their sacred customs, the outrages upon their church, the excesses of the foreign nobles, the disgraceful domination of the Jews on Christian soil, and all that had aroused and deepened the stern hatred for the Cossacks for a long time past. Hetman Ostranitsa, young but firm in mind, led the vast Cossack force. Beside him was seen his old and experienced friend and counsellor Gunya. 8 leaders led bands of 12,000 men each. 2 osauls and a bunchintsi assisted the hetman. A cornet general carried the chief standard, whilst many other banners and standards floated in the air. And the comrades of the staff bore the golden staff of the hetman, the symbol of his office. There were also many other officials belonging to the different bands, the baggage train and the main force of detachments of infantry and cavalry. There were almost as many free Cossacks and volunteers as there were registered Cossacks. The Cossacks had risen everywhere. They came from Chigirin, from Beryaslav, from Baturin, from Glukov, from the regions of the lower Dnieper, and from all its upper shores and islands. An uninterrupted stream of horses and herds of cattle stretched across the plain. And among all these Cossacks, among all these bands, one was the choicest, and that was the band led by Taras Bulba. All contributed to give him an influence over the others: his advanced years, his experience and skill in directing an army, and his bitter hatred of the foe. His unsparing fierceness and cruelty seemed exaggerated even to the Cossacks. His grey head dreamed of naught save fire and sword, and his utterances at the councils of war breathed only annihilation. It is useless to describe all the battles in which the Cossacks distinguished themselves, or the gradual courses of the campaign. All this is set down in the chronicles. It is well known what an army raised on Russian soil for the Orthodox faith is like. There is no power stronger than faith. It is threatening and invincible, like a rock, and rising amidst the stormy, ever-changing sea. From the very bottom of the sea it rears to heaven, its jagged sides of firm, impenetrable stone. It is visible from everywhere, and looks the waves straight in the face as they roll past. And woe to the ship which is dashed against it. Its frame flies into splinters, everything in it is split and crushed, and the startled air re-echoes the piteous cries of the drowning. In the pages of the chronicles there is a minute description of how the Polish garrisons fled from the freed cities, how the unscrupulous Jewish tavern keepers were hung, how powerless was the royal hetman Nikolai Vasilievich with his numerous army against this invincible force, how, routed and pursued, he lost the best of his troops by drowning in a small stream, how the fierce Cossack regiments besieged him in the little town of Polon, and how, reduced to extremities, he promised under oath on the part of the king and the government its full satisfaction to all and the restoration of all their rights and privileges. But the Cossacks were not men to give way for this. They already knew well what a Polish oath was worth, and Potocki would never more have pranced on his 6,000 ducat horse in the Kabardei, attracting the glances of distinguished ladies and the envy of the nobility. He would never more have made a figure in the Diet by giving costly feasts to the senators. The Russian priests who were in the little town had not saved him. When all the popes in their brilliant gold vestments went out to meet the Cossacks, bearing the holy pictures and the cross with the bishop himself at their head, crozier in hand and mitre on his head, the Cossacks all bowed their heads and took off their caps. To no one lower than the king himself would they have shown respect at such an hour. But their daring fell before the Church of Christ, and they honoured their priesthood. The hetman leaders agreed to release Potocki after having extracted from him a solemn oath to leave all the Christian churches unmolested, to forswear the ancient enmity, and to do no harm to the Cossack forces. One leader alone would not consent to such a peace. It was Taras. He tore a handful of hair from his head and cried, "Hetmen and leaders, commit no such womanish deed. Trust not the Lyakhs. Slay the dogs." When the secretary presented the agreement, and the hetman put his hand to it, Taras drew a genuine Damascene blade, a costly Turkish sabre of the finest steel, broke it in twain like a reed, and threw the two pieces far away on each side, saying, "Farewell, as the two pieces of this sword will never reunite and form one sword again, so we, comrades, shall never more behold each other in this world. Remember my parting words." As he spoke, his voice grew stronger, rose higher, and acquired a hitherto unknown power, and his prophetic utterances troubled them all. "Before the death hour, you will remember me. Do you think that you have purchased peace and quiet? Do you think that you will make a great show? You will make a great show, but after another fashion. They will flay the skin from your head, hetman. They will stuff it with bran, and long will it be exhibited at fairs. Neither will you retain your heads, gentles. You will be thrown into damp dungeons, walled about with stone, if they do not boil you alive in cauldrons like sheep. And you, men," he continued, turning to his followers, "which of you wants to die his true death, not through sorrows and the alehouse, but an honourable Cossack death, all in one bed, like bride and groom? But perhaps you would like to return home and turn infidels and carry Polish priests on your backs." "We will follow you, noble leader. We will follow you," shouted all his band, and many others joined him. "If it is to be so, then follow me," said Taras, pulling his cap further over his brows. Looking menacingly at the others, he went to his horse and cried to his men, "Let no one reproach us with any insulting speeches. Now, hey there, men, we'll call on the Catholics." And then he struck his horse, and there followed him a camp of 100 wagons, and with them many Cossack cavalry and infantry, and, turning, he threatened with a glance all who remained behind, and wrath was in his eye. The band departed in full view of all the army, and Taras continued long to turn and then growl. The hetmen and leaders were uneasy. All became thoughtful and remained silent, as though oppressed by some heavy foreboding. Not in vain had Taras prophesied. All came to pass, as he had foretold. A little later, after the treacherous attack at Canova, the hetman's head was mounted on a stake, together with those of many of his officers. And what of Taras? Taras made raids all over Poland with his band, burned 18 towns and nearly 40 churches, and reached Krakow. He killed many nobles and plundered some of the richest and finest castles. The Cossacks emptied on the ground the century-old mead and wine, carefully hoarded up in lordly cellars. They cut and burned the rich garments and equipments which they found in the wardrobe. "Spare nothing," was the order of Taras. The Cossacks spared not the black-browed gentlewomen, the brilliant white-bosomed maidens. These could not save themselves even at the altar, but Taras burned them with the altar itself. Snowy hands were raised to heaven from amid fiery flames, with piteous shrieks which would have moved the damp earth itself to pity, and caused the steppe-grass to bend with compassion at their fate. But the cruel Cossacks paid no heed, and raising the children in the streets upon the points of their lances, they cast them also into the flames. "This is a mass for the soul of Ostap, you heathen Lyakhs," was all that Taras said. And such masses for Ostap he had sung in every village, until the Polish government perceived that Taras's raids were more than ordinary expeditions for plunder. Potocki was given 5 regiments and ordered to capture him without fail. 6 days did the Cossacks retreat along the byroads before their pursuers. Their horses were almost equal to this unchecked flight and nearly saved them. But this time Potocki was also equal to the task entrusted to him. Unweariedly he followed them and overtook them on the bank of the Dniester, where Taras had taken possession of an abandoned and ruined castle for the purpose of resting. On the very brink of the Dniester it stood with its shattered ramparts and the ruined remnants of its walls. The summit of the cliff was strewn with ragged stones and broken bricks, ready at any moment to detach themselves. The royal hetman Potocki surrounded it on the 2 sides which faced the plain. 4 days did the Cossacks fight, tearing down bricks and stones for missiles. But their stones and their strength were at length exhausted, and Taras resolved to cut his way through the beleaguering forces. And the Cossacks would have cut their way through, and their swift steeds might again have served them faithfully, had not Taras halted suddenly in the very midst of their flight and shouted, "Halt! My pipe has dropped with its tobacco! I won't let those heathen Lyakhs have my pipe!" And the old hetman stooped down and felt in the grass for his pipe, full of tobacco, his inseparable companion on all his expeditions, by sea and land and at home. But in the meantime a band of Lyakhs suddenly rushed up and seized him by the shoulders. He struggled with all might. He could not scatter on the earth, as he had been wont to do. The hated who had seized him. "Oh, old age! Old age!" he exclaimed, and the stout old Cossack wept. But his age was not to blame. Nearly 30 men were clinging to his arms and legs. "The raven is caught," yelled the Lyakhs. "We must think how we can show him the most honour, the dog." They decided, with the permission of the hetman, to burn him alive from the sight of all. There stood hard by a leafless tree, the summit of which had been struck by lightning. They fastened him with iron chains and nails, driven through his hands high up on the trunk of the tree, so that he might be seen from all sides, and began at once to place faggots at his foot. But Taras did not look at the wood, nor did he think of the fire with which they were preparing to roast him. He gazed anxiously in the direction whence his Cossacks were firing. From his high point of observation he could see everything, as in the palm of his hand. "Take possession, men," he shouted, "of the hillock behind the wood. They cannot climb it." The wind did not carry his words to them. "They are lost, lost," he said in despair, and glanced down to where the water of the Dniester glittered. Joy gleamed in his eyes. He saw the sterns of 4 boats peeping out from behind some bushes, exerted all the power of his lungs, and shouted in a ringing tone, "To the bank! To the bank, men! Descend the path to the left, under the cliff. There are boats on the bank. Take all, that they may not catch you." This time the breeze blew from the other side, and his words were audible to the Cossacks. But for his counsel he received a blow on the head with the back of an axe, which made everything dance before his eyes. The Cossacks descended the cliff path at full speed, but their pursuers were at their heels. They looked. The path wound and twisted and made many detours to one side. "Comrades, we are trapped," said they. All halted for an instant, raised their whips, whistled, and their Tatar horses rose from the ground, clove the air like serpents, flew over the precipice, and plunged straight into the Dniester. 2 only did not alight in the river, but thundered down from the height upon the stones, and perished there with their horses, without uttering a cry. But the Cossacks had already swum shoreward from their horses and unfastened the boats, when the Lyakhs halted on the brink of the precipice, astounded by this wonderful feat, and thinking, "Shall we jump down to them or not?" One young colonel, a lively, hot-blooded soldier, own brother to the beautiful Pole who had seduced poor Andrei, did not reflect long, but leaped with his horse after the Cossacks. He made 3 turns in the air with his steed, and fell heavily on the rocks. Sharp stones tore him to pieces, his brains mingled with blood, bespattered the shrubs growing on the uneven walls of the precipice. When Taras Bulba recovered from the blow and glanced towards the Dniester, Cossacks were already in the skiffs and rowing away. Balls were showered upon them from above, but did not reach them, and the old hetman's eyes sparkled with joy. "Farewell, comrades!" he shouted to them from above. "Remember me! and come hither again next spring, and make merry in the same fashion. What, cursed Lyakhs, have ye caught me? Think ye there is anything in the world that a Cossack fears? Wait, the time will come when you shall learn what the Orthodox Russian faith is, and already the people scent it far and near. A Tsar shall arise from Russian soil, and there shall not be a power in the world which shall not submit to him. But fire had already risen from the faggots. It lapped his feet, and the flames spread to the tree. But can any fire, flames, or power be found on earth which are capable of overpowering Russian strength? Broad is the river Dniester, and in it are many deep pools, dense reed beds, clear shallows, and little bays. Its watery mirror gleams, filled with the melodious plaint of the swan. The proud wild goose glides swiftly over it, and snipe, red-throated ruffs, and other birds to be found among the reeds and along the banks. The Cossacks rowed swiftly on in the narrow, double-ruddered boats, rowed stoutly, carefully shunning the sandbars and cleaving the ranks of the birds which took wing, rowed and talked of their hetman. End of section 11. End of Taras Bulba.
Section 13 of Taras Bulba and Other Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Addison. Taras Bulba and Other Tales by Nikolai Vasilievich GOGOL. St. John's Eve. A story told by the sacristan of the Dikinka church. Tomar Grigorovitch had one very strange eccentricity. To the day of his death he never liked to tell the same thing twice. There were times when, if you asked him to relate a thing afresh, he would interpolate new matter, or alter it so that it was impossible to recognize it. Once upon a time, one of those gentlemen who, like the usurers at our yearly fairs, clutch and beg and steal every sort of frippery, and issue mean little volumes, no thicker than an A.B.C. book, every month, or even every week, wormed this same story out of Tomar Grigorovitch, and the latter completely forgot about it. But that same young gentleman in the pea-green kaftan came from Poltava, bringing with him a little book, and opening it in the middle, showed it to us. Tomar Grigorovitch was on the point of setting his spectacles astride of his nose, but recollected that he had forgotten to wind thread about them and stick them together with wax, so he passed it over to me. As I understand nothing about reading and writing, and do not wear spectacles, I undertook to read it. I had not turned 2 leaves when all at once he caught me by the hand and stopped me. "Stop! Tell me first what you are reading." I confess that I was a trifle stunned by such a question. "What? What am I reading, Tomar Grigorovitch? Why, your own words." "Who told you that they were my words?" "Why, what more would you have? Here it is printed, related by such and such a sacristan." "Spit on the head of the man who printed that! He lies, the dog of a Moscow peddler! Did I say that? 'Twas just the same as though one hadn't his wits about him. Listen, I'll tell the tale to you on the spot." We moved up to the table, and he began. "My grandfather, the kingdom of heaven be his, may he eat only wheaten rolls and poppy-seed cakes with honey in the other world, could tell a story wonderfully well. When he used to begin a tale, you could not stir from the spot all day, but kept on listening. He was not like the storyteller of the present day, when he begins to lie, with a tongue as though he had nothing to eat for 3 days, so that you snatch your cap and flee from the house. I remember my old mother was alive then, and in the long winter evenings, when the frost was crackling out of doors, and had sealed up hermetically the narrow panes of our cottage, she used to sit at her wheel, drawing out a long thread in her hand, rocking the cradle with her foot, and humming a song which I seem to hear even now. The lamp, quivering and flaring up as though in fear of something, lighted up our cottage. The spindle hummed, and all of us children, collected in a cluster, listened to grandfather, who had not crawled up the stove for more than 5 years, owing to his great age. But the wondrous tales of the incursions of the Zaporozhian Cossacks and the Poles, the bold deeds of Podkova, of Polta Kozuch, and Sagaidachny did not interest us so much as the stories about some deed of old, which always sent a shiver through our frames and made our hair rise upright on our heads. Sometimes such terror took possession of us in consequence of them that, from that evening forward, heaven knows how wonderful everything seemed to us. If one chanced to go out of the cottage after nightfall for anything, one fancied that a visitor from the other world had lain down to sleep in one's bed, and I have often taken my own smock at a distance as it lay at the head of the bed, for the evil one rolled up into a ball. But the chief thing about grandfather's stories was that he never lied in all his life, and whatever he said was so, was so. I will now tell you one of his wonderful tales. I know that there are a great many wise people who copy in the courts and can even read civil documents, but who, if you were to put into their hand a simple prayer book, could not make out the first letter in it, and would show all their teeth in derision. These people laugh at everything you tell them. Along comes one of them and doesn't believe in witches. Oh, yes, glory to God that I have lived so long in the world. I have seen heretics to whom it would be easier to lie in confession than it would be to our brothers and equals to take snuff, and these folk would deny the existence of witches. But let them just dream about something, and they won't even tell what it was. There! It is no use talking about them. No one could have recognized the village of ours a little over 100 years ago. It was a hamlet, the poorest kind of a hamlet. 60 of miserable farmhouses, unplastered and badly thatched, were scattered here and there about the fields. There was not a yard or a decent shed to shelter animals or wagons. That was the way the wealthy lived. And if you had looked for our brothers, the poor, why, a hole in the ground, that was a cabin for you. Only by the smoke could you tell that a God-created man lived there. You ask why they lived so? It was not entirely through poverty. Almost every one led a raiding Cossack life and gathered not a little plunder in foreign lands. It was rather because it was little use building up a good wooden house. Many folk were engaged in raids all over the country, Crimeans, Poles, Lithuanians. It was quite possible that their own countrymen might make a descent and plunder everything. Anything was possible. In this hamlet a man, or rather a devil in human form, often made his appearance. Why he came and whence no one knew. He prowled about, got drunk, and suddenly disappeared as if into the air, leaving no trace of his existence. Then, behold, he seemed to have dropped from the sky again, and went flying about the street of the village, of which no trace now remains, and which was not more than 100 paces from Dikanka. He would collect together all the Cossacks he met. Then there were songs, laughter, and cash in plenty, and vodka flowed like water. He would address the pretty girls, and give them ribbons, earrings, strings of beads, more than they knew what to do with. It is true that the pretty girls rather hesitated about accepting his presents. God knows, perhaps, what unclean hands they had passed through. My grandfather's aunt, who kept at that time a tavern, in which Basavriuk, as they called this devil-man, often caroused, said that no consideration on the earth would have induced her to accept a gift from him. But then, again, how avoid accepting? Fear seized on every one when he knit his shaggy brows and gave a sidelong glance which might send your feet God knows whither, whilst if you did accept, then the next night some fiend from the swamp with horns on his head came and began to squeeze your neck if there was a string of beads upon it, or bite your finger if there was a ring upon it, or drag you by the hair if ribbons were braided in it. God have mercy then on those who held such gifts. But here was the difficulty. It was impossible to get rid of them. If you threw them into the water, the diabolical ring or necklace would skim along the surface and into your hand. There was a church in the village, St. Pantelei, if I remember rightly. There lived there a priest, Father Athanasii of blessed memory. Observing that Basavriuk did not come to church even at Easter, he determined to reprove him and impose penance upon him. Well, he hardly escaped with his life. "Hark ye, sir," he thundered in reply, "learn to mind your own business instead of meddling in other people's, if you don't want that throat of yours stuck with boiling kutya." A dish of rice or wheat flour with honey and raisins, which is brought to the church on the celebration of memorial masses. What was to be done with this unrepentant man? Father Athanasii contented himself with announcing that anyone who should make the acquaintance of Basavriuk would be counted a Catholic, an enemy of Christ's Orthodox Church, not a member of the human race. In this village there was a Cossack named Korts, who had a labourer whom people called Peter the Orphan, perhaps because no one remembered either his father or mother. The church elder, it is true, said that they had died of the pest in his second year, but my grandfather's aunt would not hear of that, and tried with all her might to furnish him with parents, although poor Peter needed them about as much as we need last year's snow. She said that his father had been in Zaporozhe, and had been taken prisoner by the Turks, amongst whom he underwent God only knows what tortures, until having by some miracle disguised himself as a eunuch, he made his escape. Little cared the black-browed youths and maidens about Peter's parents. They merely remarked that if he only had a new coat, a red sash, a black lambskin cap with a smart blue crown on his head, a Turkish sabre by his side, a whip in one hand, and a pipe with handsome mountings in the other, he would surpass all the young men. But the pity was that the only thing poor Peter had was a grey gabardine with more holes in it than there are gold pieces in a Jew's pocket. But that was not the worst of it. Korts had a daughter such a beauty as I think you can hardly have chanced to see. My grandfather's aunt used to say, and you know that it is easier for a woman to kiss the evil one than to call anyone else a beauty, that this Cossack maiden's cheeks were as plump and fresh as the pinkest poppy when bathed in God's dew, it unfolds its petals and coquettes with the rising sun, that her brows were evenly arched over her bright eyes like black cords, such as our maidens buy nowadays for their crosses and ducats of the Moscow pedlars who visit the villages with their baskets, that her little mouth, at sight of which the youths smacked their lips, seemed made to warble the songs of nightingales, that her hair, black as the raven's wing and soft as young flax, fell in curls over her shoulders, for our maidens did not then plait their hair in pigtails interwoven with pretty bright-hued ribbons. Ah, may I never intone another Alleluia in the choir if I would not have kissed her, in spite of the grey which is making its way through the old wool which covers my pate, and of the old woman beside me like a thorn in my side. Ah, well, you know what happens when young men and maidens live side by side. In the twilight the heels of red boots were always visible in the place where Pidorka chatted with her Peter. But Korzh would never have suspected anything out of the way. Only one day, it is evident that none but the Evil One could have inspired him, Peter took it into his head to kiss the maiden's rosy lips with all his heart, without first looking well about him, and that same Evil One, may the son of a dog dream of the Holy Cross, caused the old greybeard, like a fool, to open the cottage door at that same moment. Korzh was petrified, dropped his jaw, and clutched at the door for support. Those unlucky kisses completely stunned him. Recovering himself, he took his grandfather's hunting whip from the wall, and was about to belabor Peter's back with it, when Pidorka's little 6-year-old brother Ivas rushed up from somewhere or other, and grasping his father's legs with his little hands, screamed out, "Daddy, Daddy, don't beat Peter!" What was to be done? A father's heart is not made of stone. Hanging the whip again on the wall, he led Peter quietly from the house. "If you ever show yourself in my cottage again, or even under the windows, look out, Peter, for by heaven your black moustache will disappear, and your black locks, though wound twice about your ears, will take leave of your pate, or my name is not Terenti Korzh." So saying, he gave him such a taste of his fist in the nape of his neck that all grew dark before Peter, and he flew headlong out of the place. So there was an end of their kissing. Sorrow fell upon our turtle doves, and a rumour grew rife in the village that a certain Pole, all embroidered with gold, with moustaches, sabre, spurs, and pockets jingling like the bells of the bag with which our sacristan Taras goes through the church every day, had begun to frequent Korzh's house. Now, it is well known why a father has visitors when there is a black-browed daughter about. So one day Pidorka burst into tears and caught the hand of her brother Ivas. "Ivas, my dear, Ivas, my love, fly to Peter, my child of gold, like an arrow from a bow. Tell him all. I would have loved his brown eyes, I would have kissed his fair face, but my fate decrees otherwise. More than one handkerchief have I wet with burning tears. I am sad and heavy at heart, and my own father is my enemy. I will not marry the Pole whom I do not love. Tell him they are making ready for a wedding, but there will be no music at our wedding. Priests will sing instead of pipes and viols. I shall not dance with my bridegroom. They will carry me out. Dark, dark will be my dwelling of maple wood, and instead of chimneys a cross will stand upon the roof." Peter stood petrified, without moving from the spot, when the innocent child lisped out Pidorka's words to him. "And I, wretched man, had thought to go to the Crimea and Turkey to win gold and return to thee, my beauty. But it may not be. We have been overlooked by the evil eye. I too shall have a wedding, dear one, but no ecclesiastics will be present at that wedding. The black crow instead of the Pope will caw over me. The bare plain will be my dwelling, the dark blue cloud my roof tree. The eagle will claw out my brown eyes. The rain will wash my Cossack bones, and the whirlwinds dry them. But what am I? Of what should I complain? 'Tis clear God willed it so. If I am to be lost, then so be it." And he went straight to the tavern. My late grandfather's aunt was somewhat surprised at seeing Peter at the tavern, at an hour when good men go to morning mass, and stared at him as though in a dream, when he called for a jug of brandy, about half a pailful. But the poor fellow tried in vain to drown his woe. The vodka stung his tongue like nettles, and tasted more bitter than wormwood. He flung the jug from him upon the ground. "You have sorrowed enough, Cossack," growled a bass voice behind him. He looked round. It was Basavriuk. What a face! His hair was like a brush, his eyes like those of a bull. "I know what you lack. Here it is." As he spoke, he jingled a leather purse which hung from his girdle and smiled diabolically. Peter shuddered. "Ha! Ha! Ha! How it shines!" he roared, shaking out ducats into his hands. "Ha! Ha! Ha! How it jingles! And I only ask one thing for a whole pile of such shiners." "It is the evil one!" exclaimed Peter. "Give me them! I'm ready for anything!" They struck hands upon it, and Basavriuk said, "You are just in time, Peter. Tomorrow is St. John the Baptist's day. Only on this one night in the year does the fern blossom. I will await you at midnight in the Bear's Ravine." "I do not believe the chickens await the hour when the housewife brings their corn with as much anxiety as Peter awaited the evening. He kept looking to see whether the shadows of the trees were not lengthening, whether the sun was not turning red towards setting, and the longer he watched, the more impatient he grew. How long it was! Evidently God's day had lost its end somewhere. But now the sun has set. The sky is red only on one side, and it is already growing dark. It grows colder in the fields. It gets gloomier and gloomier, and at last quite dark. At last, with heart almost bursting from his bosom, he set out, and cautiously made his way down through the thick woods into the deep hollow called the Bear's Ravine. Basavriuk was already waiting there. It was so dark that you could not see a yard before you. Hand in hand they entered the ravine, pushing through the luxuriant thorn bushes, and stumbling at almost every step. At last they reached an open spot. Peter looked about him. He had never chanced to come there before. Here Basavriuk halted. "Do you see before you 3 hillocks? There are a great many kinds of flowers upon them. May some power keep you from plucking even one of them. But as soon as the fern blossoms, seize it, and look not round, no matter what may seem to be going on behind thee." Peter wanted to ask some questions, but behold, Basavriuk was no longer there. He approached the 3 hillocks. Where were the flowers? He saw none. The wild steppe grass grew all around, and hid everything in its luxuriance. But the lightning flashed, and before him was a whole bed of flowers, all wonderful, all strange, whilst amongst them there were also the simple fronds of fern. Peter doubted his senses, and stood thoughtfully before them, arms akimbo. "What manner of prodigy is this? Why, one can see these weeds 10 times a day. What is there marvellous about them? Devil's face must be mocking me." But behold! The tiny flower bud of the fern reddened and moved as though alive. It was a marvel in truth. It grew larger and larger, and glowed like a burning coal. The tiny stars of light flashed up. Something burst softly, and the flower opened before his eyes like a flame, lighting the others about it. "Now is the time," thought Peter, and extended his hand. He saw hundreds of hairy hands reach also for the flower from behind him, and there was a sound of scampering in his rear. He half closed his eyes and plucked sharply at the stalk, and the flower remained in his hand. All became still. Upon a stump sat Basavriuk, quite blue like a corpse. He did not move so much as a finger. His eyes were immovably fixed on something visible to him alone. His mouth was half open and speechless. Nothing stirred around. It was horrible. But then a whistle was heard, which made Peter's heart grow cold within him. and it seemed to him that the grass whispered, and the flowers began to talk among themselves in delicate voices, like little silver bells, while the trees rustled in murmuring contention. Basavriuk's face suddenly became full of life, and his eyes sparkled. "The witch has just returned," he muttered between his teeth. "Hearken, Peter. A charmer will stand before you in a moment. Do whatever she commands. If not, you are lost forever." Then he parted the thorn bushes with a knotty stick, and before him stood a tiny farmhouse. Basavriuk smote it with his fist, and the wall trembled. A large black dog ran out to meet them, and with a whine transformed itself into a cat, and flew straight at his eyes. "Don't be angry, don't be angry, you old Satan," said Basavriuk, employing such words as would have made a good man stop his ears. Behold, instead of a cat, an old woman, all bent into a bow, with a face wrinkled like a baked apple, and a nose and chin like a pair of nutcrackers. "A fine charmer," thought Peter, and cold chills ran down his back. The witch tore the flower from his hand, stooped, and muttered over it for a long time, sprinkling it with some kind of water. Sparks flew from her mouth, and foam appeared on her lips. "Throw it away," she said, giving it back to Peter. Peter threw it, but what wonder was this? The flower did not fall straight to the earth, but for a long while twinkled like a fiery ball through the darkness, and swam through the air like a boat. At last it began to sink lower and lower, and fell so far away that the little star, hardly larger than a poppy seed, was barely visible. "There!" croaked the old woman in a dull voice, and Basavriuk, giving him a spade, said, "Dig here, Peter. You will find more gold than you or courts ever dreamed of." Peter spat on his hands, seized the spade, pressed his foot on it, and turned up the earth a second, a third, a fourth time. The spade clinked against something hard and would go no further. Then his eyes began to distinguish a small iron-bound copper. He tried to seize it, but the chest began to sink into the earth deeper, farther, and deeper still, whilst behind him he heard a laugh like a serpent's hiss. "No, you shall not have the gold until you shed human blood," said the witch, and she led up to him a child of 6, covered with a white sheet, and indicated by a sign that he was to cut off his head. Peter was stunned. A trifle, indeed, to cut off a man's or even an innocent child's head for no reason whatever. In wrath he tore off the sheet enveloping the victim's head, and behold, before him stood Ivas. The poor child crossed his little hands and hung his head. Peter flew at the witch with the knife like a madman, and was on the point of laying hands on her. "What did you promise for the girl?" thundered Basavriuk, and like a shot he was on his back. The witch stamped her foot. A blue flame flashed from the earth and illumined all within it. The earth became transparent as if moulded of crystal, and all that was within it became visible as if in the palm of the hand. Ducats, precious stones in chests and pots, were piled in heaps beneath the very spot they stood on. Peter's eyes flashed, his mind grew troubled. He grasped the knife like a madman, and the innocent blood spurted into his eyes. Diabolical laughter resounded on all sides. Misshapen monsters flew past him in flocks. The witch, fastening her hands in the headless trunk like a wolf, drank its blood. His head whirled. Collecting all his strength, he set out to run. Everything grew red before him. The trees seemed steeped in blood, and burned and groaned. The sky glowed and threatened. Burning points like lightning flickered before his eyes. Utterly exhausted, he rushed into his miserable hovel and fell to the ground like a log. A death-like sleep overpowered him. 2 days and 2 nights did Peter sleep, without once awakening. When he came to himself on the 3rd day, he looked long at all the corners of his hut, but in vain did he endeavour to recollect what had taken place. His memory was like a miser's pocket, from which you cannot entice a quarter of a kopeck. Stretching himself, he heard something clash at his feet. He looked. There were 2 bags of gold. Then only, as if in a dream, he recollected that he had been seeking for treasure, and that something had frightened him in the woods. Korzh saw the sacks and was mollified. "A fine fellow, Peter, quite unequalled. Yes, and did I not love him? Was he not to me as my own son?" And the old fellow repeated this fiction until he wept over it himself. Pidorka began to tell Peter how some passing gypsies had stolen Ivas, but he could not even recall him to such a degree had the devil's influence darkened his mind. There was no reason for delay. The Pole was dismissed, and the wedding feast prepared. Rolls were baked, towels and handkerchiefs embroidered. The young people were seated at table. The wedding loaf was cut. Guitars, cymbals, pipes, viols sounded, and pleasure was rife. A wedding in the olden times was not like one of the present day. And my grandfather's aunt used to tell how the maidens, in festive headdresses of yellow, blue, and pink ribbons, above which they bound gold braid, in thin chemisettes, embroidered on all the seams with red silk, and strewn with tiny silver flowers, in morocco shoes with high iron heels, danced the Golitza as swimmingly as peacocks and as wildly as the whirlwind. How the youths, with their ship-shaped caps upon their heads, the crowns of gold brocade, and 2 horns projecting one in front and another behind, of the very finest black lambskin, in tunics of the finest blue silk with red borders, stepped forward one by one, their arms akimbo in stately form, and executed the gopak. How the lads, in tall Cossack caps and light cloth gabardines, girt with silver embroidered belts, their short pipes in their teeth, skipped before them and talked nonsense. Even Korzh, as he gazed at the young people, could not help getting gay in his old age. Guitar in hand, alternately puffing at his pipe and singing, a brandy glass upon his head, the greybeard began the national dance amid loud shouts from the merrymakers. What will not people devise in merry mood? They even began to disguise their faces till they did not look like human beings. On such occasions one would dress himself as a Jew, another as the devil. They would begin by kissing each other and end by seizing each other by the hair. Oh, God be with them! You laughed till you held your sides. They dressed themselves in Turkish and Tatar garments. All upon them glowed like a conflagration, and then they began to joke and play pranks. An amusing thing happened to my grandfather's aunt, who was at this wedding. She was wearing an ample Tatar robe, and wine-glass in hand, was entertaining the company. The evil one instigated one man to pour vodka over her from behind. Another, at the same moment, evidently not by accident, struck a light and held it to her. The flame flashed up, and poor aunt, in terror, flung her dress off before them all. Screams, laughter, jests arose as if at a fair. In a word, the old folks could not recall so merry a wedding. Pidorka and Peter began to live like a gentleman and lady. There was plenty of everything, and everything was fine. But honest folk shook their heads when they marked their way of living. From the devil no good can come, they unanimously agreed. Whence, except from the tempter of orthodox people, came this wealth? Where else could he have got such a lot of gold from? Why, on the very day that he got rich, did Basavriuk vanish as if into thin air? Say, if you can, that people only imagine things. A month had not passed, and no one would have recognized Peter. He sat in one spot, saying no word to anyone, but continually thinking, and seemingly trying to recall something. When Pidorka succeeded in getting him to speak, he appeared to forget himself, and would carry on a conversation and even grow cheerful. But if he inadvertently glanced at the sack, "Stop! Stop! I have forgotten!" he would cry, and again plunge into reverie and strive to recall something. Sometimes, when he sat still a long time in one place, it seemed to him as though it were coming, just coming back to mind, but again all would fade away. It seemed as if he was sitting in the tavern. They brought him vodka. Vodka stung him. Vodka was repulsive to him. Someone came along and struck him on the shoulder, but beyond that everything was veiled in darkness before him. The perspiration would stream down his face, and he would sit exhausted in the same place. What did not Pidorka do? She consulted the sorceresses, and they poured out fear and brewed stomachache. To pour out fear refers to a practice resorted to in case of fear. When it is desired to know what caused this, melted lead or wax is poured into water, and the object whose form it assumes is the one which frightened the sick person. After this, the fear departs. Sonyashnitsa is brewed for giddiness and pain in the bowels. To this end, a bit of stump is burned, thrown into a jug, and turned upside down into a bowl filled with water, which is placed on the patient's stomach. After an incantation, he is given a spoonful of this water to drink. But all to no avail. And so the summer passed. Many a Cossack had mowed and reaped. Many a Cossack more enterprising than the rest had set off upon an expedition. Flocks of ducks were already crowding the marshes, but there was not even a hint of improvement. It was red upon the steppes. Ricks of grain like Cossacks' caps dotted the fields here and there. On the highway were to be encountered wagons loaded with brushwood and logs. The ground had become more solid, and in places was touched with frost. Already had the snow begun to fall, and the branches of the trees were covered with rime like rabbit skin. Already on frosty days the robin redbreast hopped about on the snow heaps like a foppish Polish nobleman, and picked out grains of corn. And children with huge sticks played hockey upon the ice, while their fathers lay quietly on the stove, issuing forth at intervals with lighted pipes in their lips, to growl in regular fashion at the orthodox frost, or to take the air and thresh the grain spread out in the barn. At last the snow began to melt, and the ice slipped away, but Peter remained the same, and the more time went on, the more morose he grew. He sat in the cottage as though nailed to the spot, with the sacks of gold at his feet. He grew averse to companionship, his hair grew long, he became terrible to look at, and still he thought of but one thing, still he tried to recall something, and got angry and ill-tempered because he could not. Often, rising wildly from his seat, he gesticulated violently and fixed his eyes on something as though desirous of catching it, his lips moving as though desirous of uttering some long-forgotten word, but remaining speechless. Fury would take possession of him. He would gnaw and bite his hands like a man half crazy, and in his vexation would tear out his hair by the handful until, calming down, he would relapse into forgetfulness, as it were, and then would again strive to recall the past, and be again seized with fury and fresh tortures. What visitation of God was this? Pidorka was neither dead nor alive. At first it was horrible for her to remain alone with him in the cottage, but in course of time the poor woman grew accustomed to her sorrow. But it was impossible to recognize the Pidorka of former days. No blushes, no smiles. She was thin and worn with grief, and had wept her bright eyes away. Once someone who took pity on her advised her to go to the witch who dwelt in the Bear's Ravine, and enjoyed the reputation of being able to cure every disease in the world. She determined to try that last remedy, and finally persuaded the old woman to come to her. This was on St. John's Eve, as it chanced. Peter lay insensible on the bench, and did not observe the newcomer. Slowly he rose and looked about him. Suddenly he trembled in every limb, as though he were on the scaffold. His hair rose upon his head, and he laughed a laugh that filled Pidorka's heart with fear. "I have remembered, remembered!" he cried in terrible joy, and swinging a hatchet round his head, he struck at the old woman with all his might. The hatchet penetrated the oaken door nearly 4 inches. The old woman disappeared, and a child of 7, covered in a white sheet, stood in the middle of the cottage. The sheet flew off. "Ivas!" cried Pidorka, and ran to him. But the apparition became covered from head to foot with blood, and illumined the whole room with red light. She ran into the passage in her terror, but on recovering herself a little, wished to help Peter in vain. The door had slammed to behind her, so that she could not open it. People ran up and began to knock. They broke in the door, as though there were but one mind among them. The whole cottage was full of smoke, and just in the middle where Peter had stood was a heap of ashes, whence smoke was still rising. They flung themselves upon the sacks. Only broken potsherds lay there instead of ducats. The Cossacks stood with staring eyes and open mouths, as if rooted to the earth, not daring to move a hair. Such terror did this wonder inspire in them. I do not remember what happened next. Pidorka made a vow to go upon a pilgrimage, collected the property left her by her father, and in a few days it was as if she had never been in the village. Whither she had gone, no one could tell. Officious old women would have dispatched her to the same place whither Peter had gone, but a Cossack from Kiev reported that he had seen in a cloister a nun withered to a mere skeleton, who prayed unceasingly. Her fellow villagers recognized her as Pidorka by the tokens, that no one heard her utter a word, and that she had come on foot, and had brought a frame for the picture of God's mother, set with such brilliant stones that all were dazzled at the sight. But this was not the end, if you please. On the same day that the evil one made away with Peter, Basavriuk appeared again, but all fled from him. They knew what sort of a being he was, none else than Satan, who had assumed human form in order to unearth treasures, and since treasures do not yield to unclean hands, he seduced the young. That same year all deserted their earthen huts and collected in a village, but even there was no peace on account of that accursed Basavriuk. My late grandfather's aunt said that he was particularly angry with her because she had abandoned her former tavern, and tried with all his might to revenge himself upon her. Once the village elders were assembled in the tavern, and, as the saying goes, were arranging the precedence at the table, in the middle of which was placed a small roasted lamb, shame to say. They chattered about this, that, and the other, among the rest about various marvels and strange things. Well, they saw something. It would have been nothing if only one had seen it, but all saw it, and it was this. The sheep raised his head, his goggling eyes became alive and sparkled, and the black bristling moustache, which appeared for one instant, made a significant gesture at those present. All at once recognized Basavriuk's countenance in the sheep's head. My grandfather's aunt thought it was on the point of asking for vodka. The worthy elders seized their hats and hastened home. Another time, the church elder himself, who was fond of an occasional private interview with my grandfather's brandy glass, had not succeeded in getting to the bottom twice, when he beheld the glass bowing very low to him. "Satan take you! Let us make the sign of the cross over you!" And the same marvel happened to his better half. She had just begun to mix the dough in a huge kneading trough, when suddenly the trough sprang up. "Stop, stop! Where are you going?" Putting its arms akimbo with dignity, it went skipping all about the cottage. You may laugh, but it was no laughing matter to our grandfathers. And in vain did Father Athanasii go through all the village with holy water, and chase the devil through all the streets with his brush. My late grandfather's aunt long complained that, as soon as it was dark, some one came knocking at her door and scratching at the wall. Well, all appears to be quiet now in the place where our village stands, but it was not so very long ago, my father was still alive, that I remember how a good man could not pass the ruined tavern which a dishonest race had long managed for their own interest. From the smoke-blackened chimneys smoke poured out in a pillar, and rising high in the air rolled up like a cap, scattering burning coals over the steppe. And Satan, the son of a dog, should not be mentioned, sobbed so pitifully in his lair that the startled ravens rose in flocks from the neighbouring oak wood, and flew through the air with wild cries. End of section 13. Section 14 of Taras Bulba and Other Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Addison. Taras Bulba and Other Tales by Nikolai Vasilievich GOGOL. The Cloak Part I. In the department of... But it is better not to mention the department. There is nothing more irritable than departments, regiments, courts of justice, and, in a word, every branch of public service. Each individual attached to them nowadays thinks all society insulted in his person. Quite recently a complaint was received from a justice of the peace, in which he plainly demonstrated that all the imperial institutions were going to the dogs, and that the Tsar's sacred name was being taken in vain, and in proof he appended to the complaint a romance, in which the justice of the peace is made to appear about once every 10 lines, and sometimes in a drunken condition. Therefore, in order to avoid all unpleasantness, it will be better to describe the department in question only as a certain department. So, in a certain department there was a certain official, not a very high one, it must be allowed, short of stature, somewhat pock-marked, red-haired and short-sighted, with a bald forehead, wrinkled cheeks, and a complexion of the kind known as sanguine. The St. Petersburg climate was responsible for this. As for his official status, he was what is called a perpetual titular councillor, over which, as is well known, some writers make merry and crack their jokes, obeying the praiseworthy custom of attacking those who cannot bite back. His family name was Bashmatchkin. This name is evidently derived from bashmak, shoe, but when, at what time, and in what manner, is not known. His father and grandfather and all the Bashmachkins always wore boots, which only had new heels 2 or 3 times a year. His name was Akakiy Akakievitch. It may strike the reader as rather singular and far-fetched, but he may rest assured that it was by no means far-fetched, and that the circumstances were such that it would have been impossible to give him any other. This is how it came about. Akakiy Akakievitch was born, if my memory fails me not, in the evening of the 23rd of March. His mother, the wife of a government official and a very fine woman, made all due arrangements for having the child baptized. She was lying on the bed opposite the door. On her right stood the godfather, Ivan Ivanovitch Eroshkin, a most estimable man, who served as presiding officer of the Senate, while the godmother, Anna Semenovna Bilobushkova, the wife of an officer of the quarter, and a woman of rare virtues. They offered the mother her choice of 3 names, Mokayak, Sosiyak, or that the child should be called after the martyr Kozdazat. "No," said the good woman, "all those names are poor." In order to please her, they opened the calendar to another place. 3 more names appeared: Trifiliy, Dula, and Varakasyi. "This is a judgment," said the old woman. "What names! I truly never heard the like. Varada or Varuk might have been born, but not Trifiliy and Varakasyi." They turned to another page and found Pavzikakyi and Vaktsyi. "Now I see," said the old woman, "that it is plainly fate, and since such is the case, it will be better to name him after his father. His father's name was Akakiy, so let his son's be Akakiy too." In this manner he became Akakiy Akakievitch. They christened the child, whereat he wept and made a grimace, as though he foresaw that he was to be a titular councillor. In this manner did it all come about. We have mentioned it in order that the reader might see for himself that it was a case of necessity, and that it was utterly impossible to give him any other name. When and how he entered the department, and who appointed him, no one could remember. However much the directors and chiefs of all kinds were changed, he was always to be seen in the same place, the same attitude, the same occupation, so that it was afterwards affirmed that he had been born in undress uniform with a bald head. No respect was shown him in the department. The porter not only did not rise from his seat when he passed, but never even glanced at him, any more than if a fly had flown through the reception‐room. His superiors treated him in coolly despotic fashion. Some sub‐chief would thrust a paper under his nose without so much as saying "copy," or "here's a nice interesting affair," or anything else agreeable, as is customary amongst well‐bred officials. And he took it, looking only at the paper, and not observing who handed it to him, or whether he had the right to do so, simply took it and set about copying it. The young officials laughed at him and made fun of him, so far as their official wit permitted, told in his presence various stories concocted about him, and about his landlady, an old woman of 70, declared that she beat him, asked when the wedding was to be, and strewed bits of paper over his head, calling them snow. But Akakiy Akakievitch answered not a word, any more than if there had been no one there besides himself. It even had no effect upon his work. Amid all these annoyances he never made a single mistake in a letter. But if the joking became wholly unbearable, as when they jogged his hand and prevented his attending to his work, he would exclaim, "Leave me alone! Why do you insult me?" And there was something strange in the words and the voice in which they were uttered. There was in it something which moved to pity, so much that one young man, a newcomer, who, taking pattern by the others, had permitted himself to make sport of Akakiy, suddenly stopped short, as though all about him had undergone a transformation and presented itself in a different aspect. Some unseen force repelled him from the comrades whose acquaintance he had made, on the supposition that they were well-bred and polite men. Long afterwards, in his gayest moments, there recurred to his mind the little official with the bald forehead, with his heart-rending words, "Leave me alone! Why do you insult me?" In these moving words other words resounded, "I am thy brother," and the young man covered his face with his hand, and many a time afterwards in the course of his life shuddered at seeing how much inhumanity there is in man, how much savage coarseness is concealed beneath delicate refined worldliness, and even, O God, in that man whom the world acknowledges as honourable and noble. It would be difficult to find another man who lived so entirely for his duties. It is not enough to say that Arkady laboured with zeal. No, he laboured with love. In his copying he found a varied and agreeable employment. Enjoyment was written on his face. Some letters were even favourites with him, and when he encountered these he smiled, winked, and worked with his lips till it seemed as though each letter might be read in his face as his pen traced it. If his pay had been in proportion to his zeal, he would, perhaps to his great surprise, have been made even a councillor of state. But he worked, as his companions, the wits, put it, like a horse in a mill. Moreover, it is impossible to say that no attention was paid to him. One director, being a kindly man, and desirous of rewarding him for his long service, ordered him to be given something more important than mere copying. So he was ordered to make a report of an already concluded affair to another department, the duty consisting simply in changing the heading and altering a few words from the first to the third person. This caused him so much toil that he broke into a perspiration, rubbed his forehead, and finally said, "No, give me rather something to copy." After that they let him copy on for ever. Outside this copying it appeared that nothing existed for him. He gave no thought to his clothes. His undress uniform was not green, but a sort of rusty meal colour. The collar was low, so that his neck, in spite of the fact that it was not long, seemed inordinately so as it emerged from it, like the necks of those plaster cats which wag their heads and are carried about upon the heads of scores of image‐sellers. And something was always sticking to his uniform, either a bit of hay or some trifle. Moreover, he had a peculiar knack as he walked along the street. of arriving beneath a window just as all sorts of rubbish were being flung out of it. Hence he always bore about on his hat scraps of melon rinds and other such articles. Never once in his life did he give heed to what was going on every day in the street, while it is well known that his young brother officials train the range of their glances till they can see when any one's trouser straps come undone upon the opposite sidewalk, which always bring a malicious smile to their faces. But Akakiy Akakievitch saw in all things the clean, even strokes of his written lines, and only when a horse thrust his nose from some unknown quarter over his shoulder and sent a whole gust of wind down his neck from his nostrils, did he observe that he was not in the middle of a page, but in the middle of the street. On reaching home, he sat down at once at the table, supped his cabbage soup up quickly, and swallowed a bit of beet with onions, never noticing their taste, and gulping down everything with flies and anything else which the Lord happened to send at the moment. His stomach filled, he rose from the table and copied papers which he had brought home. If there happened to be none, he took copies for himself for his own gratification, especially if the document was noteworthy, not on account of its style, but of its being addressed to some distinguished person. Even at the hour when the grey St. Petersburg sky had quite dispersed, and all the official world had eaten or dined, each as he could, in accordance with the salary he received and his own fancy, when all were resting from the departmental jar of pens, running to and fro from their own and other people's indispensable occupations, and from all the work that an uneasy man makes willingly for himself rather than what is necessary, when officials hasten to dedicate to pleasure the time which is left to them, one bolder than the rest going to the theatre, another into the street looking under all the bonnets, another wasting his evening in compliments to some pretty girl, the star of a small official circle, another, and this is the common case of all, visiting his comrades on the fourth or third floor in two small rooms with an ante-room or kitchen, and some pretensions to fashion, such as a lamp or some other trifle which has cost many a sacrifice of dinner or pleasure trip. In a word, at the hour when all officials disperse among the contracted quarters of their friends, to play whist as they sip their tea from glasses with a kopek's worth of sugar, smoke long pipes, relate at times some bits of gossip which a Russian man can never, under any circumstances, refrain from, and when there is nothing else to talk of, repeat eternal anecdotes about the Commandant to whom they had sent word that the tails of the horses on the Falconet Monument had been cut off, when all strive to divert themselves, Akakiy Akakievitch indulged in no kind of diversion. No one could ever say that he had seen him at any kind of evening party. Having written to his heart's content, he lay down to sleep, smiling at the thought of the coming day, of what God might send him to copy on the morrow. Thus flowed on the peaceful life of the man who, with a salary of 400 roubles, understood how to be content with his lot, and thus it would have continued to flow on, perhaps to extreme old age, were it not that there are various ills strewn along the path of life for titular counsellors, as well as for private, actual, court, and every other species of counsellor, even for those who never give any advice or take any themselves. There exists in St. Petersburg a powerful foe of all who receive a salary of 400 roubles a year or thereabouts. This foe is no other than the northern cold, although it is said to be very healthy. At 9 o'clock in the morning, at the very hour when the streets are filled with men bound for the various official departments, it begins to bestow such powerful and piercing nips on all noses impartially, that the poor officials really do not know what to do with them. At an hour when the foreheads of even those who occupy exalted positions ache with the cold, and tears start to their eyes, the poor titular councillors are sometimes quite unprotected. Their only salvation lies in traversing as quickly as possible, in their thin little cloaks, 5 or 6 streets, and then warming their feet in the porter's room, and so thawing all their talents and qualifications for official service, which had become frozen on the way. Akakiy Akakievitch had felt for some time that his back and shoulders suffered with peculiar poignancy, in spite of the fact that he tried to traverse the distance with all possible speed. He began finally to wonder whether the fault did not lie in his cloak. He examined it thoroughly at home, and discovered that in 2 places, namely on the back and shoulders, it had become thin as gauze. The cloth was worn to such a degree that he could see through it, and the lining had fallen into pieces. You must know that Akakiy Akakievitch's cloak served as an object of ridicule to the officials. They even refused it the noble name of cloak, and called it a cape. In fact, it was of singular make, its collar diminishing year by year, but serving to patch its other parts. The patching did not exhibit great skill on the part of the tailor, and was in fact baggy and ugly. Seeing how the matter stood, Akakiy Akakievitch decided that it would be necessary to take the cloak to Petrovitch, the tailor, who lived somewhere on the 4th floor up a dark staircase, and who, in spite of his having but one eye and pockmarks all over his face, busied himself with considerable success in repairing the trousers and coats of officials and others, that is to say, when he was sober and not nursing some other scheme in his head. It is not necessary to say much about this tailor, but as it is the custom to have the character of each personage in a novel clearly defined, there is no help for it, so here is Petrovitch the tailor. At first he was called only Grigory, and was some gentleman's serf. He commenced calling himself Petrovitch from the time when he received his free papers, and further began to drink heavily on all holidays, at first on the great ones, and then on all church festivities without discrimination, wherever a cross stood in the calendar. On this point he was faithful to ancestral custom, and when quarrelling with his wife he called her a low female and a German. As we have mentioned his wife, it will be necessary to say a word or two about her. Unfortunately, little is known of her beyond the fact that Petrovitch has a wife who wears a cap and a dress, but cannot lay claim to beauty. At least no one but the soldiers of the guard even looked under her cap when they met her. Ascending the staircase which led to Petrovitch's room, which staircase was all soaked with dishwater and reeked with the smell of spirits which affects the eyes and is an inevitable adjunct to all dark stairways in St. Petersburg houses. Ascending the stairs, Akakiy Akakievitch pondered how much Petrovitch would ask, and mentally resolved not to give him more than 2 roubles. The door was open, for the mistress, in cooking some fish, had raised such a smoke in the kitchen that not even the beetles were visible. Akakiy Akakievitch passed through the kitchen unperceived even by the housewife, and at length reached a room where he beheld Petrovitch seated on a large unpainted table, with his legs tucked under him like a Turkish pasha. His feet were bare, after the fashion of tailors who sit at work, and the first thing which caught the eye was his thumb, with a deformed nail thick and strong as a turtle's shell. About Petrovitch's neck hung a skein of silken thread, and upon his knees lay some old garment. He had been trying unsuccessfully for 3 minutes to thread his needle, and was enraged at the darkness and even at the thread, growling in a low voice, "It won't go through, the barbarian! You pricked me, you rascal!" Akakiy Akakievitch was vexed at arriving at the precise moment when Petrovitch was angry. He liked to order something of Petrovitch when the latter was a little downhearted, or, as his wife expressed it, when he had settled himself with brandy, the one-eyed devil. Under such circumstances Petrovitch generally came down in his price very readily, and even bowed and returned thanks. Afterwards, to be sure, his wife would come complaining that her husband was drunk, and so had fixed the price too low, but if only a 10-kopek piece were added, then the matter was settled. But now it appeared that Petrovitch was in a sober condition, and therefore rough, taciturn, and inclined to demand Satan only knew what price. Akakiy Akakievitch felt this, and would gladly have beat a retreat, but he was in for it. Petrovitch screwed up his one eye very intently at him, and Akakiy Akakievitch involuntarily said, "How do you do, Petrovitch?" "I wish you a good morning, sir," said Petrovitch, squinting at Akakiy Akakievitch's hands to see what sort of booty he had brought. "Ah, I, to you, Petrovitch, this." It must be known that Akakiy Akakievitch expressed himself chiefly by prepositions, adverbs, and scraps of phrases which had no meaning whatever. If the matter was a very difficult one, he had a habit of never completing his sentences, so that frequently, having begun a phrase with the words, "This, in fact, is quite," he forgot to go on, thinking that he had already finished it. "What is it?" asked Petrovitch, and with his one eye scanned Akakievitch's whole uniform from the collar down to the cuffs, the back, the tails, and the buttonholes, all of which were well known to him, since they were his own handiwork. Such is the habit of tailors. It is the first thing they do on meeting one. "But here, this, Petrovitch, a cloth, here, you see, everywhere, in different places. It is quite strong. It is a little dusty and looks old, but it is new, only here in one place it is a little on the back, and here on one of the shoulders it is a little warm, yes, here on this shoulder it is a little, do you see? That is all, and a little work." Petrovitch took the cloak, spread it out to begin with on the table, looked hard at it, shook his head, reached out his hand to the window‐sill for his snuff‐box, adorned with the portrait of some general, though what general is unknown, for the place where the face should have been had been rubbed through by the finger, and a square bit of paper had been pasted over it. Having taken a pinch of snuff, Petrovitch held up the cloak and inspected it against the light, and again shook his head once more, after which he again lifted the general adorned lid with its bit of pasted paper, and having stuffed his nose with snuff, closed and put away the snuff-box, and said firmly, "No, it is impossible to mend it. It's a wretched garment." Akakiy Akakievitch's heart sank at these words. "Why is it impossible, Petrovitch?" he said, almost in the pleading voice of a child. "All that ails it is that it is worn on the shoulders. You must have some pieces." "Yes, patches could be found. Patches are easily found," said Petrovitch. "But there's nothing to sew them to. The thing is completely rotten. If you put a needle to it, see, it will give way." "Let it give way, and you can put on another patch at once." "But there is nothing to put the patches on to. There's no use in strengthening it. It is too far gone. It's lucky that it's cloth, for if the wind were to blow it would fly away." "Well, strengthen it again. How will this, in fact—" "No," said Petrovitch decisively. "There is nothing to be done with it. It's a thoroughly bad job. You'd better, when the cold winter weather comes on, make yourself some gaiters out of it, because stockings are not warm. The Germans invented them in order to make more money." Petrovitch loved, on all occasions, to have a fling at the Germans. "But it is plain you must have a new cloak." At the word "new," all grew dark before Akakiy Akakievitch's eyes, and everything in the room began to whirl round. The only thing he saw clearly was the general with the paper face on the lid of Petrovitch's snuff-box. "A new one?" said he, as if still in a dream. "Why, I have no money for that." "Yes, a new one," said Petrovitch, with barbarous composure. "Well, if it came to a new one, how would it—" "You mean, how much would it cost?" "Yes." "Well, you would have to lay out 150 or more," said Petrovitch, and pursed up his lips significantly. He liked to produce powerful effects, liked to stun utterly and suddenly, and then to glance sideways to see what face the stunned person would put on the matter. 150 roubles for a cloak!" shrieked poor Akakiy Akakievitch, perhaps for the first time in his life, for his voice had always been distinguished for softness. "Yes, sir," said Petrovitch, "for any kind of cloak. If you have a marten fur on the collar or a silk-lined hood, it will mount up to 200. "Petrovitch, please!" said Akakiy Akakievitch in a beseeching tone, not hearing and not trying to hear Petrovitch's words, and disregarding all his effects. "Some repairs in order that it may wear yet a little longer?" "No, it would only be a waste of time and money," said Petrovitch, and Akakiy Akakievitch went away after these words utterly discouraged. But Petrovitch stood for some time after his departure with significantly compressed lips, and without betaking himself to his work, satisfied that he would not be dropped and an artistic tailor employed. Akakiy Akakievitch went out into the street as if in a dream. "Such an affair!" he said to himself. "I did not think it had come to—" And then, after a pause, he added, "Well, so it is. See what it has come to at last, and I never imagined that it was so." Then followed a long silence, after which he exclaimed, "Well, so it is. See what already. Nothing unexpected that it would be nothing. Oh, what a strange circumstance!" So saying, instead of going home, he went in exactly the opposite direction, without himself suspecting it. On the way a chimney-sweep bumped up against him and blackened his shoulder, and a whole hatful of rubbish landed on him from the top of a house which was building. He did not notice it, and only when he ran against a watchman, who, having planted his halberd beside him, was shaking some snuff from his box into his horny hand, did he recover himself a little, and that because the watchman said, "Why are you poking yourself into a man's very face? Haven't you the pavement?" This caused him to look about him and turn towards home. There only he finally began to collect his thoughts and to survey his position in its clear and actual light, and to argue with himself sensibly and frankly, as with a reasonable friend with whom one can discuss private and personal matters. "No," said Akakiy Akakievitch, "it is impossible to reason with Petrovitch now. He is that. Evidently his wife has been beating him. I'd better go to him on Sunday morning. After Saturday night he will be a little cross‐eyed and sleepy, for he will want to get drunk, and his wife won't give him any money, and at such a time a 10-kopek piece in his hand will... He will become more fit to reason with, and then the cloak, and the..." Thus argued Akakiy Akakievitch with himself, regained his courage, and waited until the first Sunday when, seeing from afar that Petrovitch's wife had left the house, he went straight to him. Petrovitch's eye was, indeed, very much askew after Saturday. His head drooped, and he was very sleepy. But for all that, as soon as he knew what it was a question of, it seemed as though Satan jogged his memory. "Impossible," said he. "Please to order a new one." Thereupon Akakiy Akakievitch handed over the 10-kopek piece. "Thank you, sir. I will drink your good health," said Petrovitch. "But as for the cloak, don't trouble yourself about it. It is good for nothing. I will make you a capital new one, so let us settle about it now." Akakiy Akakievitch was still for mending it, but Petrovitch would not hear of it, and said, "I shall certainly have to make you a new one, and you may depend upon it that I shall do my best. It may even be, as the fashion goes, that the collar can be fastened by silver hooks under a flap." Then Akakiy Akakievitch saw that it was impossible to get along without a new cloak, and his spirits sank utterly. How, in fact, was it to be done? Where was the money to come from? He might, to be sure, depend, in part, upon his present at Christmas, but that money had long been allotted beforehand. He must have some new trousers, and pay a debt of long standing to the shoemaker for putting new tops to his old boots, and he must order 3 shirts from the seamstress, and a couple of pieces of linen. In short, all his money must be spent, and even if the director should be so kind as to order him to receive 45 roubles instead of 40 or even 50, it would be a mere nothing, a mere drop in the ocean towards the funds necessary for a cloak, although he knew that Petrovitch was often wrong‐headed enough to blurt out some outrageous price, so that even his own wife could not refrain from exclaiming, "Have you lost your senses, you fool?" At one time he would not work at any price, and now it was quite likely that he had named a higher sum than the cloak would cost. But although he knew that Petrovitch would undertake to make a cloak for 80 roubles, still, where was he to get the 80 roubles from? He might possibly manage half. Yes, half might be procured, but where was the other half to come from? But the reader must first be told where the first half came from. Akakiy Akakievitch had a habit of putting, for every rouble he spent, a groschen into a small box fastened with a lock and key, and with a slit in the top for the reception of money. At the end of every half‐year he counted over the heap of coppers and changed it for silver. This he had done for a long time, and in the course of years the sum had mounted up to over 40 roubles. Thus he had one half on hand, but where was he to find the other half? Where was he to get another 40 roubles from? Akakiy Akakievitch thought and thought, and decided that it would be necessary to curtail his ordinary expenses for the space of 1 year at least, to dispense with tea in the evening, to burn no candles, and, if there was anything which he must do, to go into his landlady's room and work by her light. When he went into the street, he must walk as lightly as he could and as cautiously upon the stones, almost upon tiptoe, in order not to wear his heels down in too short a time. He must give the laundress as little to wash as possible, and in order not to wear out his clothes, he must take them off as soon as he got home, and wear only his cotton dressing-gown, which had been long and carefully saved. To tell the truth, it was a little hard for him at first to accustom himself to these deprivations, but he got used to them at length after a fashion, and all went smoothly. He even got used to being hungry in the evening, but he made up for it by treating himself, so to say, in spirit, by bearing ever in mind the idea of his future cloak. From that time forth his existence seemed to become in some way fuller, as if he were married, or as if some other man lived in him, as if, in fact, he were not alone, and some pleasant friend had consented to travel along life's path with him, the friend being no other than the cloak, with thick wadding and a strong lining incapable of wearing out. He became more lively, and even his character grew firmer, like that of a man who has made up his mind and set himself a goal. From his face and gait, doubt and indecision, all hesitating and wavering traits disappeared of themselves. Fire gleamed in his eyes, and occasionally the boldest and most daring ideas flitted through his mind. Why not, for instance, have marten fur on the collar? The thought of this almost made him absent-minded. Once, in copying a letter, he nearly made a mistake, so that he exclaimed almost aloud, "Ugh!" and crossed himself. Once, in the course of every month, he had a conference with Petrovitch on the subject of the cloak, where it would be better to buy the cloth and the colour and the price. He always returned home satisfied, though troubled, reflecting that the time would come at last when it could all be bought, and then the cloak made. The affair progressed more briskly than he had expected. Far beyond all his hopes, the director awarded neither 40 nor 45 roubles for Akakiy Akakievitch's share, but 60. Whether he suspected that Akakiy Akakievitch needed a cloak, or whether it was merely chance, at all events 20 extra roubles were by this means provided. This circumstance hastened matters. 2 or 3 months more of hunger, and Akakiy Akakievitch had accumulated about 80 roubles. His heart, generally so quiet, began to throb. On the first possible day he went shopping in company with Petrovitch. They bought some very good cloth, and at a reasonable rate too, for they had been considering the matter for 6 months, and rarely let a month pass without their visiting the shops to inquire prices. Petrovitch himself said that no better cloth could be had. For lining they selected a cotton stuff, but so firm and thick that Petrovitch declared it to be better than silk, and even prettier and more glossy. They did not buy the marten fur, because it was in fact dear, but in its stead they picked out the very best of catskin which could be found in the shop, and which might indeed be taken for marten at a distance. Petrovitch worked at the cloak 2 whole weeks, for there was a great deal of quilting, otherwise it would have been finished sooner. He charged 12 roubles for the job. It could not possibly have been done for less. It was all sewed with silk, in small double seams, and Petrovitch went over each seam afterwards with his own teeth, stamping in various patterns. It is difficult to say precisely on what day, but probably the most glorious one in Akakiy Akakievitch's life, when Petrovitch at length brought home the cloak. He brought it in the morning, before the hour when it was necessary to start for the department. Never did a cloak arrive so exactly in the nick of time, for the severe cold had set in, and it seemed to threaten to increase. Petrovitch brought the cloak himself, as befits a good tailor. On his countenance was a significant expression such as Akakiy Akakievitch had never beheld there. He seemed fully sensible that he had done no small deed, and crossed a gulf separating tailors who only put in linings and execute repairs from those who make new things. He took the cloak out of the pocket-handkerchief in which he had brought it. The handkerchief was fresh from the laundress, and he put it in his pocket for use. Taking out the cloak, he gazed proudly at it, held it up with both hands, and flung it skilfully over the shoulders of Akakiy Akakievitch. Then he pulled it and fitted it down behind with his hand, and he draped it around Akakiy Akakievitch without buttoning it. Akakiy Akakievitch, like an experienced man, wished to try the sleeves. Petrovitch helped him on with them, and it turned out that the sleeves were satisfactory also. In short, the cloak appeared to be perfect and most seasonable. Petrovitch did not neglect to observe that it was only because he lived in a narrow street and had no signboard, and had known Akakiy Akakievitch so long, that he had made it so cheaply, but that if he had been in business on the Nevsky Prospect, he would have charged 75 roubles for the making alone. Akakiy Akakievitch did not care to argue this point with Petrovitch. He paid him, thanked him, and set out at once in his new cloak for the department. Petrovitch followed him, and pausing in the street, gazed long at the cloak in the distance, after which he went to one side, expressly to run through a crooked alley, and emerge again into the street beyond, to gaze once more upon the cloak from another point, namely, directly in front. Meantime Akakiy Akakievitch went on in holiday mood. He was conscious every second of the time that he had a new cloak on his shoulders, and several times he laughed with internal satisfaction. In fact, there were two advantages. One was its warmth, the other its beauty. He saw nothing of the road, but suddenly found himself at the department. He took off his cloak in the ante-room, looked it over carefully, and confided it to the especial care of the attendant. It is impossible to say precisely how it was that every one in the department knew at once that Akakiy Akakievitch had a new cloak, and that the cape no longer existed. All rushed at the same moment into the ante-room to inspect it. They congratulated him and said pleasant things to him, so that he began at first to smile and then to grow ashamed. When all surrounded him and said that the new cloak must be christened, and that he must give a whole evening at least to this, Akakiy Akakievitch lost his head completely, and did not know where he stood, what to answer, or how to get out of it. He stood blushing all over for several minutes, and was on the point of assuring them with great simplicity that it was not a new cloak, that it was so and so, that it was in fact the old cape. At length one of the officials, a sub-chief probably, in order to show that he was not at all proud and on good terms with his inferiors, said, "So be it, only I will give the party instead of Akakiy Akakievitch. I invite you all to tea with me tonight. It happens quite apropos, as it is my name day." The officials naturally at once offered the sub-chief their congratulations, and accepted the invitations with pleasure. Akakiy Akakievitch would have declined, but all declared that it was discourteous, that it was simply a sin and a shame, and that he could not possibly refuse. Besides, the notion became pleasant to him when he recollected that he should thereby have a chance of wearing his new cloak in the evening also. End of the Cloak, Part I. Section 15 of Taras Bulba and Other Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Addison. Taras Bulba and Other Tales by Nikolai Vasilievich GOGOL. The Cloak Part II. That whole day was truly a most triumphant festival day for Akakiy Akakievitch. He returned home in the most happy frame of mind, took off the cloak and hung it carefully on the wall, admiring afresh the cloth and the lining. Then he brought out his old worn-out cloak for comparison. He looked at it and laughed, so vast was the difference. And long after dinner he laughed again when the condition of the cape recurred to his mind. He dined cheerfully, and after dinner wrote nothing, but took his ease for a while on the bed until it got dark. Then he dressed himself leisurely, put on his cloak, and stepped out into the street. Where the host lived, unfortunately, we cannot say. Our memory begins to fail us badly, and the houses and streets in St. Petersburg have become so mixed up in our head that it is very difficult to get anything out of it again in proper form. This much is certain, that the official lived in the best part of the city, and therefore it must have been anything but near to Akakiy Akakievitch's residence. Akakiy Akakievitch was first obliged to traverse a kind of wilderness of deserted, dimly lighted streets. But in proportion as he approached the officials' quarter of the city, the streets became more lively, more populous, and more brilliantly illuminated. Pedestrians began to appear, handsomely dressed ladies were more frequently encountered, the men had otter-skin collars to their coats, peasant waggoners, with their grate-like sledges stuck over with brass-headed nails, became rarer, whilst, on the other hand, more and more drivers in red velvet caps, lacquered sledges, and bearskin coats began to appear, and carriages with rich hammer-cloths flew swiftly through the streets, their wheels scrunching the snow. Akakiy Akakievitch gazed upon all this as upon a novel sight. He had not been in the streets during the evening for years. He halted, out of curiosity, before a shop window to look at a picture representing a handsome woman who had thrown off her shoe, thereby baring her whole foot in a very pretty way, whilst behind her the head of a man with whiskers and a handsome moustache peeped through the doorway of another room. Akakiy Akakievitch shook his head and laughed, and then went on his way. Why did he laugh? Either because he had met with a thing utterly unknown, but for which every one cherishes, nevertheless, some sort of feeling, or else he thought, like many officials, as follows: "Well, those French, what is to be said? If they do go in anything of that sort, why—" But possibly he did not think at all. Akakiy Akakievitch at length reached the house in which the sub-chief lodged. The sub-chief lived in fine style. The staircase was lit by a lamp, his apartment being on the second floor. On entering the vestibule, Akakiy Akakievitch beheld a whole row of goloshes on the floor. Among them, in the centre of the room, stood a samovar or tea-urn, humming and emitting clouds of steam. On the walls hung all sorts of coats and cloaks, among which there were even some with beaver collars or velvet facings. Beyond, the buzz of conversation was audible, and became clear and loud when the servant came out with a tray full of empty glasses, cream jugs, and sugar bowls. It was evident that the officials had arrived long before, and had already finished their first glass of tea. Akakiy Akakievitch, having hung up his own cloak, entered the inner room. Before him all at once appeared lights, officials, pipes, and card tables, and he was bewildered by the sound of rapid conversation rising from all the tables, and the noise of moving chairs. He halted very awkwardly in the middle of the room, wondering what he ought to do. But they had seen him. They received him with a shout, and all thronged at once into the ante-room, and there took another look at his cloak. Akakiy Akakievitch, although somewhat confused, was frank-hearted, and could not refrain from rejoicing when he saw how they praised his cloak. Then, of course, they all dropped him and his cloak, and returned, as was proper, to the table set out for whist. All this, the noise, the talk, and the throng of people, was rather overwhelming to Akakiy Akakievitch. He simply did not know where he stood, or where to put his hands, his feet, and his whole body. Finally he sat down by the players, looked at the cards, gazed at the face of one and another, and after a while began to gape, and to feel that it was wearisome, the more so as the hour was already long past when he usually went to bed. He wanted to take leave of the host, but they would not let him go, saying that he must not fail to drink a glass of champagne in honour of his new garment. In the course of an hour, supper, consisting of vegetable salad, cold veal, pastry, confectioner's pies, and champagne, was served. They made Akakiy Akakievitch drink 2 glasses of champagne, after which he felt things grow livelier. Still he could not forget that it was 12 o'clock, and that he should have been at home long ago. In order that the host might not think of some excuse for detaining him, he stole out of the room quickly, sought out in the ante-room his cloak, which, to his sorrow, he found lying on the floor, brushed it, picked off every speck upon it, put it on his shoulders, and descended the stairs to the street. In the street all was still bright. Some petty shops, those permanent clubs of servants and all sorts of folk, were open. Others were shut, but nevertheless showed a streak of light the whole length of the door-crack, indicating that they were not yet free of company, and that probably some domestics, male and female, were finishing their stories and conversations whilst leaving their masters in complete ignorance as to their whereabouts. Akakiy Akakievitch went on in a happy frame of mind. He even started to run, without knowing why, after some lady who flew past like a flash of lightning, but he stopped short and went on very quietly as before, wondering why he had quickened his pace. Soon there spread before him those deserted streets which are not cheerful in the daytime, to say nothing of the evening. Now they were even more dim and lonely. The lanterns began to grow rarer. Oil, evidently, had been less liberally supplied. Then came wooden houses and fences. Not a soul anywhere. Only the snow sparkled in the streets, and mournfully veiled the low-roofed cabins with their closed shutters. He approached the spot where the street crossed a vast square, with houses barely visible on its farther side, a square which seemed a fearful desert. Afar, a tiny spark glimmered from some watchman's box, which seemed to stand on the edge of the world. Akakiy Akakievitch's cheerfulness diminished at this point in a marked degree. He entered the square, not without an involuntary sensation of fear, as though his heart warned him of some evil. He glanced back, and on both sides it was like a sea about him. "No, it is better not to look," he thought, and went on, closing his eyes. When he opened them, to see whether he was near the end of the square, he suddenly beheld, standing just before his very nose, some bearded individuals of precisely what sort he could not make out. All grew dark before his eyes, and his heart throbbed. "But of course the cloak is mine," said one of them in a loud voice, seizing hold of his collar. Akakiy Akakievitch was about to shout "What?" when the second man thrust a fist about the size of a man's head into his mouth, muttering, "Now scream." Akakiy Akakievitch felt them strip off his cloak and give him a push with a knee. He fell headlong upon the snow and felt no more. In a few minutes he recovered consciousness and rose to his feet, but no one was there. He felt that it was cold in the square, and that his cloak was gone. He began to shout, but his voice did not appear to reach to the outskirts of the square. In despair, but without ceasing to shout, he started at a run across the square, straight towards the watch-box, beside which stood the watchman, leaning on his halberd, and apparently curious to know what kind of a customer was running towards him, and shouting. Akakiy Akakievitch ran up to him, and began in a sobbing voice to shout that he was asleep, and attended to nothing, and did not see when a man was robbed. The watchman replied that he had seen two men stop him in the middle of the square, but supposed that they were friends of his, and that, instead of scolding vainly, he had better go to the police on the morrow, so that they might make a search for whoever had stolen the cloak. Akakiy Akakievitch ran home in complete disorder. His hair, which grew very thinly upon his temples and the back of his head, wholly disordered, his body, arms, and legs covered with snow. The old woman, who was mistress of his lodging, on hearing a terrible knocking, sprang hastily from her bed, and with only one shoe on, ran to open the door, pressing the sleeve of her chemise to her bosom out of modesty. But when she had opened it, she fell back on beholding Akakiy Akakievitch in such a state. When he told her about the affair, she clasped her hands and said that he must go straight to the district chief of police, for his subordinate would turn up his nose, promise well, and drop the matter there. The very best thing to do, therefore, would be to go to the district chief, whom she knew, because Finnish Anna, her former cook, was now nurse at his house. She often saw him passing the house, and he was at church every Sunday, praying, but at the same time gazing cheerfully at everybody, so that he must be a good man, judging from all appearances. Having listened to this opinion, Akakiy Akakievitch betook himself sadly to his room, and how he spent the night there, any one who can put himself in another's place may readily imagine. Early in the morning he presented himself at the district chief's, but was told that this official was asleep. He went again at 10, and was again informed that he was asleep at 11, and they said, "The superintendent is not at home," at dinner time, and the clerks in the anteroom would not admit him on any terms, and insisted upon knowing his business, so that at last, for once in his life, Akakiy Akakievitch felt an inclination to show some spirit, and said curtly that he must see the chief in person, that they ought not to presume to refuse him entrance, that he came from the Department of Justice, and that when he complained of them they would see. The clerks dared make no reply to this, and one of them went to call the chief, who listened to the strange story of the theft of the coat. Instead of directing his attention to the principal points of the matter, he began to question Akakiy Akakievitch. Why was he going home so late? Was he in the habit of doing so, or had he been to some disorderly house? So that Akakiy Akakievitch got thoroughly confused, and left him without knowing whether the affair of his cloak was in proper train or not. All that day, for the first time in his life, he never went near the department. The next day he made his appearance very pale, and in his old cape, which had become even more shabby. The news of the robbery of the cloak touched many, although there were some officials present who never lost an opportunity, even such a one as the present, of ridiculing Akakiy Akakievitch. They decided to make a collection for him on the spot, but the officials had already spent a great deal in subscribing for the director's portrait and for some book, at the suggestion of the head of that division, who was a friend of the author, and so the sum was trifling. One of them, moved by pity, resolved to help Akakiy Akakievitch with some good advice at least, and told him that he ought not to go to the police, for although it might happen that a police officer, wishing to win the approval of his superiors, might hunt up the cloak by some means, still his cloak would remain in the possession of the police if he did not offer legal proof that it belonged to him. The best thing for him, therefore, would be to apply to a certain prominent personage, since this prominent personage, by entering into relations with the proper persons, could greatly expedite the matter. As there was nothing else to be done, Akakiy Akakievitch decided to go to the prominent personage. What was the exact official position of the prominent personage remains unknown to this day. The reader must know that the prominent personage had but recently become a prominent personage, having up to that time been only an insignificant person. Moreover, his present position was not considered prominent in comparison with others still more so. But there is always a circle of people to whom what is insignificant in the eyes of others is important enough. Moreover, he strove to increase his importance by sundry devices. For instance, he managed to have the inferior officials meet him on the staircase when he entered upon his service. No one was to presume to come directly to him, but the strictest etiquette must be observed. the collegiate recorder must make a report to the government secretary, the government secretary to the titular councillor, or whatever other man was proper, and all business must come before him in this manner. In Holy Russia all is thus contaminated with the love of imitation. Every man imitates and copies his superior. They even say that a certain titular councillor, when promoted to the head of some small separate room, immediately partitioned off a private room for himself, called it the audience chamber, and posted at the door a lackey with red collar and braid, who grasped the handle of the door and opened to all comers, though the audience chamber could hardly hold an ordinary writing table. The manners and customs of the prominent personage were grand and imposing, but rather exaggerated. The main foundation of his system was strictness. "Strictness, strictness, and always strictness," he generally said, and at the last word he looked significantly into the face of the person to whom he spoke. But there was no necessity for this, for the half-score of subordinates who formed the entire force of the office were properly afraid. On catching sight of him afar off, they left their work and waited, drawn up in line, until he had passed through the room. His ordinary converse with his inferiors smacked of sternness, and consisted chiefly of 3 phrases. "How dare you?" "Do you know whom you are speaking to?" "Do you realize who stands before you?" Otherwise he was a very kind-hearted man, good to his comrades, and ready to oblige, but the rank of general threw him completely off his balance. On receiving any one of that rank he became confused, lost his way, as it were, and never knew what to do. If he chanced to be amongst his equals, he was still a very nice kind of man, a very good fellow in many respects, and not stupid. But the very moment that he found himself in the society of people but 1 rank lower than himself, he became silent, and his situation aroused sympathy, the more so as he felt himself that he might have been making an incomparably better use of his time. In his eyes there was sometimes visible a desire to join some interesting conversation or group, but he was kept back by the thought, would it not be a very great condescension on his part? Would it not be familiar? And would he not thereby lose his importance? And in consequence of such reflections he always remained in the same dumb state, uttering from time to time a few monosyllabic sounds, and thereby earning the name of the most wearisome of men. To this prominent personage Akakiy Akakievitch presented himself, and this at the most unfavourable time for himself, though opportune for the prominent personage. The prominent personage was in his cabinet, conversing gaily with an old acquaintance and companion of his childhood, whom he had not seen for several years, and who had just arrived when it was announced to him that a person named Bashmachkin had come. He asked abruptly, "Who is he?" "Some official," he was informed. "Ah, he can wait. This is no time for him to call," said the important man. It must be remarked here that the important man lied outrageously. He had said all he had to say to his friend long before, and the conversation had been interspersed for some time with very long pauses, during which they merely slapped each other on the leg and said, "You think so, Ivan Abramovitch? Just so, Stepan Varlamitch." Nevertheless, he ordered that the official should be kept waiting, in order to show his friend, a man who had not been in the service for a long time, but had lived at home in the country, how long officials had to wait in his ante-room. At length, having talked himself completely out, and more than that, having had his fill of pauses, and smoked a cigar in a very comfortable arm-chair with reclining back, he suddenly seemed to recollect, and said to the secretary who stood by the door with papers of reports, "So it seems there is a tchinovnik waiting to see me. Tell him that he may come in." On perceiving Akakiy Akakievitch's modest mien and his worn undress uniform, he turned abruptly to him and said, "What do you want?" in a curt, hard voice, which he had practised in his room in private and before the looking-glass for a whole week before being raised to his present rank. Akakiy Akakievitch, who was already imbued with a due amount of fear, became somewhat confused, and, as well as his tongue would permit, explained, with a rather more frequent addition than usual of the word that his cloak was quite new, and had been stolen in the most inhuman manner, that he had applied to him in order that he might, in some way, by his intermediation, that he might enter into correspondence with the chief of police and find the cloak. For some inexplicable reason, this conduct seemed familiar to the prominent personage. "What, my dear sir," he said abruptly, "are you not acquainted with etiquette? Where have you come from? Don't you know how such matters are managed? You should first have entered a complaint about this at the court below. It would have gone to the head of the department, then to the chief of the division, then it would have been handed over to the secretary, and the secretary would have given it to me." "But, your Excellency," said Akakiy Akakievitch, trying to collect his small handful of wits, and conscious at the same time that he was perspiring terribly, "I, your Excellency, presume to trouble you because secretaries are an untrustworthy race." "What? What?" said the important personage. "Where did you get such courage? Where did you get such ideas? What impudence towards their chiefs and superiors has spread among the young generation?" The prominent personage apparently had not observed that Akakiy Akakievitch was already in the neighbourhood of 50. If he could be called a young man, it must have been in comparison with someone who was 20. "Do you know to whom you speak? Do you realize who stands before you? Do you realize it? Do you realize it? I ask you." Then he stamped his foot and raised his voice to such a pitch that it would have frightened even a different man from Akakiy Akakievitch. Akakiy Akakievitch's senses failed him. He staggered, trembled in every limb, and, if the porters had not run to support him, would have fallen to the floor. They carried him out insensible, but the prominent personage, gratified that the effect should have surpassed his expectations, and quite intoxicated with the thought that his word could even deprive a man of his senses, glanced sideways at his friend in order to see how he looked upon this, and perceived, not without satisfaction, that his friend was in a most uneasy frame of mind, and even beginning on his part to feel a trifle frightened. Akakiy Akakievitch could not remember how he descended the stairs and got into the street. He felt neither his hands nor feet. Never in his life had he been so rated by any high official, let alone a strange one. He went staggering on through the snowstorm, which was blowing in the streets, with his mouth wide open. The wind, in St. Petersburg fashion, darted upon him from all quarters, and down every cross-street. In a twinkling it had blown a quinsy into his throat, and he reached home unable to utter a word. His throat was swollen, and he lay down on his bed, So powerful is sometimes a good scolding. The next day a violent fever showed itself. Thanks to the generous assistance of the St. Petersburg climate, the malady progressed more rapidly than could have been expected, and when the doctor arrived he found, on feeling the sick man's pulse, that there was nothing to be done except to prescribe a fomentation, so that the patient might not be left entirely without the beneficent aid of medicine, but at the same time he predicted his end in 36 hours. After this he turned to the landlady and said, "And as for you, don't waste your time on him. Order his pine coffin now, for an oak one will be too expensive for him." Did Akakiy Akakievitch hear these fatal words? And if he heard them, did they produce any overwhelming effect upon him? Did he lament the bitterness of his life? We know not, for he continued in a delirious condition. Visions incessantly appeared to him, each stranger than the other. Now he saw Petrovitch, and ordered him to make a cloak, with some traps for robbers, who seemed to him to be always under the bed, and cried every moment to the landlady to pull one of them from under his coverlet. Then he inquired why his old mantle hung before him when he had a new cloak. Next he fancied that he was standing before the prominent person, listening to a thorough setting down, and saying, "Forgive me, your Excellency." But at last he began to curse, uttering the most horrible words, so that his aged landlady crossed herself, never in her life having heard anything of the kind from him, the more so as those words followed directly after the words, "Your Excellency." Later on he talked utter nonsense, of which nothing could be made, all that was evident being that his incoherent words and thoughts hovered ever about one thing, his cloak. At length poor Akakiy Akakievitch breathed his last. They sealed up neither his room nor his effects, because, in the first place, there were no heirs, and in the second, there was very little to inherit beyond a bundle of goose quills, a quire of white official paper, 3 pairs of socks, 2 or 3 buttons which had burst off his trousers, and the mantle, already known to the reader. To whom all this fell, God knows. I confess that the person who told me this tale took no interest in the matter. They carried Akakiy Akakievitch out and buried him, and St. Petersburg was left without Akakiy Akakievitch, as though he had never lived there. A being disappeared who was protected by none, dear to none, interesting to none, and who never even attracted to himself the attention of those students of human nature who omit no opportunity of thrusting a pin through a common fly and examining it under the microscope. A being who bore meekly the gibes of the department, and went to his grave without having done one unusual deed, but to whom, nevertheless, at the close of his life, appeared a bright visitant in the form of a cloak, which momentarily cheered his poor life, and upon whom thereafter an intolerable misfortune descended, just as it descends upon the mighty of this world. Several days after his death, the porter was sent from the department to his lodgings, with an order for him to present himself there immediately, the chief commanding it. But the porter had to return unsuccessful, with the answer that he could not come, and to the question, "Why?" replied, "Well, because he is dead. He was buried 4 days ago." In this manner did they hear of Akakiy Akakievitch's death at the department, and the next day a new official sat in his place, with a handwriting by no means so upright, but more inclined and slanting. But who could have imagined that this was not really the end of Akakiy Akakievitch, that he was destined to raise a commotion after death, as if in compensation for his utterly insignificant life? But so it happened, and our poor story unexpectedly gains a fantastic ending. A rumour suddenly spread through St. Petersburg that a dead man had taken to appearing on the Kalinkin Bridge and its vicinity at night, in the form of a tchinovnik seeking a stolen cloak, and that under the pretext of its being the stolen cloak, he dragged, without regard to rank or calling, everyone's cloak from his shoulders, be it catskin, beaver, fox, bear, sable, in a word, every sort of fur and skin which men adopted for their covering. One of the department officials saw the dead man with his own eyes, and immediately recognized in him Akakiy Akakievitch. This, however, inspired him with such terror that he ran off with all his might, and therefore did not scan the dead man closely, but only saw how the latter threatened him from afar with his finger. Constant complaints poured in from all quarters that the backs and shoulders, not only of titular but even of court councillors, were exposed to the danger of a cold on account of the frequent dragging off of their cloaks. Arrangements were made by the police to catch the corpse, alive or dead, at any cost, and punish him as an example to others in the most severe manner. In this they nearly succeeded, for a watchman, on guard in Korushkin Alley, caught the corpse by the collar on the very scene of his evil deeds, when, attempting to pull off the frieze coat of a retired musician, having seized him by the collar, he summoned with a shout two of his comrades, whom he enjoined to hold him fast while he himself felt for a moment in his boot in order to draw out his snuff-box and refresh his frozen nose. But the snuff was of a sort which even a corpse could not endure. The watchman, having closed his right nostril with his finger, had no sooner succeeded in holding half a handful up to the left, than the corpse sneezed so violently that he completely filled the eyes of all three. While they raised their hands to wipe them, the dead man vanished completely, so that they positively did not know whether they had actually had him in their grip at all. Thereafter the watchmen conceived such a terror of dead men that they were afraid even to seize the living, and only screamed from a distance, "Hey there! Go your way!" So the dead tchinovnik began to appear even beyond the Kalinkin Bridge, causing no little terror to all timid people. But we have totally neglected that certain prominent personage who may really be considered as the cause of the fantastic turn taken by this true history. First of all, justice compels us to say that after the departure of poor annihilated Akakiy Akakievitch, he felt something like remorse. Suffering was unpleasant to him, for his heart was accessible to many good impulses, in spite of the fact that his rank often prevented his showing his true self. As soon as his friend had left his cabinet, he began to think about poor Akakiy Akakievitch, and from that day forth, poor Akakiy Akakievitch, who could not bear up under an official reprimand, recurred to his mind almost every day. The thought troubled him to such an extent that a week later he even resolved to send an official to him, to learn whether he really could assist him, and when it was reported to him that Akakiy Akakievitch had died suddenly of fever, he was startled. hearkened to the reproaches of his conscience, and was out of sorts for the whole day. Wishing to divert his mind in some way, and drive away the disagreeable impression, he set out that evening for one of his friends' houses, where he found quite a large party assembled. What was better, nearly every one was of the same rank as himself, so that he need not feel in the least constrained. This had a marvellous effect upon his mental state. He grew expansive, made himself agreeable in conversation. In short, he passed a delightful evening. After supper he drank a couple of glasses of champagne, not a bad recipe for cheerfulness, as every one knows. The champagne inclined him to various adventures, and he determined not to return home, but to go and see a certain well-known lady of German extraction, Karolina Ivanovna, a lady, it appears, with whom he was on a very friendly footing. It must be mentioned that the prominent personage was no longer a young man, but a good husband and respected father of a family. 2 sons, one of whom was already in the service, and a good-looking 16-year-old daughter with a rather retroussé but pretty little nose, came every morning to kiss his hand and say, "Bonjour, papa." His wife, a still fresh and good-looking woman, first gave him her hand to kiss, and then, reversing the procedure, kissed his. But the prominent personage, though perfectly satisfied in his domestic relations, considered it stylish to have a friend in another quarter of the city. This friend was scarcely prettier or younger than his wife, but there are such puzzles in the world, and it is not our place to judge them. So the important personage descended the stairs, stepped into his sledge, said to the coachman, "To Karolina Ivanovna's," and wrapping himself luxuriously in his warm cloak, found himself in that delightful frame of mind than which a Russian can conceive no better, namely, when you think of nothing yourself, yet when the thoughts creep into your mind of their own accord, each more agreeable than the other, giving you no trouble either to drive them away or seek them. Fully satisfied, he recalled all the gay features of the evening just past, and all the mots which had made the little circle laugh. Many of them he repeated in a low voice, and found them quite as funny as before, so it is not surprising that he should laugh heartily at them. Occasionally, however, he was interrupted by gusts of wind, which, coming suddenly, God knows whence or why, cut his face, drove masses of snow into it, filled out his cloak collar like a sail, or suddenly blew it over his head with supernatural force, and thus caused him constant trouble to disentangle himself. Suddenly the important personage felt some one clutch him firmly by the collar. Turning round, he perceived a man of short stature in an old worn uniform, and recognized not without terror Akakiy Akakievitch. The official's face was white as snow, and looked just like a corpse's, but the horror of the important personage transcended all bounds when he saw the dead man's mouth open, and, with a terrible odour of the grave, gave vent to the following remarks: "Ah, here you are at last! I have you by the collar. I need your cloak. You took no trouble about mine, but reprimanded me, so now give up your own." The pallid, prominent personage almost died of fright. Brave as he was in the office, and in the presence of inferiors generally, and although, at the sight of his manly form and appearance, every one said, "Oh, how much character he had!" at this crisis he, like many possessed of an heroic exterior, experienced such terror that not without cause he began to fear an attack of illness. He flung his cloak hastily from his shoulders and shouted to his coachman in an unnatural voice, "Home at full speed!" The coachman, hearing the tone which is generally employed at critical moments, and even accompanied by something much more tangible, drew his head down between his shoulders in case of an emergency, flourished his whip, and flew on like an arrow. In a little more than 6 minutes the prominent personage was at the entrance of his own house. Pale, thoroughly scared, and cloakless, he went home instead of to Karolina Ivanovna's, reached his room somehow or other, and passed the night in the direst distress, so that the next morning over their tea his daughter said, "You are very pale to-day, papa." But papa remained silent, and said not a word to any one of what had happened to him, where he had been, or where he had intended to go. This occurrence made a deep impression upon him. He even began to say, "How dare you? Do you realize who stands before you?" less frequently to the under-officials, and if he did utter the words, it was only after having first learned the bearings of the matter. But the most noteworthy point was that from that day forward the apparition of the dead tchinovnik ceased to be seen. Evidently the prominent personage's cloak just fitted his shoulders. At all events, no more instances of his dragging cloaks from people's shoulders were heard of. But many active and apprehensive persons could by no means reassure themselves, and asserted that the dead tchinovnik still showed himself in distant parts of the city. In fact, one watchman in Kolomna saw with his own eyes the apparition come from behind a house, but being rather weak of body, he dared not arrest him, but followed him in the dark, until at length the apparition looked round, paused, and inquired, "What do you want?" at the same time showing a fist such as is never seen on living men. The watchman said, "It's of no consequence," and turned back instantly. But the apparition was much too tall, wore huge moustaches, and directing his steps, apparently, towards the Obukhov bridge, disappeared in the darkness of the night. End of section 15.